Okay, I found out something incredible by mistake, by accident. And if I don't share it with someone, I fear that I'm going to go crazy. So here it goes. All right. My discovery is about this novel. This novel, you may have heard of it, is called The Wind-Up Bird Chronicle by a Japanese author called Haruki Murakami. The book is 600 pages long and it's a best-selling book. It sold millions of copies worldwide. It was translated to a bunch of different languages. And what people don't know is that the fact that this is filed away as pop literature is a big mistake. Because the low bar of entry is only part of the trick. This novel smuggles things into your subconscious below your level of awareness. This is why people who have actually read the book report having scenes from the book popping up in their mind even years after finishing it. It's almost like the book doesn't finish once you close it. The story spills out of the pages of the book into your own life. So in this video, I'm going to explain how this novel does this and why all the critics were mistaken. You see, I figured out by mistake that the novel was scaffolded on a 16th century board game called The Royal Game of the Goose. So the novel is not messy and it's not meandering. It's a work of the highest order of precision. And the intention of the novel is to transform your mind. So ultimately, this is a video about the Wind-Up Bird Chronicle, but it is also a video about literature, the building blocks of reality, initiation, and your very own sense of self. So, to make this easy to follow, because I know 7 hours could seem intimidating, I broke it down into a very easy to follow chaptered list. It's down below in case you have to step away and come back. You know, you can come back and keep watching from the point where you left it. So come along with me, and together we're going to solve the mystery of what makes this novel so haunting. Chapter 1, Punch to the Gut. Okay, this is going to be a little bit hard to explain because this whole thing started from a hunch, an intuition, if you will. And I know most people discard them because they don't sound serious, but whenever I get a hunch, I lean in and I listen. Now, I'm telling you this because I want you to understand that I didn't go looking for this revelation. I didn't strap the novel to a chair and beat a confession out of it. First of all, because I am not the police, but also because I am not an academic. I have no skin in the game. I don't care. I don't publish. I don't cite. I am not peer-reviewed. I have no credentials. What I do have is something far less fashionable. I have a structural model of the novel. I have a structural model of the Wind-Up Bird Chronicle, and I want to walk you through it. So, how did I get this hunch that unlocked the whole novel? Well, I was at a vintage store. I was on a trip at a vintage store. What truly got me excited was at the far end of the store. They had a shelf with oddly specific editions of popular board games. Now, they had Canadian Monopoly. They had an old Guess Who from back when having everybody be white was not a problem. And on the bottom shelf, they had a tangle of old European board games. The boxes were yellowed at the edges. And I really wasn't planning on buying anything. But I thought it was interesting, so I picked them up. And among them, I found something I recognized. They had a Spanish edition of the Royal Game of the Goose, El Juego de la Oca. I don't blame you if you don't know what this game is. It's an old game, it's made for children, and it was popular mostly in Europe and not in every country, so maybe you have never heard of it. This is a luck-based game. Basically, it has a track. Everybody's on the track. You roll the dice. Everybody's trying to get to the victory square first. There's no skill involved, just luck. Some squares have things that will boost your movement and some will hinder it. Kind of like snakes and ladders or chutes and ladders. Very similar to that. Now, in the case of the game of the Goose, it's a spiral track with 63 squares. Some squares have a goose depicted on them, and they allow you to roll again. 6 squares are hazard squares, and they restrict your movement or keep you stuck. As I was tracing the spiral with my finger, a realization shook me violently, like a punch to the gut. Somehow, I understood right then and there that I wasn't holding a board game. I was holding a book. This was the Wind-Up Bird Chronicle. Now, I don't know how that happened. I don't know how this idea came to be because it arrived whole, like a full-formed idea. I get things like this sometimes. I get hunches that are very well formed and structured. And most people would file that away as coincidence or pareidolia. But I treat them like I treat just any hypothesis. I assume it's wrong and then I try to disprove it. And if it holds water, then maybe there's something real in there. So that's what I did. I went home and I tried to disprove it. And everything I found just made it click tighter. The novel is not a carbon copy of the board. It's a playthrough. The characters are playing on the board. They are moving by its rules. The mechanics of the game are the thing that animates the plot of the novel. Now, first, a quick plot refresher. Maybe you read this novel years ago, and I need you to be up to date with major events in the plot so that you can understand and follow my analysis. And if you have never read the novel, but you're still here for the ride, this plot summary might spoil things for you. But you know what? Surprise is cheap, and depth is not. And what I'm offering you is the deepest analysis of this book anyone has ever done. So come along. Chapter 2, Plot Summary. I want to do a before and after exercise with you. Let's read what the critic said. And if you have read the book, I want you to ask yourself if you agree. If you have never read the book, I want you to think about how this shapes your expectations. By the end of the video, I am going to go over this again, and we're going to see if you change your mind in any way. Now, the most important critic in the West, by the time the novel was published, was a woman named Michiko Kakutani. She had the literary column in the New York Times and was widely respected as a tastemaker. People were very interested to see what she would say because she was a Japanese-American critic and she was reviewing Japan's most famous novelist. So her opinion carried extra weight. Her opinion set the tone for everybody else, and she decimated the novel. Michiko Kakutani said,
Murakami has written a fragmentary and chaotic book. Its origins perhaps explain the narrative's awkward construction, the impression it gives of being jerry-built out of an arbitrary accretion of episodes and digressions. For most of us, art is supposed to do something more than simply mirror the confusions of the world. Worse, Wind-Up Bird often seems so messy that its refusal of closure feels less like an artistic choice than simple laziness, a reluctance on the part of the author to run his manuscript through the typewriter one last time.
Now, I am showing you this because it sums up the criticism the novel got and continues to get to this day from literary critics. By the end of the video, we will see that this will not hold up. All right, now let me take you into the world of this novel. We are in a Tokyo neighborhood, a quiet residential neighborhood. It has a line of houses, some shops, a train station, and it's the 90s, so technology is not where it is today. This is the world Toru Okada lives in. And he's not doing so well. His life is quietly unraveling. He quit his job as a gopher at a law firm, and he doesn't have the motivation to find anything else. His wife, Kumiko, is working full-time to support him. Her cat has gone missing. So Toru spends most of his days listening to jazz, doing laundry, and searching for the missing cat. There are two more things happening that are a little bit unsettling. First, he keeps receiving prank phone calls from a strange woman who claims to know him and wants phone sex. And the second is, there is a strange bird calling from his neighbor's yard. It makes a creaking sound, like the sound winding a spring would make. He has never seen this bird, but he hears the bird constantly. He names it the wind-up bird. Now, looking for the cat, Toru finds an abandoned house beneath an alley. In the backyard, there's a water well that's dry. Next door to this abandoned house lives a peculiar teenage girl named May Kasahara, who has a playful fascination with death and dark things. She promises Toru she will help him find the cat, and they become friends. But because the search for the cat is leading nowhere, Kumiko, his wife, arranges for them to visit a clairvoyant. The clairvoyant is going to help them find the cat. Her name is Malta Kano. Malta Kano asks them what the name of the cat is. And the cat has a strange name. It has a human name. His name is Noboru Wataya. The cat reminded him of Kumiko's brothers, so they gave him the same name. Now, Kumiko's brother, Noboru Wataya, is a politician and an intellectual, and Toru despises the man. He finds him repulsive and despicable, almost obsessively so. Now, Malta Kano cannot handle this business on her own. She has an assistant who happens to be her sister. Her sister, named Kreta Kano, is the one who's going to be handling the case. Kreta Kano is younger and very beautiful, and she goes to take samples of the faucet water at Toru's home. Somehow, this will help. While visiting Toru, Kreta tells him her life story. It's pretty tragic. As a girl, she had a lot of pain in her body. She had a bunch of different ailments, and she was constantly in pain. It was so unbearable that by the time she turned 20, she wanted to commit suicide. So she crashed her brother's Toyota into a concrete wall. She survived the crash, But the car was totaled, so she owed her brother money to fix the car. Creta had no skills, so in order to be able to pay her brother back, she turned to prostitution. That is how she met Noboru Wataya. He was her client. One day, she was sent to a hotel to meet him, and he did something to her that defiled her. But he didn't do this physically. He did it with his mind. It kind of broke Creta. We are told a little bit about Kumiko's and Toru's story. When they were first wed, Kumiko's family didn't accept Toru because he was from a lower social class than her. And he didn't seem to have ambition or the drive to make anything worthwhile with his life. So her father opposed the relationship. Later, he gave in. And he told Kumiko she could marry Toru so long as they visited a spiritual counselor once a week. And so they did. The spiritual counselor was named Mr. Onda, and he gave them good advice for a year. But then a fight broke out between Toru and Kumiko's father, and so they stopped going to the psychic. Now, there are a lot of psychics, clairvoyants, spiritual counselors in this novel, and that's because in the world of the novel, there are multiple dimensions. There is a sub-layer to reality. It's a liminal space where things happen, but even though it kind of looks exactly like the dream world we visit when we go to sleep, the difference here is things that happened in the netherworld actually ripple out to the real world. For example, if two characters meet in the netherworld, they both remember having met there. So, for example, after Toru meets Creta Kano and she tells him her tragic life story, he starts having very vivid, wet dreams about Creta. All of these dreams happen in a hotel room number 208. Toru thinks these dreams are incredibly vivid and they feel like more than a dream, but he's convinced that they're just dreams. Until he talks to Creta and Creta confirms that the encounters are actually real and she remembers them. They happen in the netherworld. All of these dreams happen in a hotel room number 208. Life continues to go on the same way for Toru. He keeps listening to jazz, eating pasta, searching for the cat, and receiving weird phone calls from the strange woman who wants sex. He also continues to hear the sound of the wind-up bird calling from the neighbor's yard. And then, one more strange event happens. He receives a phone call from a stranger, a very polite man named Lieutenant Mamiya. Now, Lieutenant Mamiya tells Toru that they have a common friend who has passed away. This friend asks him to please carry his will. And as part of his will, he's supposed to give Toru a box. It's a gift. It's a keepsake. Now, who is this friend that they have in common? Mr. Onda. They hadn't gone to sessions in years, and yet Onda had sent Toru a box before dying. So Mamiya goes to visit Toru and give him this box, and he tells Toru the story of how he met Onda. They met at the army. They served together in the Manchurian War. They were both assigned to an intelligence operation that got botched. They were supposed to go into the enemy territory with some documents, but by doing so, they got spotted by the Mongolians, who captured them. Lieutenant Mamiya was forced to see how another man was skinned alive in front of his very eyes, and then he was abandoned in the middle of the Mongolian desert inside a dry well, naked and in pain. He thought he was going to die in there. But in the middle of this horror, something incredible happened. At one point, the sun came up, and the angle of its rays reached the point where they could penetrate the well completely. So he felt enveloped by this warm, all-encompassing light, and he felt like God was dwelling in the well with him. In this moment, he felt absolute clarity about himself. It only lasted about 15 seconds, and then the sun was gone. But this brief encounter changed the course of Mamiya's life forever. So after telling Toru his experiences, he presents him with the box. The box turned out to be a whiskey box. Cutty Sark whiskey box. When Toru opens the box, it turns out to be empty. Onda had given Toru an empty box. Now, what does that mean? That is the question everyone has when they read this book for the first time. What does the empty box mean? What's the meaning? Is it a metaphor for modern alienation and loss of meaning? Is Mr. Onda telling Toru to focus on the spiritual side of life? Is he telling Toru to go find himself? Well, I have an answer to that question, and we're going to go over it later. I'm pretty sure you're going to find it quite satisfying. But anyway, after receiving the empty box, Kumiko doesn't come back home that night. Toru waits for her. He searches for her, but he can't find her. He calls her office. She didn't go to the office that day. He goes to the dry cleaners. She had picked up her fresh clothes the day before. That's how he knows she's not coming back. In the following days, Noboru Wataya, Kumiko's brother that Toru despises, and Malta Kano get in contact with Toru to ask him for a meeting. So they get together and they tell him Kumiko has left him because she has been having an affair with another man and she wants to get divorced. They serve Toru with the divorce papers, and Toru refuses to sign. He says he's not going to sign unless he gets to talk to Kumiko herself. But Noboru Wataya and Malta tell him that Kumiko has no interest in talking to Toru. So devastated, Toru goes back home. He doesn't understand what is happening. And so he remembers Mamiya's story. And he remembers he found a dry water well in the backyard of the abandoned house while searching for the cat. An idea forms in his head. Maybe he can go into the dry well and experience the same moment of sudden clarity that Mamiya got, and it would explain why Kumiko left him. So he goes down the well. And as he starts meditating and thinking about his relationship with Kumiko, the boundaries between the physical world and the netherworld begin to blur. He reflects on their marriage. He remembers the first time they met. He remembers a secret abortion Kumiko had without telling him. which was devastating and put a lot of strain in the relationship. Now, during one of these meditations, May Kasahara visits and she playfully traps him inside the well. She takes the rope ladder that Toru had taken with them and she closes the lid and she traps him in there. Inside the well, without any means of escape, hungry, cold, Toru starts having mystical experiences, including one, a vision, where he sees himself becoming a bird. He's becoming the wind-up bird. He sees his arms become wings, feathers grow out of them, and he picks up flight and flies around his neighborhood as the wind-up bird. When he gets rescued from the well, Toru emerges with a blue-black mark on his cheek. Now, he's in a very difficult position because he doesn't have a job, he doesn't have a wife, he doesn't have a cat, he doesn't have a sense of purpose. Even the wind-up bird has stopped calling for some reason. He can't hear it anymore. So he spends his days aimlessly loitering, sitting outside a donut shop, watching people walk by. That's the moment when Toru gets recognized on the street. Well, not Toru exactly, but the mark on his cheek. An elegant woman notices his cheek mark and offers him work as a psychic healer. She gives him a makeover with expensive clothes and even buys the abandoned house for Toru so that he can sit on the well as long as he wants to. The woman's name, she doesn't want to share her real name, so she tells Toru a nickname. Her name is Nutmeg, and she works with her adult son, a man named Cinnamon. That's also a nickname. Cinnamon, her son, is mute, but he's remarkably capable, and he becomes kind of friends with Toru. After a while, May Kasahara writes to Toru from boarding school. She apologizes for trapping him inside the well, and she says she did it out of curiosity. This is when Toru settles into a nice routine. He has a job that pays really well, healing people by day, and then at night he goes into the well to try and figure out a way to bring Kumiko back. One morning, something unexpected happens. His cat returns. After a full year of absence, Toru goes back home and the cat is waiting for him there. For a moment, it seems like everything is going to be fine. Toru realizes that if he really wants to reach Kumiko, he has to find her away from her family. See, he has the suspicion that it is her family that is coercing her into staying away from him. He can't reach her physically, so he comes up with a plan. He decides that he's going to find her in the netherworld. He believes the mysterious woman that he has been encountering in room 208 in the netherworld is actually Kumiko. He wants to go down there, talk to the woman, reveal his hypotheses on who she is and what happened to Kumiko in her childhood, and then rescue her and bring her back. Meanwhile, May Kasahara continues to write to Toru. Now she's writing to him from a wig factory where she's working. She managed to get out of boarding school and to go to a wig factory. She is basically part of an assembly line that works on wigs, and she finds an unexpected happiness in her work and in her relationship with some co-worker girls that she has befriended. Now, Toru commits to this plan completely. He goes down the well. He starts meditating. He gets access to room 208. And then he confronts the woman he believes to be Kumiko about what went wrong with their marriage. He tells her everything, but in the middle of this conversation, a dark figure enters the room holding a knife. Toru believes this figure is Noboru Wataya, and there is a fight between Toru and the dark figure. The dark figure slashes Toru's face with the knife, and Toru beats him to pulp with a bat. Eventually, Toru manages to kill this man. He knows because he splits his skull like a cantaloupe with a bat. And he's going to see the man's face. He has a flashlight. He's going to see the man's face. But then the strange woman tells him not to. She asks him not to see the man, and he listens. So when he turns around to take the strange woman back home, the woman is gone. He goes back into the well through the wall of the room 208, only to realize the well is no longer dry. The well is slowly being filled with water. The water level is rising and rising, up to his neck, and then his face, and then Toru loses consciousness. Toru awakens at Nutmeg's house. He was saved by Cinnamon. He's told that while he was unconscious from what happened inside the well, Noboru Wataya, Kumiko's brother, had a stroke in the real world. So Toru believes that it was him who caused it through the bat in the netherworld. He also notices one more thing. His cheek mark is gone. And because his cheek mark is gone, Nutmeg says he can no longer work for her. He cannot be a spiritual healer any longer. As Toru prepares to leave Nutmeg's house, he discovers a letter from Kumiko on Cinnamon's computer. In the letter, Kumiko tells Toru everything. She tells Toru the truth. She tells him it was not just one man she had an affair with. She cheated on Toru with strings of men. She doesn't know why she did this and is very embarrassed, and she believes it has something to do with Noboru Wataya. So her plan is to go to the hospital where Noboru Wataya is hooked to life support, unplug him, thus murdering him, and then to turn herself in to prison. And that's exactly what she does, because Toru doesn't get in her way. She goes to prison. So then, the novel ends with Toru visiting May Kasahara at the wig factory. He tells her what happened with Kumiko, how she is now in prison, and her plans are to stay there and accept the sentence that they give her. And Toru's plan is to simply wait for Kumiko so that they can start over. That's the plot of the novel. Now, on the surface, this does seem to support what Michiko Kakutani said. It has disparate elements, a disjointed feel, characters that vanish for no reason. It has an inconclusive ending. But there is something extraordinary hidden inside this novel, beneath the seemingly random events. Let me show you what they missed. I believe it's now finally time to start doing the detective work. I want to show you what I found. I don't just want to tell you, I want to show it to you because it's very visual. Now, if you hold up the board of the Game of the Goose to the light, what you see is a series of symbols. You have the goose, the bridge, the inn, the well, prison, death, and the goose garden. Each one of these symbols corresponds to a specific square in the board. And if you land on them, something happens to your piece. You're either boosted in your movement or you are delayed. If you land on the bridge, you advance until the next bridge. If you land on the well, you have to wait. If you land on death, you have to start over again. All of these symbols are present in the Wind-Up Bird Chronicle, and they're present in a significant way. They are not inert. They're not a decoration. They activate the characters. They activate the plot. And they do it in a specific way that parallels what the Game of the Goose rules are. What I'm trying to say is, it's not just a backdrop. You might be thinking, well, Yael, many novels have these symbols. Many novels have prisons and wells and gardens and inns and bridges. And I would have to agree with you. But in these novels, it's just the backdrop. The garden is where someone kisses someone else before dying of tuberculosis. In the Wind-Up Bird Chronicle, however, they are not just optional flourishes. They move things. It's like the phone booth in Doctor Who. What makes this a little bit more challenging to parse is the fact that the novel is not structured on the board of the Game of the Goose. It's a run. It's a playthrough. And that is so clever because it shatters our expectations completely. If the novel was based on the board, it would be as simple as going to the board and finding the number of the special square and then finding the appropriate chapter on the novel. If the well, for example, is on square 31 on the Game of the Goose board, we would have to go to the novel's chapter 31 and we would see Toru going down the well for the first time. That is just not how it goes. See? The narrative here is not static, it is dynamic. So we just have to figure out another way to test this. Two more things complicate this analysis. The first one is we are all stuck with the same version of the novel, which is J. Rubin's translation. And while his translation is fantastic, the book is missing about 100 pages. Why? Because somebody at the publishing house decided that the full version of this book was too much book for English readers. So we're stuck with a book that is an abridged version missing 100 pages. Now, I read those pages. Somebody made an unofficial translation online, and I read them, but this is not an approved translation, so I don't know how. I'm going to just ignore it and just treat it like it doesn't exist. The Goose. All right, let's talk about the bird. The Wind-Up Bird Chronicle. The book whose title promises a metaphor so profound, so central, so elegant, that we are going to be pondering it for years to come. And then you read the novel, and the wind-up bird is a wind-up bird. Like literally, like just a wind-up bird. It's a bird that comes, makes some weird noise, and then just leaves. That's it. That's the bird. It's repeated over and over again through the novel constantly. It's right there in the title, and yet nobody in the book has ever seen the bird. Nobody knows what it looks like. We don't even know what species the bird is. Here's what we're told. This is the first time the bird is mentioned to us in chapter 1.
You could hear the mechanical cry of a bird that sounded as if it were winding a spring. We called it the wind-up bird. Kumiko gave it the name. We didn't know what it was really called or what it looked like, but that didn't bother the wind-up bird. Every day it would come and wind the spring of our quiet little world.
So the narrator recognizes the fact that the bird must belong to some sort of real name species, right? Then on chapter 5, we are told,
Soon the bird gave its rasping cry once more, a long, creaking sort of sound that came from the top of the neighbor's pine tree.
So there are two things we know for sure about this bird, right? One, nobody has ever seen it. And two, it makes a very odd, specific sound, a creaking sound like the winding of a spring. Let's imagine you and I are designers and we are tasked with making a cover for this brand new Japanese novel about a mechanical bird. What kind of bird should we put on the cover of this book? I don't know, take a guess. Should we maybe depict a canary? Probably not, right? Because canaries are famous for singing beautifully, and the bird in question makes weird, creaking, mechanical sounds. Doesn't seem like a canary would fit. What about an owl? Should we put an owl in there? Well, don't owls hoot? They're not creaking animals either, so what is it then? All right, many different designers have faced this question, and we have a bunch of different editions with covers that span the gamut of birds. Most of them default to generic bird. They depict a swallow or maybe a swift. Birds with small bodies and really big wings who travel long distances by flying. And while these birds are poetic and they have a nice look, they don't really fit the bill either. They don't make creaking sounds, they chirp. And on top of that, even though they may have a symbolic meaning, they usually symbolize homecoming because they return every year through migration to their home. So this is a poor fit on both accounts. So if the bird is not a swift and it's not a swallow and it's not just a generic bird, what is it then? Well, let's consider the true possibilities. Which birds make creaking sounds and have a fitting symbolic meaning? All right, we have grackles and starlings. They make creaking sounds for sure, but do they have a special symbolic meaning that could fit the novel? They don't really. The other possibility is that the bird is waterfowl. Swans and geese make sounds that can be described as mechanical creaking. Although the goose's call is often described as a type of honk, geese have many vocalizations that could be described as creaking. Could the wind-up bird be a goose? In symbolic terms, birds represent divinity. High-altitude birds like the eagle are often associated with God. Night birds like the owl or the harpy are associated with the goddess. But waterfowl have a very special role to play. They represent the divine child because a swan or a goose can fly up in the sky and they can plunge into the water and they can walk on land. They can traverse the three worlds. Like Toru, who goes down into the well and back up again. In fact, Mr. Honda, Toru and Kumiko's spiritual advisor, tells him in the second chapter,
"The point is not to resist the flow. When you're supposed to go up, find the highest tower and climb to the top. When you're supposed to go down, find the deepest well and go down to the bottom. When there's no flow, stay still."
See, the game of the goose is not just played horizontally. It also has a vertical axis because whenever you land on the goose, you get to fly up and skip a bunch of squares that are ahead of you until you land on the following goose. Likewise, if you land on the well, you have to climb down the well and you get stuck there. Now, in terms of actual goose squares, there are 13 total. out of a path of 63 squares, which means there is one goose square every 4 or 5 squares. And because you play with 2 dice, every time you roll, you're going to pass over or land on a goose. So you see how essentially they mark the turns you take. So remember what Toru says. The wind-up bird comes every day to wind the spring of our quiet little world. In other words, the wind-up bird marks time, progress, game state. So if this theory holds, and honestly, I hate how much this is holding, then every time Toru hears the bird creaking, it means it's his turn to roll the dice. He's not just hearing a weird animal. It is the sound of his next move being triggered, not because he did something special, but because it is his turn to play. Now, the bird literally winds the spring of the world because the world of the novel is the game of the goose. So each cry marks another turn in the game. That is the turns that you are taking. The fact that the goose is never mentioned in the novel is significant in itself. By refusing to name the bird, you create ambiguity. Murakami, by refusing to name the bird, is creating space in which to create more than one layer of meaning. You can tell an innocent story with a hidden layer underneath by being ambiguous. Now, let's move to the next symbol, which is the bridge. Now, the bridge occupies square 6 on the board, and if you land on it, you move to the next bridge on square 12, and vice versa. Let's check out what happens on chapter 12 in the book. The bridge. Now, the first book of the novel has 13 chapters, and this happens right before it ends on chapter 12. Lieutenant Mamiya is telling Toru his war stories, and he mentions this scene.
A plank bridge, held in place by ropes against the swift current, connected either side beneath the surface of the water. We made our way across the river's strong flow by clinging to the ropes. Our feet went numb in the cold water, but we and our horses struggled across to the far shore of the Kalka River.
See, this scene is Mamiya crossing a bridge that is concealed under the current of the water. The water is freezing, the current is violent, they struggled, but they managed to cross. This isn't just any bridge. It's not part of the background, because crossing this bridge completely transforms Mamiya's life. Before crossing, Mamiya was simply a cartographer. He was in the army, yes, but he was intelligent. He was an intellectual. He was protected, and he lived within the buffer zone in the army. Then comes the rupture. He is assigned an intelligence mission on enemy territory, and by crossing this bridge, his life is altered completely. Now, in Spanish, the Spanish version of the game, if you land on the bridge, you usually say, "De puente a puente me lleva la corriente." From bridge to bridge, the current takes me. The fact that this bridge is hidden underneath the current is telling. The current does take Mamiya, and it takes Toru, who's listening to this story, along with us. The current represents being swept and enveloped by events out of your control. In this clean-cut example, Murakami is placing the bridge exactly where we're supposed to find it if the novel was based on the board of the game. Now, we already established this novel is not the board, it's a playthrough. But Murakami is not doing a little transplant of the board here. What he's doing is offering us a wink. He is sophisticated enough to encode winks along the way. Even though he's not making a little literal transplant, he can afford to give us breadcrumbs along the way. Now we're going to move to the inn, which is the third symbol on the game of the goose, the inn. What is an inn, really? It's basically a hotel, right? There are many hotels depicted in the novel, and most of them are inert, meaning they have no special function. It's just a backdrop where characters go, do things, exist, and that's it. And then there's Room 208. Now, Room 208 is the opposite of inert. This is the place where most of the significant and powerful scenes in the novel take place, and they take place there for a reason. It is the only place they can take place, because Room 208 and the hotel it is in are the netherworld. They are this other dimension where characters can go and interact with one another and do things that will ripple out into the real world on that other dimension. So you see how this inn, this Room 208, isn't just a hotel room. It's actually a portal. It's a liminal place. Think about this like the back rooms that everybody is obsessed with online. The hotel the Room 208 is located in is the darkened corridors of the subconscious mind, and it's a dreamscape that everybody shares in the novel. Now we're going to go to map out the next symbolic square, which is the well. Now, this is the most important symbol in the entire novel, so pay attention. The well. Well. We have reached the well. Now, if you have ever played the royal game of the Goose, you know what happens if you land on the well square. You are cooked. You are cooked. Why? Because the rules of the game are that if you land on the well, you lose every single turn. You can't move again until somebody else lands there and takes your place. And the probabilities of that happening are super small. So if you land on the well, it's essentially a soft game over. You're forced to stay there and wait. You can't roll, you can't move. All you can do is just watch everybody else have fun. The Wind-Up Bird Chronicle is essentially a novel about a man who lands on the well square. Toru Okada finds a literal well in an alley behind his house. This well is not part of the scenery. He actually goes into the well, descends to the bottom of the well, and by doing this, he is completely transformed as a person. So this well is the opposite of inert. This is definitely an active element of the novel. And now we're gonna go and check the next symbol. The maze. The maze in this book is so straightforward and so easy to see. It's actually encoded several times. Many characters go through their own mazes. We have the maze Toru goes to in Yoyogi when he fights the man with the guitar case. We have a maze made out of stories that Cinnamon loses his tongue in. And we have the second maze that Toru goes through in the corridors of the hotel. So let's hear the words that are used to describe these mazes, starting with the one in Yoyogi.
The man went on walking at the same steady pace through a labyrinth of alleys. I followed after him. Before long, the man entered a hushed area of deserted streets lined with two-story wood frame houses. The road was narrow and twisted, and the run-down houses were jammed up against each other on either side. The lack of people here was almost weird. Carrying his guitar case, the man had made his way through the maze of streets until he came to a wood frame apartment house.
Now let's hear how Nutmeg describes the maze made out of words and stories that she created for Cinnamon. It was something that jumped out of that maze, that snatched his tongue and killed her husband, presumably a minotaur.
As he began to understand language, Cinnamon asked me to tell him the story again and again. And so the story grew and grew. There was no end to any of this. I know now what happened. His words were lost in the labyrinth, swallowed up by the world of the stories. Something that came out of those stories snatched his tongue away.
Now, that's a beautiful nod to Borges' Library of Babel, right? But we have one more instance of a maze, this time in the corridors of the hotel. Toru uses a ballpoint pen he has in his pocket to mark the walls so he can find his way back.
The corridor forked again, and I had always gone right, on the assumption that if I chose to go back, I should be able to find the room by taking only lefts. I thrust my hands in my pockets and I pulled the pen out. I could use this to mark the walls as I followed the waiter. Wherever the corridor forked, I made a small blue X on the cream-colored wall.
You see how the ballpoint pen here is the same thing as Ariadne's string, right? Theseus found his way out of the maze after fighting the Minotaur because he had a thread. Toru uses the ballpoint pen in the exact same way. And that is how we can say that the maze is also present in the book in a way that is not inert, but an absolute part of the architecture of the novel. So now it's time to analyze prison. Prison. In the game of the Goose, if you land in prison, you lose 3 turns. And here, it is not Toru who lands on the prison square, it's Kumiko. Because while Toru is in the bottom of the well playing spiritual savior, Kumiko is the one leading with the real world. She is the one who has to take action in physical reality. She's the one having to do the dirty work. Kumiko is the person who disconnects Noboru Wataya from life support. And then she turns herself in. By the end of the novel, we see how Toru says that he's waiting for Kumiko to get out of prison so they can start over. Now, prison here is not an allegory, and it is not an inert backdrop. It is a crucial part of the plot, and it arrives just as expected by the end of the novel. Death. You may be wondering if Toru lands on the death square at all, and if death is actually depicted in the novel or not. Well, on a superficial read, you may miss it, but Toru actually does land on death, and he goes through death. You see, by the end of the novel, after he has the confrontation with the shadowy figure in room 208, Toru goes back into the well, only the well is no longer dry. The well is filling up with water, and he describes how the water level goes up and up, all the way to his chin, his nose, his forehead, and then he passes out.
The water was up to my throat. Now it was wrapped around my neck like a noose. At this rate, I would have another 5 minutes or so before the water covered my mouth and nose and started filling my lungs. There was no way I could win. "I'm afraid to die, though," I whispered to myself. These turned out to be my last words. They were not very impressive words, but it was too late to change them. The water was over my mouth now. Then it came to my nose. I stopped breathing. I was dying.
When Toru wakes up, he is at Nutmeg's residence, and we are told Cinnamon rescued him. But look again. He didn't just pass out, you see. Toru spends 3 days without being able to move or talk. He's paralyzed and he's mute for 3 days. And then he snaps out of it.
Cinnamon brought you here.
Said Nutmeg.
Cinnamon says you were in the well too long. It was a very close call.
It took 2 full days for my body to recover. Nutmeg stayed with me the whole time. I couldn't get up by myself. I couldn't speak. I could hardly eat. On the morning of the third day, I was finally able to get out of bed by myself. Walking was still too hard for me, but I slowly regained the ability to speak.
To me, this is a clear nod to a resurrection. He spent 3 days dead and then came back to life. And that's exactly what Square 58 does to you. According to the rules of the Game of the Goose, if you land here, your piece dies and has to go back all the way to the beginning of the board and start over. And in fact, that's exactly what Toru tells May Kasahara at the end of the novel. He says he's waiting for Kumiko to get out of jail so that they can start over together. And it's not just Toru who goes through death, but Creta goes too, because when she's 20, she drives her brother's Toyota into a wall and she has a pretty bad accident. And when she wakes up, she survived, but she is almost an entirely different person than she was before crashing. So to me, this indicates that Creta landed on the death square as well, and she went all the way back to the beginning of the board and she got to play again all over. So this leaves us with just one more square to go through, the Goose Garden. This is the victory square in the Game of the Goose. This is square 63. This is where you want to get to before anybody else. The victory square, full of geese and happiness. Now, Toru and Kumiko lose the Game of the Goose. When the game is over, their piece is locked in prison. However, at the end of the novel, Toru receives a letter from May Kasahara. She's writing to Toru from the Goose's garden. She tells him this.
I told you before how this factory I'm working in has this huge property with woods and a pond and stuff. It's great for taking walks. The pond's a pretty big one, and that's where the duck people live. Maybe 12 birds altogether. When I'm walking down the path in the woods, thinking about the duck people, I get this really warm, happy feeling. And it hits me that I haven't felt happy like this for a long, long time.
May Kasahara has found happiness in the garden of the wig factory, where there is a pond with 12 ducks swimming in it. She hasn't felt this happy in a very long time. Now, there are 12 ducks in the garden, symbolizing the 13 goose squares. Only one bird is missing, and that bird is Toru. I will explain why later. So while Toru doesn't reach the garden in this playthrough, the novel shows us that the garden is there, waiting for him. The smoking gun. I've been holding on to this for a long time. We have mapped out 6 different symbols from the Game of the Goose into the novel, and they show up in the right order and with narrative function. The parallels are striking, but you could wonder if this is just a coincidence. Could it be just a coincidence? Maybe. Could this be some sort of unconscious impulse on the part of Murakami? He didn't know what he was doing. This was just a dreamlike state he was in when writing. It could be. One thing I kept wondering through this whole rabbit hole was, is this pareidolia? Am I just projecting things into the novel that aren't there? But let me show you my smoking gun, because this was the moment I realized it wasn't just in my head, it was actually real and in the novel. You see, when I had the hunch at the vintage store, I had read this novel 20 years prior, and a lot of things happened in 20 years. I had completely forgotten the plot. I mean, I like the book enough to remember the way it made me feel. I had some scenes etched into my mind, right? But I didn't remember the plot, and I didn't remember the name of the protagonist. It was all very fuzzy. So when I got home from the store with this hunch fresh in my heart, I went to Wikipedia to search for the details of the book. And that's when I saw the protagonist's name. The protagonist's name is Toru Okada. And this might not say much to you right now, but I am going to show you just how striking this is. Toru is a Japanese name that means to pass through, right? To pass through something. Okada contains the sound oka. Oka. Right? Which you might not recognize, but it is the word in Italian for goose. You see, the game of the goose is the origin of the game is either Spanish or Italian, and in both languages, goose is oca. In Italian, it's el gioco dell'oca. In Spanish, it's el juego de la oca. Or simply oca, like I called it when I was a child. I would say to my friends, ¿Quieres jugar a la oca? Do you want to play oca? So, the name of the protagonist, Toru Okada, actually means to pass through oka, to pass through the game of the goose. Now, I am not a mathematician. I don't even know how to begin to calculate the probabilities of something like this happening in the plot of a book. But I have common sense. And seeing 6 exact parallels in order from the book and the game, and then having the protagonist name contain the actual name of the game, to me, the probability of this happening by accident is probably very, very close to 0. Now that we have our smoking gun, and I don't want to toot my own horn, but that was something, right? We're going to go ahead and delve into a much more detailed and deep analysis of this book, which is going to be a lot of fun because it's going to be like a little detective adventure through this book. However, I do want to say, for the sake of clarity, that I had to choose a path. I could either remove a lot of the analysis from this video and make it understandable and easy to follow for everybody, or I could just include everything, all the tangents, all of the deeper meaning, all of the mechanics into this video, overwhelm everybody and put everyone off. And I decided to go with the first route, which means this is going to be thorough and exciting and everything, but there's more to this analysis that is not on this video because, constraints. So if you're someone who's really excited about either the Wind-Up Bird Chronicle as a novel or this analysis itself, then you maybe want to have access to the full thing. If you do, there is a book that I wrote with all of this information, everything from this video and what got cut off. And also there's an unabridged, uncut version of the video where I cover all of the things that YouTube gets a little iffy about. And it's all on my Patreon, so the link is in the description box in case you want it. So let's continue with our little adventure. Deep mechanics. So I was curious to see if the story followed the rules of the game. And I wanted to do it right, so I had to start with something that I was certain of. The one thing I knew for sure was Toru landed on the well square. I mean, he spends most of the novel stuck in there, so for sure he landed there. And the rules of the games are, you can only get out of the well if another player takes your place. So what happens in the novel? Who takes Toru out of the well? Nobody. He spends the whole novel at the bottom of that well. Nobody takes him out. So, is there something to this then? Well, yeah, because Toru did take somebody else's place at the bottom of the well. He takes Mamiya's place. Lieutenant Mamiya's place was taken by Toru. And you may be thinking, but how? I mean, how? Didn't Didn't Lieutenant Mamiya get rescued by Mr. Honda decades before Toru ever set a foot into the well? Well, yes, but also no. I mean, he gets rescued physically, but a part of him never really leaves the well. He says that much in a letter to Toru. Like, he describes the bottom of the well as a place of annihilation where he lost part of his soul. He feels like he never quite left Siberia. He got rescued by Mr. Honda, but he never felt whole again. He becomes the emblem of spiritual stalling. And this is the way he describes it in chapter 12.
After returning to Japan, I lived like an empty shell. I was not, in the true sense of the word, alive. I simply performed the mundane tasks that were handed to me, one after another. Sometimes it seemed to me that my life here was the dream.
So after landing on the well, Mamiya never resumes his life. He doesn't get married. He doesn't have children. Years go by and his emotions never come back. For all intents and purposes, he never left the well. Not really, not spiritually. And he tells this story to Toru. Why? Why does he tell this story to Toru? Because he's delivering a box. Mamiya is delivering a keepsake from a mutual friend, Mr. Honda, who passed away. And then when Toru opens the box, it turns out it was empty. People always wonder about that. The empty box. What does it mean? What does the empty box mean? Now, most people read this as a metaphor, but when I read this passage in light of the game of the goose, I knew exactly what was going on. I understood what happened. The box is empty because the keepsake is just an excuse. You see, Toru was not the real recipient of Honda's parting gift. Mamiya was. The real gift was from Honda to Mamiya. He orchestrated the transfer of the well role. So the box is empty because the transfer is complete. Toru has landed. Mamiya is free. This happens in chapter 12, at the end of the first book. I had to read the entirety of the second book and the beginning of the third to realize just how accurate my interpretation was, because on the third book there is a letter from Mamiya to Toru where it is confirmed. You see, it's confirmed by Murakami himself within the novel. This is the exact explanation that is written in the novel, and to me, it's just confirmation.
I wonder if it was not Mr. Honda's intention all along to bring the two of us together. Perhaps he believed that it would be good for me to meet you, and for you to meet me. The division of keepsakes may well have been an excuse to have me visit you. This may explain the empty box. My visit to you itself would have been his keepsake.
So my intuition was right. I was able to predict things within the novel using the game of the goose mechanics. Now, if you read the novel without this key, this letter is weird. You know, it seems to assign a special sort of status to the relationship between Mamiya and Toru, and there is nothing there. There's nothing there. When nothing of meaning develops between them, you just discard it as one more failed character. This is just one more loose end that Murakami didn't know how to tie. It turns out it wasn't. Do you know what happens immediately after Toru receives the empty box and the transfer is complete? Kumiko abandons him. We are made to believe that it is she who leaves Toru, but look again. Toru has landed on the well. He has forfeited his turn. He has exited the timeline. Kumiko didn't abandon him. She just continued to move forward. Toru was stuck. And more significantly than this, the wind-up bird that we have been hearing creak for 12 straight chapters is suddenly gone. It stops calling. And Toru notices this. He notices the bird's absence. He starts thinking, where is the bird? Why is the bird not calling anymore? Is it the season? It is the summer, perhaps? No, it's because he no longer rolls the dice. The game is paused for him. No more turns, no more wind-up bird calls. That's how the square works. So he doesn't get to roll the dice again. Now, this to me was already such a rush, but I wasn't satisfied. You know why? Because somebody must replace Toru at the bottom of the well. Otherwise, how else did he get through to the maze? How did he land on the death square? And he lands on both after. Did he just teleport? No, something was off. Something wasn't quite right. So I had to go back in the book, keep reading, but backwards. And I realized there was something in book 2 that I had missed. Toru is rescued by another player who lands on the well and takes his place. Who is this player? Kratakano shows up and rescues Toru from the bottom of the well. One of the first times that Toru goes into the well, he gets trapped. It wasn't his fault. He went prepared. He took a rope ladder, a flashlight, a cushion, food, water, but he wasn't counting on May Kasahara's playfulness. You see, when he goes down into the well, May Kasahara steals the rope ladder and puts the lid back on the well and basically traps Toru in there. And so Toru at first thinks, this is just going to go on for a little while and May's going to come back for me. But then, it doesn't happen. And he spends 3 days inside. He thinks he's going to die. And right when he's losing all hope, Kratakano shows up, removes the lid, says, "Hi, Toru," from above, rescues him from the well, and, more importantly, takes his place. Now, how do we know that this is what happened? Okay, so the first clue is after this happens, May Kasahara asks Toru, "How did Kreta know that you were down there? Like, I was planning on keeping you there until you were about to die. And then I was going to let you out, but I wanted you to go all the way. How did Kreta know that you were in there?" And honestly, Toru doesn't have an answer for her. And we don't have an answer either. What we think happens is because she's a psychic, maybe she read his mind. Maybe she saw that he was under stress and went to help him. But I think what really happened, if you look at the Game of the Goose rules, is Kreta didn't even know Toru was in there. She just landed on the well square. And then, it was her turn. She takes him out because it's her turn to go down into the well. And we know this because on the following chapter, Maltakano gets in contact with Toru to ask him about the whereabouts of Kreta, her sister, because she hasn't seen her.
I do have one more thing I would like to ask you about, Mr. Okada. For some time now, I've been unable to establish contact with my sister Kreta, just as I lost contact with you. It may be a coincidence, but I find it very strange. I was wondering if perhaps you might have some knowledge of the circumstances behind this.
Kreta apparently goes missing. So Toru goes to the well, because that's the last time he saw her. So he goes back to the well and he finds her at the bottom of the well.
There was a sudden disappearance of Kreta Kano. I had last seen her at the well. I entered the yard of the vacant house and went straight for the well. Something prompted me to peer down into the well and call Kreta Kano's name. There was no answer. I pulled out my flashlight and aimed it down the well. I heard a tiny, moaning sort of sound. I tried calling the name again.
"It's all right, I'm here."
She gets stuck herself. That is why Kreta Kano disappears from the novel. She landed on the well square. She's invisible now. She's stuck underground in the well. Now, critics think, another loose end. Bad author, unreliable plot, bad Murakami. Not so fast, my friend. There is a sign, a very clear sign that Murakami did this intentionally. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't his subconscious flowing, adrift, creating plot out of thin air. No, this was created with a purpose. And I know this because of the placement of these scenes. They are placed in a very specific spot in the novel. Murakami gets Toru stuck in the bottom of the well in the first book. And he then gets Creta stuck in the second book. But in which chapter does this happen? It happens in chapter 12. They both get stuck in the well in chapter 12. So, turns out, Murakami didn't just let his cat walk all over his typewriter to write the Kano sisters of the novel. Turns out he actually did pay attention. He did this with precious care. Hey, but wait a minute. Why did Malta vanish too? It was Creta who took Toru's place, right? Where is Malta? Well, after understanding the well mechanics, you have to assume Toru is not the only piece moving over the board. There's other pieces. Mamiya has a piece, that's for sure, because Toru replaced him. And Creta has another piece, because she replaced him. So how many players are in the game of the Goose? It's a 4-player game, right? And we have 4 couples in the novel that are eerily attached to one another. We have Toru and Kumiko. We have Creta and Malta, the psychic sisters. We have Honda and Mamiya, the war veterans. And we have Nutmeg and Cinnamon, mother and child. So, husband and wife, psychic sisters, war veterans, mother and child. Each one of these dyads moves one of the pieces over the board. Every single time the wind-up bird calls, each dyad gets a turn to move over the board. This is why Malta disappears when Creta gets stuck in the well. They play together. Now, why dyads? Why not just single characters moving the pieces? Why make them couples? Well, it's because this novel has many layers. The Game of the Goose is just one of them. And Murakami needs to encode all of the layers in the movement of the pieces, right? In this layer, the pieces move following the rules of the Game of the Goose. In another layer, these pieces move like a cosmic egg. Mundane egg contains opposing forces in motion, in tension, right? This is what makes it dynamic. Think of it as the yin and the yang, right? For example, in Toru's dyad, we have Toru and we have Kumiko, yin and yang. Toru is the passive principle. Kumiko is the active one. Toru receives, waits, reflects. Kumiko moves, acts, expresses. Toru is male, Kumiko is female, right? They become a dyad. But we can also see this in Malta and Creta. Malta is a clairvoyant who enjoys the gift of her psychic ability. Creta spends most of her life suffering from severe pain in her body. So Malta is pleasure in the mind, Creta is pain in the body. Malta is an ascetic, Creta is a prostitute. That's the second dyad. The third dyad is Mr. Honda used to be a soldier. He's also a slob. He wears clothes he hasn't washed in forever. He kind of spits and coughs and scratches his nose in front of Kumiko and Toru. And on the other hand, Lieutenant Mamiya is a man of intellect. He is refined. He's not used to fighting. He takes extreme care in being polite and well-mannered. So Honda sees more than others. He's a psychic. Mamiya is spiritually blind, as we will see later in the book. They are complementary too. And last, we have Nutmeg and Cinnamon, mother and son, right? Nutmeg is old, Cinnamon is young. Nutmeg tells evocative stories about her past, Cinnamon is mute. So in the systems encoded in the novel, duality, there is opposing forces, are the dynamic principle.
The law presides over things of this world, the world where shadow is shadow and light is light. Yin is yin and yang is yang. I'm me and he's him. But you don't belong to that world, Sonny. The world you belong to is above that or below that.
This is why Murakami gives each piece a dyad and not a single character. It is the tension inside the opposition that makes the pieces move along the board. All right, but what about the maze? What happens when Toru lands on the maze? Does he go back to square 30 like the rules of the game clearly state? Well, turns out he does, in fact. That is the reason he goes over the maze twice. The first time he lands on the maze, the second time he passes through. That is why Toru gets two mazes, one in the alleys of Yoyogi and the second one in the hotel corridors. Murakami even references square 30 in the novel. This is from the passage in the maze of the Yoyogi alleys.
The geography of this place was lost on me. I couldn't tell north from south. It was, in any case, a forgotten section of the city. Stepping in here, I felt as if time had turned back 20 or 30 years.
See, Toru goes back in time, not 30 years, to square 30. So, okay, now that we see that the rules of the game are reflected in the novel, why would Murakami choose this particular game as the skeleton for the novel? Why not Parcheesi or Monopoly? Why not football? We could say this is just a random choice, but I am going to show you why this isn't random and it's purposeful in the next chapter. By the end of the second axis, you will understand the initiatory path revealed in the pages of this book and exactly how Murakami turned this novel into an artifact to alter your mind. Like I said at the beginning of the video, the Wind-Up Chronicle is not just a piece of fiction. It's not just a story about a sad man and his missing cat. This book is fundamentally about initiation, and it's trying to initiate you, its reader, while you read it. In this sense, The Game of the Goose was a perfect choice. It's not just a children's game. The Game of the Goose, at its heart, hides a mystery, a beautiful mystery, one of the biggest mysteries in the history of Europe's Renaissance. And over the next chapters, I am going to unravel that mystery for you so that you can see how it ties into the novel and what it is doing both to the novel and to you as a reader. It's going to feel like a big tangent because it's going to take us about 20 minutes. I'm going to go in detail over the theories of the origin of the Game of the Goose, the lore, what it meant, And I am also going to try and get you in the same mental paradigm as someone from the Renaissance so that you can understand the logic behind initiation. By the end of the following chapters, we're going to tie it back into the Wind-Up Bird Chronicle. And knowing this, equipped with the knowledge I am about to give you, you're going to be able to open and unlock every single secret of this novel. So let's do it. Chapter 4, A Strange Gift. Now, the game of the goose is very old. Just how old it is not known. Some people say this used to be a gambling game in medieval Europe, and maybe it was, but if you research the origins of the game, there are two distinct theories, and none of them involve drunk people in taverns. The origin is much more interesting than that. The first time that the game was mentioned in written history was around 1570, when the Duke of Tuscany gave a board of the Game of the Goose as a gift to Philip II, King of Spain. Now, if you pay attention to what I just said, it's pretty crazy, you see, because in 1570, this was the High Renaissance, and it was also the Golden Age of Spain. Philip II wasn't just any king. He was the most powerful man in the world. The Spanish kingdom was the kingdom where the sun never set. So you would think that the Duke of Tuscany, even though he was a Medici, would have an interest in wooing the king. He would have an interest in gaining some favor with him. And instead of giving him a sister, or, I don't know, lands, jewelry, armed men, I don't know, something like that, he goes ahead and gives him a children's board game. It sounds insane. It sounds insane to our mindset, doesn't it? But once you understand the mystery that lies in the heart of this game, you will see how things start to make sense in a completely different way. So let's get into it. What are the theories about the origin of this game? There are several theories, and they are all fascinating, and they all tie into the novel, but I don't have infinite space in this video, and I don't have enough visual aids to tell you those stories. So tonight, we're going to focus on the Knights Templar hypotheses, and we're going to leave the rest for my Patreon. So if you want to listen to the other stories, you can find them there. So the Knights Templar and the Game of the Goose. The first theory about the origins of the game claim that the game is kind of a rehash of Snakes and Ladders, and it was created or developed by the Knights Templar and brought to Spain from the East. Supposedly, the Knights Templar came into contact with these board games from India when they went to the East to protect the pilgrims at the holy site in Jerusalem. And they kind of gave it a facelift so that the game would be about their own imagery and their own logic rather than Indian logic. And then they brought the game with them to Spain because they were assigned to also protect the pilgrims that went to the St. James Way, to Camino de Santiago in Spain. So the game they developed in Jerusalem, they brought to Europe, to Spain, for Camino de Santiago. The game is tied to Camino de Santiago, to St. James Way. And this is a fact. The St. James Way is filled with geese imagery and things that match the board in some way. So the people say that because the Knights Templar were the ones who protected and maintained the routes, that explains their ties to the game. There are not many historical references to this, but I can show you something very visual that will help you see the connection is not just arbitrary, but it has some real meat to this theory. To me, the key that ties the Game of the Goose board to the Knights Templar resides tucked in the hills of a Portuguese town called Sintra. It is a castle called Quinta da Regaleira. This enigmatic castle was built in 1910 by an eccentric millionaire called Carvalho Monteiro. Carvalho Monteiro was the wealthiest man in Portugal. His family had made its fortune in Brazil, and he went back to Portugal to build himself this castle. Carvalho Monteiro was known to be fascinating and obsessed with Hermeticism, alchemy, the Freemasons, and some say he was initiated into an order of the Knights Templar. The buildings that he had built in the compound of Quinta da Regaleira are filled with symbolism pertaining all of these orders. And the thing that I find the most intriguing is that even though nobody has traced any sort of relationship between Quinta da Regaleira and the game of the Goose, all of the 6 hazard squares are present in the architecture of the castle. What tourists are told when they go visit this place is that he built it so that he could have initiatic rituals from his order in the grounds of his own castle. But what I know is that each hazard square from the game of the Goose has a parallel in this castle. We have a bridge near the entrance, a well, a dry well called Pozo Iniciático, initiatory well. It consists of 9 stories below the ground with a winding staircase. When you reach the bottom, there is a crack in one of the walls through which you can access a maze of tunnels that were supposed to be walked in darkness. Then once you found the light, you would exit the maze through a grotto and walking on the waters of the grotto through stepping stones, you would reach a chapel. And even though in most brochures this is just called a chapel, there is a crypt beneath where the rites of initiation were supposed to finish. This, of course, represents the Death Square. There is also a tower representing prison and a garden, and we even find a grotto dedicated to Leda, the woman that was impregnated by Zeus disguised as a swan. Inside the castle itself, there are ballrooms and drawing rooms, and it was built for entertaining, which seems very fitting if you think about the inn. So as you can see, Quinta da Regaleira has the same symbols in it as the Game of the Goose board, and it was built for initiation. This makes us think that the Game of the Goose board is a map of this initiatic journey. And we're gonna take this as a valid theory going forward with this video, because even if it may not be historically accurate, we will never know, it is part of the lore of this game that Murakami was probably having in mind when writing this novel. So next, what we're going to do is we're going to try and understand the paradigm, the cosmogony of alchemists, Hermeticism, and all of these initiatic orders that will explain and unlock the meaning of these symbols for you. And then we will be able to see how they tie in into the novel and your own experience of the novel as an initiatory device. Chapter 5, Oka as an Oracle. What if I told you that this was not actually a children's game, but it was something else entirely? I think you suspected it. And I was going to tease you, but to tell you the truth, I kind of feel like giving it to you straight up. So the Game of the Goose is not a children's game. It's an occult map disguised as just harmless entertainment. You see, the hazard squares have symbols in it that have great importance in Hermetic thought. The path is a spiral, and the goose is an ancient symbol of divinity. What the map is decoding is initiation. On a deeper layer, it is the journey of consciousness through reality. So it depicts the way universal consciousness or spirit descends into matter, incarnates into it, lives a whole cycle of life, dies and incarnates again, and dies and incarnates again, unless transcendence is achieved. Now, I'm not speaking lightly about this. The goose is a symbol for divinity. It is a symbol for divinity in many different cultures because it represents this travel of the soul through manifestation. There's one myth that you're probably familiar with. Zeus, when he impregnates Leda, he descends as a goose, as a swan, to do so. The swan and Leda, it's a very famous image. And that's because geese and swans can traverse the three realms. They can fly in the sky, swim in the water, and walk on earth. So they are seen as the soul because they can inhabit heaven, they can be in the world, and they can travel to the underworld. So, when you play a game of the goose, what you're doing is enacting one of these cycles, a cycle of incarnation. Goose, or the spirit, incarnates into 4 different pieces that will move along the board. Each piece gets to live a life during the game. It's a specific instance with unique roles that make his life feel unique. Each one of them has one shot to reach the garden in square 63. The garden represents transcendence, a return to the source. This is the point where if the piece reaches the garden, it becomes illuminated. It realizes he was the goose all along. He was the spirit all along. For the Hermeticists, this is the story of each and every one of us. Now, in the Game of the Goose, you can win or you can lose. Because even though this is the story of everybody, not every person reaches transcendence. Transcendence requires ordeal. Your soul needs to undergo transformation through trial and tribulation. What this is encoding is the actual steps of initiatory practices in almost every single lineage, from primitive shamanism to Western alchemy to mystery schools to hidden fraternities to tantric initiations. They all converge in the same map. The goal of initiation is to let you die before you die. It's to get you to accept death. This sounds complicated, but it isn't really. Why do you have to die before you die? It's because if you don't face death, you spend your entire life being driven by automatic scripts, automatic responses to things. You are anxious and you're avoiding the reality that we're all going to die eventually, right? So in order to actually be free, you need to come to terms with death. You need to face death and transcend it by realizing that there is something after death. And this is what initiatory rites give you. It's not just facing death, but providing you with first-hand experience of divinity. The aim of all of these rites is to let you see yourself as a smaller fractal within a large one. Is to see yourself as a little drop of water within the ocean of universal consciousness. Because if you get this experience, you will have transcended. You will no longer fear death because you will know what you are. You will get to return to the source. So, this is why every initiation at its core is a simulation of death. And Toru lands in the death square and he gets to confront it. If you want to see this more clearly, the fact that this is a map of initiation, I'm going to reveal something to you. If you look, you can do a search for old Oka boards. In some of them, you will see the Fool depicted in square 1. The Fool is the first card of the major arcana in tarot. Death, depicted on square 58, corresponds to death in tarot as well. We can trace parallels between the other squares. The inn is the lovers, prison is the devil, the well is the hanged man. By 1570, the Visconti Sforza deck, which was the first tarot deck ever created, was already 100 years old. Now you see it? So, if you are designing a children's game, this is probably not what you would design. But if you are designing a symbolic map of initiation and spiritual ascent, under the watchful eye of the Inquisition, this is exactly what you would design. And in the exact same way that tarot and astrology is used for divination to learn the future, the game of the goose was not really entertainment. It was not a children's game or a drunk's gambling system. The game of the goose was an oracle, a religious artifact. Seekers would play to find themselves along the path, to understand the moment they were in, or to read the future, if you will. But of course, we are too clever, we're too modern, we are infinitely smart, and we no longer believe in things such as destiny or our capacity to predict it. We are way too advanced for this. But wait a second. Would you entertain this idea with me for a moment? You see, according to Hermetic thought, chance doesn't exist. The universe is not random. So what we call chance is just bigger patterns that we can't see. God's divine order is too big for us to see, so we call it chaos. It's the same thing that happened to the critics of Murakami's novel. They called it chaotic because they couldn't see the game of the goose underlying the actions. So imagine, this is like if you were a little tiny ant walking along the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel and you saw what you had around you. You would think it's a big mess. Just patches of paint of different colors everywhere. Chaotic, messy, meandering. No, it's the Sistine Chapel. You're just too close to see it. We get to see the masterpiece because we have the distance, right? We are ants walking along the world, along creation, calling everything chaotic because we can't see the pattern, right? So within this view, everything around you is material, sure, but there are also principles that govern things that are invisible to the eye. And this is not entirely false. In our most sacred of temples, casinos, for instance, we actually have to simulate randomness using algorithms. We are incapable of creating true, real randomness on purpose. So, for example, slot machines in casinos, you think they're random? They're not. They're just running on a super complex pattern that gives you a result, just an output from this pattern, and it is so complex that we can't spot it, we can't see it. It fakes it so that it can trick our monkey brain into putting another quarter into the machine. That is how Las Vegas works. And the Hermeticist claim is basically that Las Vegas works this way because the entire universe works the same way. So under this light, divination is not magical thinking. You don't read tarot to predict the future. You read tarot because reality is a pattern, and the pattern leaks. The pattern can be read in dice rolls, runes, stars in the sky, tobacco, anything random will reveal it. And it isn't even a static pattern, it's dynamic, which explains why you can get different results from divination each time. But what do we know about this pattern? Do we know what type of pattern is? Of course we do. Hermeticists were brilliant people. Isaac Newton was one of them. And I will explain what the pattern is in the next chapter. Chapter 5. The Maze Within. No, The Maze Within. You probably have heard the phrase, as above, so below, or as within, so without. We have a scientific word for that now. We call it a fractal. They didn't have a word for it back then, but we do now. The pattern is a fractal, and the basic feature of a fractal is that it is the same at every scale. If you have a fractal and you zoom in, or if you zoom out, it's like nothing changes. It's the same pattern over and over again. Infinite self-similarity. What that means is no matter how much you zoom into it, you're never going deeper into the fractal because there is no bottom to get to. There is no smallest unit. It's just infinitely recursive. So take the coastline of Britain, for example. You may have heard that the more closely you measure it, the longer it gets. That's because each line, it's composed of an infinite little wiggle. So if you draw this wiggle with a crayon, right, maybe the coastline is 700 miles. But if you use a laser, then suddenly it's 7,000. And if you use an atomic probe, you're still going to be measuring it next year. You are basically trapped in Zeno's labyrinth, and every single exit is just another copy of the entrance. Are you seeing through this lens yet? Now, from this perspective, from the fractal perspective, if you apply it to reality, then the room you're in, the room you're sitting in right now while you watch this video, is very similar to the psyche within you. This is why things like make your bed within Hermetic logic is sound advice. It's not because making your bed is your duty. It's not if you don't make your bed, you're a slob. The advice is order is not local. order scales. And if you touch the fractal at one scale, it ripples across the whole thing. So if you make your bed on the outside, the action of making it is also reorganizing your psyche. So this is crucial to understanding not just the novel, not just the Wind-Up Bird Chronicle, but to understand a different way to see reality. The logic of the fractal is encoded in labyrinths and mazes. And you probably think that labyrinths and mazes are the exact same thing, that they're interchangeable. But actually, we could argue they're opposites, vastly different. Why? Well, the maze is a structure that has many different paths. Only one of them is going to take you to the exit. All the others are dead ends, and if you enter the maze, you can get lost within. The idea is to test you, to see if you're clever enough to find your way out of it. Almost everybody has experience with a maze because we have all played video games, right? The maze is the basic structure of most video games. You can call it a dungeon, you can call it a puzzle, but they're all mazes, really. They're all different versions of a maze. Because the maze is a test of skill, so it's fun, right? Can you escape the maze? Can you tell the good path from the dead ends? How much treasure can you get? Are you gonna slay the monster? Are you gonna sneak past it? It's fun. So we have all seen a maze, and inside the maze, the hero is wrestling with the world. The hero is gonna need skill, courage, bravery, strength. He has to wrestle against things that could defeat him. In the labyrinth, the hero is not really wrestling with other things. He's wrestling himself. Because the labyrinth is universal. There is only one way in, only one way out. It is impossible to get lost inside of it. In medieval churches, many of them have a labyrinth in the floor or the garden, and they used it as a stand-in for pilgrimage. If somebody couldn't go to Jerusalem or to Santiago de Compostela, they could always walk the labyrinth. The labyrinth, then, is not a test of skill. It's not a test of wisdom. There's no monsters. There's no treasure inside. So what is the point? Why would anybody walk the labyrinth? What's the point? It's not fun. What is the point? Well, they say labyrinths were featured in the mysteries in the past. They would get the initiates drunk or drugged, intoxicated, and they would put them into a labyrinth in total darkness without a guide. And the quest for the seeker was to find his way out. They would have to feel around them with their own palms outreached. They would have to try and get a sense of direction, try to understand the ground they were walking on. This disorientation would often trigger an encounter with divinity. The idea was to try and collapse the hierarchy of the fractal, so the initiate could see themselves as just one little squiggle inside the cosmic order. This explains the shape of the labyrinth. It's similar to a spiral in essence. The difference between a spiral and the labyrinth is in the spiral, you start on the outside and you walk the spiral and you end at the center. In the labyrinth, you don't end at the center. You end in the exact same spot. So you enter the labyrinth, you walk the labyrinth, and then you get out and you're at exactly the same spot, with a difference. When you walk out of the labyrinth, you have gained a new perspective. You have gained a new understanding. If you don't get a new perspective, then it's just a circular path. It's just a pointless motion. You go over a circle and come back from where you started, right? But because it triggers a new understanding, then it's like a spiral. You're walking horizontally, but you're also moving vertically. Your spirit is gaining knowledge. And first of all, the labyrinth is what we see in the Game of the Goose. The Game of the Goose is a map of initiation through a labyrinth. This is why the shape of the path in every board is the same, and it is a spiral, right? And along the way, it encodes different steps of initiation. In the end, you reach the center, right? And it's basically like a gamified mystical labyrinth. You play the game and you reach the center after going through the initiation. And we see how in the Game of the Goose, it is understood that a maze and a labyrinth are not the same thing because it encodes a maze on square 42. So the entire board is a labyrinth and it considers the maze to be a subordinate order. You can get transformed in a maze. That's what if we see this in terms of novels, the maze is like the journey of the hero from Campbell, right? You can be transformed, but it's the exoteric layer of something that's deeper, that's spiritual, and that it's a reorganizing of your own inner self. So you see here how, using this mirror logic, we can understand why the universal labyrinth looks the way it does. The labyrinth has a path that folds in on itself multiple times. It creates a single winding course because it kind of looks like intestines, right? And that's not an accident. The labyrinth looks like entrails because walking the labyrinth is like walking within yourself. For example, the Etruscans had a divinatory practice where they would take the entrails of animals out and read them. This was done usually with sheep. They believed that the pattern that governed the whole universe could also be seen and read in the organs of the body, in intestines, a liver. The body was a mirror of the cosmos itself. So walking the labyrinth, you would be moving in the outer world and within you in tandem. It was a walk towards the center of your own divine being. And this is the promise. This is why somebody walks the labyrinth. The promise, the core promise, is what the pilgrimage to Camino de Santiago, symbolic initiations, labyrinthine board games like Oka, and novels like the Wind-Up Bird Chronicle have in common. They initiate you. They initiate you by taking your attention away from the world of the mundane, of the ordinary, of the routines, and focusing your sight inwards, towards your inner core. And that is exactly what the garden at square 63 means, right? It's the completion of this process. Some people call this illumination. Some people call it moksha. Others call it integration. Shambhala, transcendence, Garden of Eden, it's all words for the exact same phenomenon, the moment where you realize that you and divinity are the same thing. And this is exactly what Toru Okada sets out to do in the pages of this novel. So the structure of the Game of the Goose mirrors the initiation that Toru Okada goes through. And this is why Murakami chose this game as a scaffolding for the novel. He wanted to explore all of these themes, and the Game of the Goose gave him the perfect blueprint to do it. So, now that we have seen the context and the meaning of the game, we should now start asking ourselves, what was intended by it? If you thought this was a nice story about a sad man and his missing cat, I have bad news for you. This book is not just Toru's story. It is an initiatory device structured on the game of the goose, and reading it triggers a spiritual process inside of you. It operates on 3 distinct levels. So on the first level, the surface level, this is a descriptive story. It describes the story of Toru's soul journey, him undergoing initiation. Toru is the piece moving along the path on the game of the goose board. On the second layer, this is performative. It performs the same initiation on us, because by reading the story, we follow the same path alongside Toru, square by square. We're there by his side. So we become the piece. We are now the ones moving across the path on the game of the goose board. But on the third and deepest layer, this novel is catalytic. There is no closure offered. There's no neat ending. It doesn't resolve. And it doesn't resolve by design. It was not meant to resolve. If it did, then we would have gotten a final scene, a beautiful scene in a garden. The Toru and Kumiko reunited scene, where everything would go back to normal, but better, right? The mythic arc has been closed. And then, if that had happened, we could have closed the book and filed that story neatly in our brain in the box of nice little stories I have read in my life. But because the plot is never resolved, then it remains unfinished. And that is very uncomfortable. It becomes a little pebble inside our brain. The initiation into the mysteries began, but it is up to us to carry it to term. We have to carry it forward, consciously or not, in our own lives, beyond the book, in order to solve the uncertainty, but also the tension that is left within us. What do I mean by initiation into the mysteries? Well, initiation truly is a process by which we become real. It's like Disney's Pinocchio, where we have a wooden, sentient marionette that is granted life as a real boy after undergoing a transformation. Doesn't matter who you are, your life always begins with a script, with a sequence of steps that you have to take to earn your place in society. For most of us in the modern world, it implies getting an education in docility and obedience. This education will be very useful for you when you enter the workforce, because the next step is getting a job that you probably dislike. So by being obedient and docile, you can suffer in silence. Life as a sentient marionette is going through a series of motions that would feel alien to you if only you would stop long enough to look at them closely. But people rarely do. They are stuck in a meaningless loop of repetition and automation. Rarely do they stop to think, do I even like this? Toru's initiation began way before his descent into the well, because the first thing that he does this even before the novel began. We start the novel and he has already taken this step. He quit his job at the law firm. He had a low-level entry job at a law firm, and he quits. He says that he found the job meaningless. Now, Kumiko, his wife, tries really hard to give him a job other than that, to help him get out of the situation, right? She gives him jobs that don't really fit him, like writing poetry for girls' magazines. And Toru refuses every one of them. He doesn't want to take them. To everybody around him, it seemed like Toru lacks ambition. He lacks ambition to pursue another career. In reality, this was him shedding the first layer of his false self. To take this step, Toru first had to do something very important. He had to pause and wonder. Quitting his job is a test. He is testing the limits of society. He wants to see if the role that society has assigned him as a young man is flexible. He wants to exist outside of the norm. Will life break him? Would it merely bend him? Can society find a place for him within its bosom? Is loneliness a given? The rupture. The rupture is the first step in the path of initiation, and it's symbolized in the board of the Game of the Goose by the bridge. The rupture is a moment when you break with your ordinary life. It's a temporary exit from your routines, from duty, from your habits, from your obligations, from conformity. Suddenly, something happens, and you find yourself outside of it all. And this distance allows you for the first time to question what your life is and to see things clearly. For the first time, you get to see that you and the script are two separate entities. And this is a break not just from your own life path, but also from everybody around you who continue to follow the same script. They're going to try their best to pull you back in and make you conform.
Until this spring, I had commuted to work every day in a suit without its ever feeling strange. My firm had a rather strict dress code, requiring even low-ranking clerks such as myself to wear suits. I had thought nothing of it. Now, however, just sitting on the couch in a suit felt like some kind of immoral act, like faking one's curriculum vitae or passing as a woman. Overcome with something very like a guilty conscience, I found it increasingly difficult to breathe.
So, initiation begins with loneliness and estrangement. You may accept that you want something else from your life, and you may take an exit. But the people around you are not going to follow along with you, and in fact, they will become enforcers of the script. Not only that, but you realize that you find yourself alone in uncharted territory. You can't use any of the maps that you were given or the script that you were given, so you need to figure out what to do in the dark on your own. Because once you step away from what the community has laid out for you, you realize that your next step is not written anywhere. You're forced to think on your own terms, and you get disoriented and you get confused exactly in the same way that a novice is confused when he is pushed into the labyrinth in the dark without a guide, right? And what is your first instinct when this happens? You may panic. You may try to look around you and see you need something that you can hold on to. You may try and find advice from other people. You may try and find a compromise, a way to go back to the script. And this is what happens to Toru. Toru doesn't know what to do. Now, Kumiko offers him things as enforcer of the order, right? She wants him to go back to work. She offers him a job. He offers him a seer, right? And Toru accepts visiting Multicano because he thinks maybe she has an answer. Maybe she can help. He listens to other people's stories and tries to find a clue within them. And he also remembers advice given to him by other people. He remembers when Mr. Honda tells him or told him about the flow. He listens to Multicano when she says, stay away from water. She tells him, this is more than just about your missing cat. We talked about the bridge showing up on chapter 12, and that was Mamiya's bridge, but Toru has his own bridge, which shows up in chapter 3. This is what he says.
The sky was closed over with dark, low-hanging clouds. A sad procession of people and umbrellas climbed up and down the footbridge outside. Give me your hand, she said.
This is Toru's first meeting with Multicano. Now, she asks him for his hand, and they put their palms together, and Multicano looks into Toru's eyes, and Toru feels like she is absorbing something that he had inside of him. He describes this as her leaving him empty, like a vacant house. And this is the moment that Toru crosses the threshold into the psychic realm. Up until now, he has been busy doing things in the external world. He quit his job, he has been searching for his cat, but in this moment is when he commits psychically. It's not just an atmospheric touch that Murakami would include a bridge right there. I mean, I get it. It's not a bridge over water. It's a bridge for pedestrians, right? But it is a bridge nonetheless. And it is a little wink, like salt and pepper, to show you what he's doing right here. Now, once an initiate goes through the rupture, they have crossed the threshold. They're now going to undergo transformation, but they aren't real just yet. Because they ditch the script and or maybe paused it, right? But he hasn't found his truth yet. And he needs to replace the script with something. Ideally, that something is inner wisdom. But many times, they are tempted to just adopt another script, to go into a different community and adopt theirs, or maybe go seek advice from a guru and take their word. This is not what initiation is. Initiation is about finding your own truth, your own inner truth, and following it. So in this moment of disorientation is when you face your first obstacle. And this obstacle is called temptation. Temptation. Temptation is the second step on the path of initiation. And in the board of the Game of the Goose, this is symbolized by the inn. The inn, or temptation, is one of the most difficult obstacles to get through because it's pleasurable rather than painful. Temptation offers you comfort. It offers you a sense of security, an ending to the loneliness. It offers community. You're offered a way back, either by returning from the place that you came from or by adopting a new pre-made one-size-fits-all script. You're tempted to give in to distraction. And it is quite fitting because, like I said, initiation is a profoundly lonely path. Nobody can walk it with you. So the other squares on the board are moments when your loneliness is deepened. You go through the well, you're isolated, you're alone. You go to prison. Nobody can go to prison with you, right? You go through the maze. But the inn stands alone in offering you the promise of belonging, of community, of company. It's like an oasis in the desert. And in the novel, this is represented by room 208. And Toru's temptation takes the form, the shape of Kreta Kano. She is the character that fully represents the inn as a former prostitute and also as the presence that Toru often finds in room 208. Kreta represents an idealized version of Toru's wife, right? She is everything Kumiko could have been for Toru. She's beautiful. They look very similar. She is younger than Kumiko. And when Kumiko is distant and cold and sometimes even straight out hostile, Kreta is eager to please him. She offers him vulnerability. She offers him intimacy. Kumiko keeps secrets, but Kreta is vulnerable and open. Toru could choose to just forget about everything, forget about his problems, put his life on pause, and go play house, right, with Kreta Kano. But while it feels like he would belong with her, this would only be a form of delusion for him. So he wouldn't have to confront the difficult, hard truths of why his wife left him. And luckily for him, Toru didn't fall for this. He resisted, he refused, and because he refused, he was granted pass to the next step on initiation, which is called the descent. Descent. The descent is the core of the initiation process. It's the moment where you plunge into a place of darkness to search for the truth. In myth, this is often depicted as the hero diving into the underworld to retrieve their beloved, like Orpheus and Eurydice, or Dionysus, who goes into the underworld to retrieve his own mother, Semele. There's many different myths that recreate the same scenario. And Toru is one more iteration of this. His entire life is unraveling before his eyes, and he cannot find meaning anywhere. He doesn't really have many options either. So he goes into the well to meditate. For this journey, he prepares. He takes food. He takes a rope. He takes a flashlight. He takes a cushion. He sits in the dark and he waits. Inside the well, Toru is in a sensory deprivation chamber. It's dark. He feels almost nothing, and it's the perfect place for him to just sit back and think long and hard. So he meditates in the well. He dreams. His mind, after many hours in there, his mind starts pulling like tricks on him. It starts bending and blurring, the limits between wakefulness and dream. And inside the well, he dreams about people, about different places. He meets other characters, and his actions, while they are consistent with dream logic, so we know it's a dream, right? We realize they're not really confined to the dream realm, to the netherworld, because they often have an effect later in his waking life. So the line between the two progressively blurs, where we start to question when he's awake and when he's meditating in the well. In his waking life, Toru lives in Tokyo, but in the well, he accesses the netherworld. Remember the fractal. Every time Toru climbs down the well, he is climbing down the axis mundi. He's climbing towards the underworld, but he is also climbing down into the depths of his own psyche at the same time, like someone in the labyrinth, right? Because the world and his psyche are one and the same. So the well is the spot, the location that connects both the cosmos and Toru's inner psyche. When scholars point at the well and they say it is a metaphor for introspection, they're right, but they fall short, very short. They don't paint the whole picture. The well is not a metaphor like life is a roller coaster, right? The well is real in more than one sense. It is square 31st of the board, but it is also a device. It is a passageway. So when Toru goes down into the well, he is collapsing the hierarchy. He is reaching the point where both the big fractal and the small fractal intersect, and the reader follows him. This is the fractal in operation. The story, the symbol, and the psyche folding in around the same axis. So in initiations, the descent is basically to die. Because in order to become who you truly are, in order to become real, the false image of who you thought you were all along has to dissolve. It doesn't have to be defeated, right? It has to be let go. And that is terrifying. It is terrifying because we spend most of our lives clutching the image like a raft in the storm, and letting go feels dangerous. It feels threatening. So initiation demands this of you. It demands that you let go of this raft, which feels a lot like dying. And in a way, it is. You have to die as your old self in order to re-emerge as a new person. And the descent is the only step that it is common to all initiation rites. Primitive tribes enacted fraternal orders, mystery schools, Buddhism, Tantra. All of the initiation practices around the world are centered around this idea, all right? Even in more secular spheres, more modern contexts, we see it. What is psychoanalysis other than a descent into the subconscious? What is meditation? So the reenactment of death in some of the symbolic ceremonies can be really, really literal. You're put in a coffin and you're buried, right? You're made to watch an animal or even another person being dismembered. And honestly, I believe this is just speculation, right? But I think this was probably the original meaning behind baptism. It would be kind of like death reenactment light. They make you feel like you're drowning and then you're being reborn from the waters. It's plunging into the depths and re-emerging with a new identity. So once you plunge in, you discover, after all of your fear, after facing your fears, after being terrified of dying, all of this, once you finally take the plunge, what you realize is there is no real abyss. What you fall into is yourself. The deepest truth there is that we are everything and nothing at the same time. We are all particular manifestations of the same universal consciousness that pervades everything, and the separation is just temporary, it's illusory. What we are is deeper than our skin, our bones, our flesh. It's deeper than matter itself. So all of our worries and our little problems and our day-to-day difficulties that we face in real life are of little importance because we are everything there is. We're full and we're empty at the same time. Dying as flesh doesn't matter because consciousness persists. We are never alone because we are all one. These are the truths that initiation practices are trying to steer within the practitioner. And if they succeed, if the practitioner comes to terms with this reality, then they will finally be free to be themselves. They will lose the fear of death by facing death, so they can finally be themselves. Illumination. I'm going to be using a term from video games for this, and the term is one-shotted. What does one-shotted mean? This is when, on a video game, you go outside the area that you're supposed to be in, and an enemy kills you in one shot. This is usually something that the developers do to enforce a barrier around the area that the character you're playing is supposed to be in. And it usually happens because you don't have the skills or the powers or the knowledge yet to go into another area. So instead of like putting a fence around you, they just make it difficult for you by having enemies shoot you and kill you in one shot when you try to trespass, okay? Now, this can happen to you too. You can get one-shotted if you go unprepared. Like in video games, there is a skill that you need to develop in order to advance. You can't just go seek divinity just as you are, without practice, without a protocol, because you're going to get one-shotted. I'm not just talking about this like a new age woo cookie idea, right? I'm not trying to retrofit new age crap into the novel. That's not what I'm doing. This is actually encoded in almost every single religious tradition, from the biggest of them all, the Bible, Islam, Hinduism. It's almost everywhere, okay? This idea that if you seek contact with divinity without being prepared, it can annihilate you. It can destroy you, okay? So for example, let's use the Bible, which I think most of us are familiar with. In Exodus, there is a part of the Bible where it is said something like, God says something like, "You cannot see my face because no one who sees my face can see me and live." The idea being, if you look at God, you are going to be annihilated. Moses asks to see the presence of God, and God instructs him to hide into the cleft of a rock while his presence walks by. And even then, Moses can only see the back of God, because the full frontal experience would kill Moses. This isn't about God being mean or withholding. This is about humans having limited capacities. The light of God is so overwhelming, it shines so bright that the human soul is not prepared to receive it, okay? The Bible is constantly talking about God as a consuming fire, a light too intense for human perception. In Islam, we have a similar concept. Mystical Islam has the concept of fana, and fana is the ego dissolution in the presence of Allah. This ego dissolution can either bring you to spiritual realization, or it can bring you to complete psychological breakdown. And even in Hinduism, for example, looking at certain deities in their full manifestation, right, the full form, will incinerate the person who is witnessing them. So what happens to Mamiya in the well is described in every major religion. It's what Almost every spiritual tradition has been warning about for millennia that the encounter with absolute reality, when you're not ready, doesn't enlighten you, it shatters you, okay? It destroys you. The light that should liberate you instead becomes the things that destroy you, because there is no prepared vessel to receive it. And by the way, the biblical solution is the same as initiation. You have to prepare. You have to have a protocol. For example, when Moses sees the burning bush, he doesn't just go talk to it straight up. He doesn't go like, hey, what's up, right? No, there's a protocol. He takes off his sandals. He recognizes he's standing on holy ground. He covers his face. He approaches slowly, right? There's a protocol in place, and the protocol exists for a reason. Now, when Mamiya is thrown into the well, there are no protocols. There's no preparation. He has no framework. He is going to encounter divinity, and it's going to shatter him to pieces, and that's exactly what happens. And how does it happen? Well, Mamiya is taken to the well by the Mongols, and he's pushed, well, not literally, he's told to jump in. And this was the shaft of the well was really, really long. So he falls and continues to fall and breaks a bunch of bones in his body. So he's at the bottom of the well, naked, in pain, broken bones. Everything is dark, cold. He's in the desert, and he's left there to die. He is panicking. Here's how he describes it.
I don't think you will ever be able to understand what it is like. The utter loneliness, the feeling of desperation, to be abandoned in a deep well in the middle of the desert, at the edge of the world, overcome with intense pain in total darkness.
Now, while being in there, in near panic, for 24 hours, he was there for 2 days, right? And in 2 occasions, near noon, the sun reaches an angle where it can flood the shaft of the well completely, all the way to the bottom. So suddenly, this person who has been in utter despair for hours feels himself be enveloped by this warm light that fills up every inch of the well. And he sees God in it.
The well was filled with brilliant light. A flood of light. I had a marvelous sense of oneness, an overwhelming sense of unity. Yes, that was it. The true meaning of life resided in that light that lasted for however many seconds it was. And I felt I ought to die. Right then and there.
But the problem is, he doesn't let go. He doesn't let go. So the blinding light destroys his ego, but there is no emergent self to receive the greatness, to receive the light. There's no awareness on Mamiya to see himself, to recognize himself in the light. Here's how he describes that scene.
After the light faded, I found myself in an even deeper darkness than before. Darkness and cold reasserted their grip on me, as if to declare that the light had never existed at all.
So after the light is gone, he is in an even darker pit, because the contrast is what destroys him. If he was in the dark before, but he didn't even know the light existed, so it was okay. But now that he had contact with the blinding light of God, everything else, by contrast, felt dark, cold, and awful. And because he couldn't see himself reflected in the light, he spends the rest of his life looking for that experience, and not finding it is the worst kind of condemnation. The life that he led after leaving that well was empty. He was just a shell of his former self. This is the risk of undergoing initiation without preparation, of trying to seek divinity without being prepared first. This is why drugs like DMT, ayahuasca, mushrooms, right? Psychedelic drugs can one-shot people into destroying their own life. Is because they achieve contact with divinity without being prepared for it. So they destroy their life or even disengage from life altogether, considering everything pointless and like a sad experience next to that light. They just can't integrate it. They can't integrate firsthand knowledge of divinity. Now, Toru's experience is super different. We see him go down the well, and when you're reading the novel, you maybe are expecting him to find the same light as Mamiya did. But Toru never finds that light because he was prepared. So he doesn't interpret it as light. Something entirely different happens. So Toru goes down the well. He's prepared. He does it willingly. He's not pushed or coerced into it, but also he goes down several times. He goes prepared. He brings a flashlight, a rope ladder, a cushion, food, right? He sits and meditates, and he does so many times. So when divinity reaches him finally, he is prepared, and his process doesn't feel anything like Mamiya's, right? What Toru experiences is embodied. He sees and feels himself turning into a bird. He recognizes himself as the wind-up bird. And he tries to make the same sound as the wind-up bird, and he fails at it. So he knows that he can't do the same, but he sees his arms covering with feathers, transforming themselves into wings, and he takes flight. He flies around his neighborhood as this bird, right? He becomes the creature that can traverse the three worlds, sky, earth, and the underworld. And he does so in the well. So he is the still point of the moving wheel, right? Let's hear how Toru describes his own experience.
This was my body, my flesh, but in the darkness it was all too raw and physical. Soon my conscious mind began to slip away from my physical body. I saw myself as the wind-up bird, flying through the summer sky, lighting on the branch of a huge tree somewhere, winding the world's spring. If there really was no more wind-up bird, someone would have to take on its duties. Someone would have to wind the world's spring in its place. Otherwise, the spring would run down and the delicately functioning system would grind to a halt. I tried my best to imitate the cry of the wind-up bird in the back of my throat. It didn't work. All I could produce was a meaningless, ugly sound, like the rubbing together of two meaningless, ugly things. Only the real wind-up bird could make the sound. Only the wind-up bird could wind the world's spring the way it was supposed to be wound. Still, as a voiceless wind-up bird, unable to wind the world's spring, I decided to go flying through the summer sky. Turned out to be fairly easy. Once you were up, all you had to do was flap your wings at the right angle to adjust direction and altitude. My body mastered the art in a moment and sent me flying effortlessly wherever I wanted to go. I looked at the world from the wind-up bird's vantage point. Whenever I had had enough flying, I would light on a tree branch and peer through the green leaves at rooftops and roadways. I watched people moving over the ground, carrying on the functions of life.
So this is the moment when Toru becomes the bird. He's no longer a piece moving along the path of the board. He becomes the board itself, and he emerges from this dive marked. He goes back up and he has a mark on his cheek, a bluish black mark on his cheek. Now, when people read this, they assume, they try to understand what the mark means, and almost nobody gets it. At least I haven't read anybody say this before. So the mark symbolizes that he has been initiated, of course. In primitive tribes, when people went through initiation, they would get scars, there would be ritual cutting, branding, or tattooing. So they had a mark that differentiated the person that they used to be from the person that they are. And this part, I have read people say it, but what I'm going to tell you is something that I have never heard before. And it's that this mark symbolizes something else as well. It's like he is now the wind-up bird. Why? Right. That's the next fragment. So the goose and the kingfisher. Oh, how nice. It's like a slope. All right. So I have been hiding something from you from the beginning of the video, okay? I had to make my point about the structure of the game, but now that we have made the point, I can show you one more layer of the symbol. The bird is not really a goose, or at least it's not just a goose. See, if Murakami withheld the name of the bird, it was because he wanted to create ambiguity, because ambiguity is like a crack where you can stuff different layers within an object. So you see, this novel operates in multiple overlapping layers, in the same way the subconscious works. And this bird is not an exception. It also has multiple layers of meaning within it, right? So on the structural level, on the Game of the Goose level of this novel, the bird is a goose. In another deeper symbolic layer, the bird is a kingfisher. Now, the kingfisher does not produce a creaking sound, but it has the same symbolic meaning as the goose, but filtered through a Jungian lens. You see, the kingfisher flies, walks, and he's called a kingfisher because he fishes in the river. He takes plunges in the river and takes fish out of it that he then eats, right? So for Jung, the kingfisher represented the unity of the opposites. It was like a symbol of the self after going through the process of integration. The fact that the kingfisher is very precise when fishing and can get their fish super quick mirrored to Jung the way the ego can go into the subconscious and bring forth meaning from the symbols and the archetypes it finds in there. So what does a kingfisher look like? Kingfishers are orange, and they have black bluish feathers covering their back, their wings, and a spot on their cheek. Just like Toru when he gets out of the well after turning into a bird in it. Toru, when he goes inside the well, he transforms into a bird and he has the wings, he has everything, but he cannot make the creaking sound because he's not a goose. He is a kingfisher, but when he emerges, he's not white like a goose. He has a black bluish mark on his cheek, just like the kingfisher. That's what the mark represents. Toru is now marked as an intermediary between the spirit world and the human world, between the conscious and the unconscious. And he works pretty much like a shaman or an oracle. He's marked as somebody who can access and interact different layers of reality. And now I'm going to tell you a very cool parallel between Toru Okada and Jung. And this part right here is just, think of this as just like the little cherry on top of the sundae, okay? I'm not saying Murakami encoded this on purpose, but regardless of the intent, this is a beautiful, emergent symbolism, I suppose, from using multiple different systems. So, all right, so Jung, just like Toru, had a moment in his life where he descended over and over again into his subconscious, We can call it his well plunge, right? It lasted for years. And then he wrote the Red Book, where he explored and expanded on all the archetypes and symbols that he found in his own subconscious. One of the most important figures that he found over and over again in his dreams was the figure of an old man who gave him advice and who had kingfisher wings. He looks a lot like the image we have of Toru in the well, because they're both men transforming into birds. And Jung named this man Philemon, after a Greek myth that he thought was of great significance, the myth of Philemon and Baucis. Now, what was the myth of Philemon and Baucis? The myth was Zeus and Hermes went down into the human world, into a Phrygian town, disguised as just random people. They wanted to have fun, and they wanted to see if any humans could recognize them as the gods that they were and offer them shelter and food. So they went around asking people for shelter and food, and they got rejected by everybody in the town, except for an old, humble couple, Philemon and Baucis. They were very poor, but they offered them hospitality, and they went as far as to offer Hermes and Zeus to sacrifice their only goose for them to eat. So they had a goose, right? Zeus and Hermes recognized them as the only ones in the town who were capable of seeing divinity hidden in the most plain of places. And for this, they rewarded the couple. They raised the entire town and transformed the cabin of Philemon and Baucis into a beautiful temple where they could serve the gods for eternity. This was Philemon facing the light. This was Philemon being elevated to the highest of heights by Zeus and Hermes. But then there's another myth where Philemon and Baucis were repurposed and were made into a much, much darker story. This is Goethe Faust II. In Faust II, Goethe takes the myth of Baucis and Philemon and turns it on its head. In the story, they are an elderly couple who own a cabin and a chapel. Now, Faust needs the land that their chapel and cabin sits in. They are standing in the way of his grand land reclamation project. Faust wants their property to complete his vision, but they don't want to sell it. So Faust tells Mephistopheles to please relocate the couple. But Mephistopheles is a demon. And in typical demonic fashion, he does everything in excess. So instead of relocating the couple, he just burns the whole thing down. He burns the cottage, he burns the chapel with them inside, that he kills both Philemon and Baucis. And this act represents Faust's final great sin. For Jung, this had great symbolic meaning because Philemon transversed the entirety, like the full spectrum of reality. He went from the highest of heights with Zeus and Hermes to the lowest of lows with Faust. Just like the geese, just like the kingfishers, Philemon is just one more character who fulfills the entire thing, right? And the beautiful thing here is that there is a thread that connects the goose and the kingfisher inside the novel through Toru, but also outside of the novel through Jung. Because in the book, the goose is the rules of the game that they're playing, but the kingfisher is what Toru transforms into. Outside the novel, Jung sees Philemon, who sacrificed or wanted to sacrifice his goose, turns into a kingfisher in Jung's mind. You see, I'm not saying that Murakami knew of this tale when he wrote the Winterberg Chronicle. I'm not affirming that. What I'm saying is there are latent correspondences between symbols that have parallel meanings in myth, in this novel, and in Jungian thought. And it's beautiful to see them emerge, right? So what happens when Toru gets out of the well with his black bluish kingfisher mark on his cheek. What happens is, number one, he has been transformed into the bird. He gets to be the bird outside of the well. So May Kasahara's nickname for him, Mr. Wind-Up Bird, finally makes sense. But also, he is identified by others as a spiritual traveler. Nutmeg and her son are capable of identifying Toru in a crowd because he had the mark. He was spiritually marked. He becomes a shaman, a bird with healing powers. The struggle. The struggle is the fourth step in the initiation process, and it's symbolized by the maze. It makes sense because after the descent, where you open the gates to the subconscious, the next task becomes to face whatever emerges from it, head on. If you're not willing to see what lies within, then why bother? So, in myth, we see this represented in Jacob's story when he struggles with the angel. It is also represented in every myth when the hero slays a dragon to rescue the princess. It is about looking into the darkest parts of yourself and learning to distinguish. You learn to see what parts are valuable and must be integrated, and which parts are harmful and disruptive and need to be sublimated. This is what we call the confrontation with the shadow. From a Jungian lens, Noboru Wataya is not just Toru's antagonist. I mean, on the surface, sure, he is. He is the main obstacle that is sitting between him and Kumiko reuniting. But that is just the outer frame. Underneath that, Noboru Wataya is also Toru's mirror image in reverse. He is his psychic opposite. And we can see this very clearly when we understand the hatred that Toru feels for Noboru Wataya at the beginning of the novel is almost absurd in its intensity. It comes without justification, without evidence. We're not told why. He just can't stand the guy. See, this is how he describes Noboru Wataya.
Noboru Wataya was always there, arms folded, looking at me with those malignant eyes of his, threatening to suck me in like a bottomless swamp. This set my nerves on edge and sent tremors to the ground on which I stood. My feelings toward Noboru Wataya never changed after that. He continued to set my nerves on edge in the same way. It was like a persistent low-grade fever. I felt as if Noboru Wataya were lying in wait for me just around every corner in the known world. Okay, let's face it. I hated the guy.
There is no logical reason for this revulsion at the beginning of the novel. It's pre-rational. So, as Toru descends into the well, Wataya rises into power. It's two opposing vectors. The name Toru means to pass through. But do you know what the name Noboru means? It means to rise, like the sun rises or like a politician rises into power. As Toru becomes more invisible because he gets stuck in the bottom of the well, Wataya becomes famous. The deeper Toru goes into his own subconscious, the more Wataya manifests in the external world. They are inextricably linked. So, Wataya is Toru's shadow projected outward. He represents everything that Toru has disavowed about himself. While Toru is private, passive, affable, Wataya is public, domineering, cruel. Toru is inert and Wataya is pure will. While Toru hesitates around sex, Wataya rapes women. Toru is kind, Wataya is sadistic. And it's not just us realizing this. Kreta Kano also knows this, and she tells Toru the following thing.
Noboru Wataya belongs to a world that is the exact opposite of yours. In a world where you are losing everything, Noboru Wataya is gaining everything. In a world where you are rejected, he is accepted. And the opposite is just as true. Which is why he hates you so intensely.
Now, I want you to think about the shadow this way. Childhood is not really a prelude to selfhood. It is a ritual of containment. You begin your life as something unruly and wild. You have no impulse control. So you laugh too loud, you break things, you make up your own rules instead of following what the adults tell you to do. And the adult world has no patience for wild things. So it teaches you to carve yourself down, to behave, to be still, to be quiet. You learn to amputate anything that might disturb the peace. This isn't just trauma, like in the modern theatrical sense. This is just civilization. This is how we make it work. It runs smoothly because we fall in line. The machine demands a sacrifice. We all sacrifice the things that deviate from the norm in the altar of cohesion. They are exiled to make you tolerable, to make you palatable to polite company. What gets buried is not just unruliness, it's anything that causes us to be wild. So anything that stirs passion within us is buried, and there's value in there. The parts that you repress include your instinct, your imagination, your vitality, your passion. All of these things are what Jung calls the anima, the living flame that animates you from the inside. And if you have ever wondered why adulthood feels like we are forgetting something fundamental, something vital, this is exactly why. Now, the anima doesn't go into the ground on its own. Rage, pettiness, envy, grandiosity, cruelty, all of these things are buried too, right? But not with sorrow, like the anima. They are buried with shame. Every part of you that is dark and disruptive goes in with it. And this is what we call the shadow. So we have the anima, everything that is vital about you, and we have the shadow, everything that is actually dark and disruptive. But here's the catch. The shadow is the gatekeeper. There is no safe path between you and the anima that bypasses the shadow. You have to go through the shadow to get to the anima. Now, this doesn't mean that you have to indulge in your own darkness, right? But you do have to name it. You have to drag it into the light and see its face. You have to say, yes, this is also mine. And this way you learn that you're not just a shut case of goodness. You are somebody who contains complexity, ambiguity. You have lights and you have shadows. If you don't do this process of recognition, then the risk is that the shadow is going to sabotage everything worthwhile about your life. So, to reach what is beautiful and living inside of you, you must first pass through that which is dark. Now, Noboru Wataya performs the role of the shadow perfectly. He is the gatekeeper. He's the one that is placing a distance between Toru and every single woman in his life. Multicano works for Noboru Wataya. Creta was violated by him. Kumiko is taken away by Noboru Wataya. And he is also the reason that Nutmeg vanishes. So he blocks every single bridge between Toru and the feminine. So, the shadow is the dragon, and the anima is the princess. Noboru Wataya represents the shadow, so who represents the princess? Is it Kumiko? Is it Creta? Is it May? Who is it? Well, it's all of them. It is all of them, because all of the women in this novel are aspects of Toru's anima. They're fragments, reflections, inversions, and complements of one another. According to Jung, every psyche is dual. So, if you identify as a male, that means that you carry within you a hidden feminine counterpart. Is the part of you that is intuitive, emotional, and imaginative. And this is the anima. It's not really about gender confusion or softness in itself. It's more of a blueprint. It is a model of womanhood that you have formed in your own psyche, and it's made out of an absence. So it is a hollow space with the shape of the woman that you're seeking, that you feel that would complete you. So when you meet someone, you compare them to the missing puzzle inside of yourself. So there is a part of you that wants to press any woman that you find into that mold and make her fit. Not to see her, right, but to complete yourself. And this is obviously a warp in perception. Okay, it's another type of projection. Toru projected his shadow into Noboru Wataya, and that's why he hated him irrationally. And you can also project your anima into females outside of you, right? This is super easy to spot in other people. Like, for example, when a man gets obsessed with a woman he just met, there's no justification for the obsession. You just met her, but that is how he feels. It's pre-rational. So to him, this woman feels like the missing puzzle piece. And then later, the illusion breaks. It turns out the woman is nothing like his template, and the relationship collapses. We can also see it reflected in a guy who puts a woman on a pedestal and feels terribly wounded when that woman rejects him and doesn't want to go out with him. It's the same thing. It's not about these women. It's about him. It's about their interior, their anima projected into people outside. So Toru is a character that has not integrated his anima. So she floods out of himself in a fragmented form, as a voice on the phone with no face, as his wife behind prison bars, as a dream figure that he can't hold on to. All of them are out of reach, or all of them are ungraspable. And in the novel, something to support this theory is the fact that there are 4 feminine characters in the novel. And this is not arbitrary. They correspond to the 4 stages of anima development in Jung's theory. Because according to Jung, the hollow space, like the missing puzzle piece, is not static, so it changes throughout a man's life. As a man grows older and he integrates the female principle, the anima, then it evolves and changes. So the first stage is when all the boy knows is his own mother. So the shape of the feminine matches the image of his own mother. Is a biological function who gives instructions or scolds when needed. Jung called this first stage of the anima Eve, like the primordial woman. And in the novel, this role is represented by Malta Cano. She is older, she's composed, she dresses carefully, she gives Toru instructions and scolds him too. As a boy grows older and starts to feel sexual attraction toward women, then the anima needs to shift to accommodate his new feelings, his new desires, right? So that's when the second stage of the anima emerges, which is sexual, mysterious, idealized. Jung calls this stage Helen, after Helen of Troy. And this stage of the anima development is represented in the novel by Greta Kano, who is everything that Toru wishes for in a sexual partner. As a man grows into adulthood and finds a partner, maybe he gets married, he realizes that his previous idea of what a woman is incomplete and doesn't really match reality. And that is when the third stage of the anima emerges. It's a more chaste and spiritual figure. She asks the man to take responsibility. And it is represented in the novel by Kumiko. Kumiko represents the third stage of the anima, which is called by Jung Mary. She is older than Creta. She is not as seductive. She asks Toru to find another job. She withdraws when he doesn't. And the fourth and final stage happens when the anima is finally integrated into the psyche of a man. He no longer needs to seek completion outside of himself because he rescued the repressed parts of himself that were lost in his subconscious. This integrated anima figure, right, is wise and gives the man guidance. She's not sexual, she's not scolding, right? She's patient and open and receptive. And she is represented in the novel by Nutmeg. Jung names this stage Sophia, after wisdom. Now, from the 4 stages, or the 4 female characters, there are 2 characters who are fused together. Kumiko and Creta. They are merged into one another and they share many core aspects. Creta, for example, wears Kumiko's clothing. Toru sleeps with Creta. She is described as looking like Kumiko but younger. She gets trapped in the well too. This is the novel showing us she is 2 aspects of the same psychic figure. She is Toru's anima split into 2. So using the Jung 4-stage anima model, the split is about a failure on the part of Toru to integrate Helen and Mary, meaning the stages 2 and 3 of the anima development. He is stuck in limbo between these 2 stages. Toru is psychically suspended between desire and redemption. He suffers from the classical Madonna and whore complex. He has one woman to desire and another woman to respect, never both at the same time. So he projects them separately into 2 different women. Toru longs for Creta, but she's not real. So when he tries to reach her, she vanishes, she dissolves. He fails Kumiko, who is real, but she is opaque because he cannot face her complexity. He cannot face her pain, her agency. All he sees in her is Mary, right? He can't satisfy her sexually because to him, she is chaste. He wants to possess both poles, but separately, right? This is the bind. He can neither surrender fully to his erotic fantasy because Creta is fake, right? She's not real. And he cannot fully encounter the real moral other, who is Kumiko, because he projects onto her something she is not. This is why he dresses Creta in Kumiko's clothing.
In my sleep, I was zipping up Kumiko's dress. I could see her smooth white back, but by the time I had the zipper to the top, I realized it was not Kumiko, but Creta Kano. She and I were the only ones in the room.
She is what Toru wishes Kumiko could be. And when it comes to Kumiko, he only really sees her surface. To him, she is her clothes.
Kumiko was wearing a simple white dress under a pale blue cardigan. I was always struck by how well she dressed even then. She could wear the plainest article of clothing and manage, with the roll of a sleeve or the curl of a collar, to transform it into something spectacular. It was a knack she had. Whenever I was with her, walking beside her, I would find myself staring in admiration at her clothes.
And Kumiko knows this. Toru is gentle, Toru is kind, but Toru doesn't see her. During a fight, Kumiko tells Toru the following.
You've been living with me all this time, but you've hardly paid any attention. The only one you ever think about is yourself.
Now, Toru realizes that he needs to pay attention to Kumiko, but it's too late. She's already gone. So his only plan of action, really, is to look for her inside himself. Not in the projection, not in Creta Kano, but in understanding the truth behind all of his projections. So Toru needs to go into the well to peel back all of these layers and get to the truth, get to the bottom of it. While thinking about the past with Kumiko, he gets a chance to confront his shadow. He realizes that there were episodes in their story that hurt him deeply, but he didn't react to. A few years prior, Kumiko had had an abortion behind his back while he was on a business trip. And he was heartbroken. He got drunk alone at a bar that night. And in the bar, there was a guitar player who did a trick with fire in front of the audience, who was quite shocked by the trick. Toru then stumbles upon the guitar man in the street. He starts to follow him through yoyogi alleys. And they go into an abandoned house where Toru picks up a bat and beats him for no reason. But the beating doesn't hurt the man. There's no pain. Instead, the man just smiles. He grins. Wider and wider as Toru slams the bat into his thigh. So by the time Toru chooses to leave, the man is outright laughing. This episode reads like a dream, right? Only after this, Toru gets to keep the bat. The bat he used to beat up this man is then present in his waking life. We are left thinking, what was that? Was that a dream? Was it real? What happened? Now, that was Toru's confrontation with the shadow, like the first time that Toru gets to confront the shadow, and he was brave enough to look into the shadow's face. And Toru doesn't kill it. So by seeing the shadow, by seeing its face, he manages to integrate something that he had lacked all along: the bat. The bat is a phallic symbol of masculinity. After this fight, Toru becomes more active. He can now defend himself. He can now use the bat to fight the man in room 208 several chapters later. This is a piece of his masculinity that he has retrieved from his unconscious after fighting and acknowledging his shadow. And we can see that he acknowledges his shadow because when he's thinking about the episode of the abortion, he says he was filled with rage. This is the first time that Toru admits to a feeling of such nature, and as a result, he manages to retrieve the bat. Now, the final fight with the shadow, of course, happens in room 208. The figure comes in and slashes Toru's cheek with a knife. Toru manages to kill the shadow with the bat. And Toru is thinking all this time that this has to be Noboru Wataya, right? He has a flashlight and he was about to shine a light on the man's face, but the strange woman asks him not to. So he doesn't. Why? Why didn't the strange woman want Toru to shine a light on the man's face? Because if Toru had shone the light on the man's face, he would have discovered that the man was himself. So Toru doesn't look, and the spell is broken. And when he turns around to take the woman away with him because he thought that was Kumiko, he realizes that she's gone. And very quickly, he is back in the well, but the well is no longer the Axis Mundi. It's shutting down and filling up with water with Toru inside. But before going over death, we need to study the step prior, which is judgment. So we're gonna put a pin on Toru dying inside the well, and we're gonna leave him there for a little bit as I explain judgment. Judgment. Judgment symbolized by the prison. Now, in the earliest games of the Goose boards, the prison square was actually a tower. It was a prison too, obviously, because in the past, prisons were often towers. The elevation and the fortification of a tower was an ideal place to put prisoners in because, less opportunity for escape. There are two key differences between just a regular prison and a tower. The tower offers both isolation and an elevated ground. From that elevated ground, you can surveil the surrounding area. And this is much more fitting for initiation, because what the tower or prison represent here is the step of judgment or reckoning. After you have learned to be in control of your passions, you have to live your life being true to your own sense of self. And eventually, there comes a time when you have to evaluate yourself. Did you do well? Were you true to your own nature? Or did you succumb to pressure? Did you sacrifice yourself in any altar? And this type of analysis can only be done from the distance, from an elevated ground. Observation requires distance. So that is what the tower represents. Imagine that you go through the entire maze. You're in the corridors. You're trying to figure out your way. What is a dead end? What is the right, path? And you're playing as hard as you can. But eventually, you need to learn the wisdom to detach from the ground level perspective and rise above it. And that is what the tower ultimately offers. If you move from the ground level, from the maze, into the tower, you can see every single path from your new vantage point. You look down and you can see what was a dead end and what was the path. You can see much more clearly, right? It's very clear to you when you made a mistake and when you acted correctly. And you are a prisoner. You're a prisoner of this perspective because from the observer perspective, you can see clearly, but you cannot act. You can just watch, just like a prisoner. And this is what Kumiko goes through. She is the person taking chances in the real world while Toru is inside the well meditating. So she is the one choosing paths, taking wrong turns, retracing her steps, and eventually she is determined. She acts without hesitation. The path that she chooses takes her straight to prison, because she has to accept her sentence, whatever it is, and that is the perfect place for her to reflect on her path and gain understanding. It is her moment of reckoning. So while Kumiko is dealing with her tower moment, Toru is still drowning inside the well. So let's go back to Toru, and this is going to be the 6th step. Ego dissolution is the 6th step, and it's symbolized by the square of death. And we left poor Toru drowning in the shaft of the well with the cap on. He's going to die. He's going to drown, our poor Toru. And it doesn't really matter much that he went through every single step of initiation and he didn't miss a single one, because what he did miss was the whole point. He didn't miss a step, he missed the whole point. Because the point was not to kill the shadow. You can't kill the shadow. The point was to acknowledge its existence. It was to look at it so that he could integrate it. So by refusing to see the shadow's face, Toru failed the integration process. So he's about to drown now. The well is filling up with water. And May Kasahara shows up and she calls to Toru from above and she asks him if he is afraid to die. And Toru replies, "Of course I am afraid to die in here." So May tells him, I can't help you then, and puts the cap back on. So Toru drowns inside the well because he failed this step too. The one thing that is demanded of you in the stage of ego dissolution is just that, to drop his ego. But he is too attached and he can't see what is being demanded of him, so he drowns. You see, ego dissolution is the last stage before transcendence, and it feels like an infinite darkness, like pure, absolute nothingness. Just a dark, vast expanse. Because what is required of you is not just to abandon a false sense of self. That is what the rupture, way at the beginning, demands of you, to abandon your mask, right? Abandon the fake self that you're not. The sixth step is much further into this journey, and what it requires is to abandon your sense of self altogether. Your ego, that which is keeping you tethered to reality, has to be dropped. In Kabbalah, this moment is called Da'at. It's what most people believe death to be. What most people don't know is that there is something else beyond this ultimate dissolution of form, and that is God. And God, it is an infinite, all-pervasive light. So to reach God, you have to abandon everything and submit to this darkness first. Once you are through dissolving yourself into the darkness, you're capable of reaching the light. And that is how we get to the return, which is the last step. So, the return. This is the final step, and it is represented by the Goose Garden in the game of the Goose. This is transcendence. A transformation of consciousness. You're now seeing things from a different perspective. This is integration. This is return to holiness, to order. It's the final step of initiation. This final one is not a moment of recognition, but of merger. It's a moment when you are so inextricably linked to divinity that you're never again walking alone, so to speak, because you carry this divinity with you. So Toru doesn't return because he never reaches the garden. If he had reached the Goose Garden, Kumiko would have come back. They would be together in the garden in the final scene. Or maybe they wouldn't be together, but at least we would have gotten a quiet acknowledgement of the divorce, right? From a place of peace and understanding. And we don't get either. Kumiko doesn't come back. Toru doesn't get to accept the divorce. Instead, Toru is sent back to the beginning of the board, like the Game of the Goose rules state, having gained absolutely nothing. To Toru, this was a circular path. He doesn't get Kumiko back. He doesn't get a sense of closure and peace with the divorce. He doesn't get his life back. He doesn't even get the cat back. It's a fake cat. It's not even his cat. So Toru didn't move at all. He failed his quest. This is the end of our hero's journey, and it feels like a breakup without a closure. So why does May Kasahara write to Toru a letter from the garden? Why does she get to be in the garden with the duck pond and the happy vibes? Did May Kasahara win the game? Well, not exactly. Chapter 7. Who is May Kasahara? Who is May Kasahara? Okay, so far I told you that every woman on this book is the same person, and they are all Toru's anima. They're just different stages of it. Okay. But we left out one female character, May Kasahara. What is up with May? Who is she? Well, she's not Toru's anima, that much I can tell you. And so far in this analysis, we have analyzed the game, we have analyzed the board of the game, we have analyzed the symbols that are depicted along the board. We have analyzed the pieces that are playing on this board, the dice, the rules of the game. Technically, there is just one thing that we haven't figured out yet, and that is the player. Who is the person moving the pieces along the board? May Kasahara. May is the one player. All of the other women are May. Toru is May. Noboru Wataya is May. The board itself is May. And even you and me reading this novel, we are also May Kasahara. Now, I know what you're thinking. I know you're thinking I am pulling an M. Night Shyamalan on you right now. But no, okay? No, let's take a few breaths. Let's step back for a little. I want you to come along with me. And I need you to take baby steps, okay? I have no problem explaining this slowly, like you're 5, and babysitting you across this chapter. Just give me a little bit of, put your faith in me, okay? I am going somewhere with this. All right, so taking a step back, let's think about May. So everybody is puzzled by May. She is appreciated by her candor, by how odd and unapologetic she is, right? But she also makes people uncomfortable. She has a mixture of innocence and morbidity that people find unsettling. And it's fair. I mean, after all, we're talking about a 16-year-old high school dropout with a death fetish that sews wigs and flirts with the protagonist, who is like twice her age. So, okay, she's a little terrifying, I understand that. But she is also the last woman standing. At the end of the novel, every other woman is gone. So Malta and Creta, they're gone. Long time ago, they vanished, okay? Nutmeg is gone. Kumiko is in prison, and the only one standing is May Kasahara. Why does Murakami put May Kasahara in the last chapter of the book? Why does Toru go visit her in the wig factory? Don't you think this is a privileged position to put May Kasahara in? Isn't that odd? Well, it might be odd if you don't know May's true name. Once you know May's true name, everything clicks. Okay, so who is she? I need to go over a couple of concepts with you first. How is May Kasahara described in the novel physically? We are told she is an average-looking girl. She has a limp. She has a scar next to her eye from a motorcycle accident. And she is strange and sometimes even cruel, like nonchalantly cruel, right? And we're told she is 16 years old. From all of these details, one thing stands out, or at least one thing stood out to me, okay? And it's the fact that May is 16 years old, okay? That, to me, stood out. Why? Why did it stood out to me? Well, because in India, there is a goddess of games and play. She is eternally 16, and her devotees are part of an initiatory tantric system. So she has everything, right? Goddess of play, eternally 16, initiation. When I read that May Kasahara was 16, something just clicked for me, right? It resonated with me. I thought initiation, game 16. Of course, a hunch was born, another one that I couldn't debunk. Hunch round 2, okay? The name of this goddess is Lalita. And considering the intricate levels and layers that Murakami has encoded into this novel, the depth of the research that he has done, it felt impossible to me for Murakami not to include Lalita. Okay? If you're going to include multiple initiatory systems into the novel and base it on a game, right? It's a crime to leave her out of it. So, Lalita, how is Lalita described as an Indian goddess? She's described as the most beautiful of the 3 cities. Which cities? It's not Bombay, Paris, and Milan, okay? It's the cities of consciousness. It's wakefulness, dreams, and deep sleep, right? The three cities of consciousness. So what is she? She is like the observer of consciousness. She's like the eye behind the eye. She is the one who can follow Toru in his waking life through the netherworld and even in death, like in the well, right? So what is Lalita's defining feature? Her epithet, I don't know. Her epithet in English, in Tantra, her epithet is Shodashi. That means eternally 16, always 16. And it's not because it is a fetish. She's not fetishized as a 16-year-old. The reason Lalita is 16 is because she represents creation at its most potent, at its most luminous. It's the cosmic principle of playfulness, of erotic delight. Now, in other words, Lalita is May Kasahara. Of course, Murakami is not going to put it on a silver platter. He's not going to just, drop it on your lap and wink at you. He is giving us an average-looking girl with a limp. But what he's really doing is opening the back door of the novel to Lalita and pushing her in, dressed in a cloak, okay? And she's not arriving into the novel as a revelation. She's arriving into the novel as a spectator, right? As a witness. One more character witnessing from the sidelines. And why is Lalita worshipped? So we can understand one more dimension of this novel. We need to understand Lalita, okay? Why is Lalita worshipped? Because Lalita is the answer to the question of why. Okay? Why? Play is the answer. Lila is the name for play. Lila is the answer. Lila is how the cosmos is created. You see, most of the theological frameworks, Abrahamic religions, Hellenic thought, medieval thought, even Enlightenment and rationalists, everybody is obsessed with justification. They want to know why. Why does the universe exist? What is the motive? What is the plan? Was the universe created out of love? Was it created out of duty? Right? The West never really grew out of this question. We just secularized it and turned it into physics. But in South India, they solved this. They cracked this a while ago, okay? They have a very simple answer to the question, why is there something instead of nothing? Because it was fun. Because it was fun. Lalita creates the cosmos for the same reason that a child builds a sandcastle. Because she can, because she wants to, because she's playing and it is fun. She is the supreme principle condensed into the image of a 16-year-old girl with a toy. And what is Lalita's toy? Why is she depicted with a toy? What toy is Lalita playing with? Well, Lalita's toy is you and me and the sky and the sea and the earth and the whole universe. This idea, I realize, is kind of strange. It's probably intolerable to Western minds, especially if you come from a materialistic scientific mind, because it smells of blasphemy, right? It's not serious. This is not Kant approved. But the concept of cosmic play is really quite old. In the East, for example, it shows up first in the Advaita Vedanta. And in the West, we find the same concept in Heraclitus, in the fragments of Heraclitus, okay? The concept is so old, it's older than theology itself. So, okay. So Lalita creates the universe to have fun, and it's out of the principle of cosmic play. But Lalita is not just some goddess, perched in dualistic heaven, playing Xbox with people, right? With the souls of mortals. That is the Abrahamic worldview that is kicking in inside of you. God separated from creation, subject separated from object, spirit separated from matter, dualism as a cosmogony, or as a crutch. Lalita is the game. She plays alone because there is no other. There is no second player. The game board is her own body. It's not separate from her because there is nothing outside of her. All of it is her. So, and here I come with the biggest revelation of them all. In some tantras, it's going to sound unhinged, but stick with me, okay? Her toy, her literal instrument of play, is identified with the clitoris. Divine play in this register is autoerotic. Not in the Freudian sense, okay? In the ontological sense. It is the solitary loop of joy within being himself, okay? It's masturbation as cosmogenesis. So you can call this obscene or you can call it sacred, It's kind of two faces of the same coin. That's the point. There is no split. There is no dialectic. There is no sin. There is no salvation. There is just the infinite pulse of lila, of play. So from the point of view of Lalita, there's no difference between a sex act, a board game, war, and a galactic supercluster, okay? It is all an infinite ripple of ecstatic recursion. It's pleasure folding in on itself just to see what happens. She divides herself into all of reality and hides so that she can watch the figments play. Of course, all of this, one player, one body, one joy, only one, this only holds when you're viewing it from above, from the penthouse of being. From down here in the lobby, in the boiler room, things look a lot different, right? From a lower resolution perspective, say yours, reality fractures. The one becomes many. A massive multiplayer skirmish. Suddenly, you have people, you have individuals, you have selves, you have preferences, tastes, passions, dreams, conflicts, fears. She's playing as you. When I say play here, I don't mean child's play. This is not the way children play. The word play can also be understood as a performance. So, for example, theater is play. You put on a costume and you play a character. You play at being somebody else. Lalita performs the world. The cosmos is her stage, is her play. It's not like the figments are not real. They're not unreal. They are real enough to suffer. Like we are figments, right? We suffer, we rejoice. It's just the illusion of being separate is what makes the game exciting. It's what makes it interesting. Even a child who's playing with dolls eventually wants for the dolls to fight. It's more exciting. That is when we get, the drama. The moment that she fractures into you and me and them and good and evil and black and white and win and lose. That is when Lalita acquires teeth and the sandbox becomes a battlefield. This is why May Kasahara seems to us cruel. May Kasahara is cruel because she delights either way. To her, counting bald heads walking out of the subway station is just as fun as making her boyfriend crash his motorcycle. And that is as fun as helping Toru find his cat. It is all part of the same cosmic play. This is why we find her a little bit terrifying. It's because she is Lalita. Board games themselves are pretty old. They are probably older than most cultures, older than speech even. Like, nobody knows where they come from. And that is exactly the point. Most cultures reverse engineer some form of a board game. We have chess, Go, Senet, Chaturanga, no? The pattern repeats because it is within. It's something that we carry inside of us. That is why all games are sacred. There is no such a thing as a profane game. Only profane players who have forgotten that winning has no real meaning because it is all the work of the spectator. And Lalita is that spectator, of course. But May Kasahara plays the same role at a different scale. That is why she delights with everything. Everything is delightful to her. And within the novel, we can understand the darkest episodes through this lens. So why does God create suffering? If you're a Buddhist, you say, Maya is an illusion. Suffering must be transcended. You have to escape samsara, unplug the simulation. But Lalita offers another explanation. War and its terrible consequences are just one more game. So take the Manchurian War in the novel, for example. Lalita manifests the Japanese officials. She is them. And she manifests the Mongolian manskinners. She is also them. And she manifests the man being skinned alive. And she manifests the fearful witness, Lieutenant Mamiya. And she manifests the man who is lonely and who lost his cat, who is listening to the story, Toru. And she also manifests us as we read the story in Murakami's novel. She watches all of this play out on her body for fun. But let us take a step back from theology and understand how this plays out with the game mechanics. So how does this mix with the game of the Goose board? Well, Lalita, or May Kasahara as Lalita, is writing to Toru from the Goose Garden. But why the Goose Garden? Because the Goose Garden is at the center. May didn't win the game. She's not in the garden because she won. She's not a piece. You see, she's everything. Lalita is not just the goddess of play. She also is at the center of the most important mandala in Tantra. It's called the Sri Yantra. I'm going to try and explain this quickly so that we can move on, but this is an important concept. So in Buddhism and Hinduism and Tantra, we have the mandalas, okay? The mandalas are geometric representation of the gods. So you have God, and God can manifest in different levels of subtlety. At the most subtle level, God is not even an idea. He's not even a word. He is vibration. And we hear God or we feel God through the mantras. So when you chant Om, what you're hearing is the vibration of God. This is absolutely abstract. Like, this is prior to even language. So if we want to understand God one level below, like if we want to make God a little bit more understandable, right, we go down one level and we can express God through geometric forms. These geometric forms are used to focus on and meditate, right? That's how you worship God, through the visual. It's through these mandalas. And Lalita has the most important mandala in Tantra. It's called the Sri Yantra. Lalita sits at the center of the mandala. The game of the Goose board can also be interpreted as a mandala, and the garden is at its center. So it makes sense that Lalita would be sitting in the center of her mandala, which is also the game of the goose. That is the spot that she occupies, right at the center. Now, Jung also talks about the mandala. So if we put the other lens back, the Jungian lens back, for Jung, mandalas are a symbol of the self. They contain and they represent the totality of the psyche. The psyche when it's looking for integration and for wholeness. And he realized that these designs, these circular mandalas, show up in dreams or art in times of rupture because the psyche is trying desperately to create order, to create a map, right? So the mandala is the map of the psyche undergoing initiation. It wants to make sense of the terrain that is confusing. And that is how mandalas are created. This is from the archetypes of the collective unconscious.
When I began drawing the mandalas, however, I saw that everything, all the paths I had been following, all the steps I had taken were leading back to a single point, namely to the midpoint. It became increasingly plain to me that the mandala is the center. It is the exponent of all paths. It is the path to the center, to individuation. There is no linear evolution. There is only a circumambulation of the self.
So here we see how this novel, at its core, shows how the self and the cosmos, they both collapse into one another, okay? Jungian psychology and Tantra cosmology, they point to the same truth using different words, okay? They ultimately talk about the human experience of becoming real, of becoming how you truly are. And we see this in the Wind-Up Bird Chronicle, not only in Toru's experience through initiation, but also through the shape the novel takes, through the game of the goose, through the mandala, through Toru's psyche. This is why May has jurisdiction. This is why May can enforce the game logic on Toru, and while she's not being subject to it. She's not inside the spiral. She is at the axis of the spiral. She is the one who shows Toru the well. She invites him to descend. And once he's down inside the well, she is the one who traps him there. She steals the ladder rope and she closes the lid and she forces him to confront truth. Now, Lalita doesn't rescue. She tests. Okay? She tests. She wants to see if the player sees the game for what it is, if he is capable of recognizing her. Because if he does, if he sees through to the board and says, it's you, it was always you, then the game has been transcended and Toru reaches illumination. But Toru fails because when he's drowning and she picks in and she asks him, are you afraid of dying? The only correct answer here is no. No, I'm not afraid. Because death is part of the game. And if you flinch, you show that you still think that the game is real. You still think that your character is real. And Toru, unfortunately, flinches. He says, yes, he is afraid. And that's it. No save, no extra lives. She closes the cap. And she says she's far away now. Not because she's cruel. It's because he lost. He didn't understand. The truth was very simple. He, Toru, is Lalita. The board is inside of him. And May is the last outstretched hand of the divine child saying, do you want to play? And Toru said no. Now, at this point, you're probably tempted, and I don't blame you, to say, okay, this woman has lost it. Bring out the tinfoil. She just jumped the shark. But hold on, just give me a minute, okay? We have proven so many things. We have done so much groundwork. We did the game of the Goose architecture, the initiatory descent pattern, the Jungian diets. Do you think I got here by accident? Do you think I just spun the wheel until a goddess fell out of it? Have a little faith in me, okay? This novel is not just complex. Complexity is cheap. Anybody can jam in dream sequences and missing cats and call it postmodern. The wind-up bird, though, is layered. It has 5 symbolic layers stacked like a 5-story building. And I'm going to take you on the elevator to each one of its floors. Chapter 8, the Shakta Floor. All right. If I told you the word Shakta is double plus good word for Tantra, I know what you would think. You're probably going to think that this sounds very sketchy. And you know what? If I was you and I didn't know anything about this, I would be right there with you. Tantra sounds terrible. It sounds like a neon sign for some sort of massage parlor on an alleyway that's been closed since the 90s. And we don't want to be associated with that kind of energy. We don't want to be associated with words that are often aimed at the divorcee crowd. No. But, you know, if you put your prejudices away for a second and you scratch a little, you come to realize that Shakta is actually a serious system. It's a serious system that has been encrypted and passed down from guru to initiate for centuries. And I am here to reveal some of its truths to you. No need to take your pants off. Now, Shakta, properly understood, is a goddess religion. That means that it is the feminine energy that is venerated or worshipped. And this requires a little bit of perspective adjustment because it's very different from what we're used to, at least in the West. We are used to masculine deities. In our systems, God is a bearded man, a sky father who's issuing commandments and making sure that people live by them. So in a masculine system, there is a clear set morality of right and wrong. And if you behave, you go to heaven. And if you sin, then you go to hell. In Shakta and in most feminine religions, this is not so clear cut because what is worshipped is not morality, but power. So within Shakta, God is power, God is feminine, and femininity is understood as this almost oceanic force that pervades everything and animates the entire creation. Every single thing that exists is animated by this female energy called Shakti. So if you think of this as, imagine if this is like a kitchen where you have kitchen appliances, you have the toaster, the blender, then Shakti would be like the electricity that you use to make everything function. Okay? So Shakti is the field of energy. It's a pervading energy field that moves through every part of existence. But within the field, there are special points of tension, so to speak, where energy falls into different attractors or channels. The energy focuses on a set of attributes in each one of these attractors. So imagine this is like radio. Shakti would be all of the radio frequencies. And these points or attractors would be the specific stations. So you're listening to radio, but you can tune in to the top 40 station or the classical music station or the oldies station. You know, it's your choice. All of it is radio. But they come in different flavors. They come in different stations. So the goddess's pantheon in Shakta is very similar to that. It works in the same way. They are all Shakti. They're all the goddess. But it's a focused refraction of Shakti that becomes one embodiment or another of the goddess, like the radio stations do with frequencies. So when I talk about the pantheon and I explain to you the 10 different goddesses, don't think about them like independent goddesses fighting for dominance, who is more powerful than whom. No, it's 10 different aspects of the same being, of the same goddess. We're just looking at its parts separately. Like you have a person and you look at an arm or a leg or the abdomen. They're not fighting like who's better. I'm better. I'm the hand. I'm better than leg. No, they're all part of the same person. This is exactly the same thing. So if we consider goddesses as refractions of the same being, you may be wondering, why is it necessary to have many goddesses? Why can't we just keep it simple and look at it as just one big thing? And the reason we don't do that is because, unlike God, the goddess is not a single point. The goddess is a field. It's an expanse, right? God, we can see God, the masculine God, right, as spirit. So it's like a vertical pole. When you worship the vertical pole, you can attain perfections that will make you climb through the pole and elevate your soul. This is why we have heaven and we have hell, right? It's because we're working through this ladder of perfections, of moral perfections within our soul. You move upwards and you become good as you do, or you can be bad and move downwards and be degraded. And that's the logic behind heaven and hell. You can avoid hell if you act with purity of intention. But the goddess is not vertical. The goddess is horizontal, because everything that is made out of matter goes through the same cycle. We all go through birth, growth, decay, death, and dissolution. It's absolutely ruthless, and it's exactly the same for everything that exists. There is no escaping this process. It doesn't matter how good you are or how bad you are. It doesn't matter how many moral perfections you manage to accumulate, how disciplined you are. It doesn't matter, because every single thing that exists will go through this cycle of horizontal decay. So if we anthropomorphize this, we can turn this into a woman, a mother, for example. If this cycle of birth and decay and death and rebirth was a person and it was a mother, we could say that the mother has a good side and a bad side. The good side is the one that gives birth to you, that nurtures you and watches you grow. She gives you her milk, she watches you bloom and develop, but at a certain point, the mother flips, and it's just as capable of watching you decay and then die and then of devouring you. You see, she has a generous side and she has a terrifying side. And it makes sense from the perspective of the goddess herself, because she is giving birth to the entire world all the time. This is a present continuous. She's continuously birthing the world. And the goddess cannot birth and nurture things indefinitely without sustenance. She would get emaciated. She needs to feed on something. But if she and her creatures are the only thing that exists, then what is she going to feed on? If she wants to continue to birth things into existence, she must feed off of her own children to continue to give birth to new forms. And this is why it's necessary to split the goddess into fractions. If you want to worship only the bountiful side, the side that gives birth and nurtures and gives things without asking for anything in return, then we call her Kamala, the goddess of abundance. Kamala is the embodiment of Shakti that is 100% generous. She is often depicted as floating over a lotus flower in the middle of the ocean, with elephants showering her with beautiful, lukewarm water. Kamala is beautiful. She offers you everything she has. Not a single iota in Kamala is about destruction or death. If you want to worship the destructive side, then we call her Kali, and we depict her as a goddess with dark skin black as the night, who wears a bloodied garland of severed heads and carries a sword. Kali doesn't nurture. She destroys things so that other things can be born. And those are the two poles of the goddess, but in between we have 8 different goddesses that each one of them represents a different stage in this process through a different set of qualities. There are 10 goddesses in total in the pantheon, and the pantheon is called the Mahaviryas. They range from the good and nurturing to the terrifying and destroying. So now that I have explained this, you may feel like the connection between May Kasahara and Lalita feels a little bit shakier than the rest of the analysis we have done so far. But that is only because you haven't seen how the rest of the goddesses show up and are encoded in the novel so perfectly. Once you hear the next section, it's not going to feel shaky anymore, because you're going to see that there's no way that you can make correlations so precise through 10 different goddesses into the single novel. It's just going to lock in. The Wind-Upper Chronicle is also a novel about initiation into Shakta, because the parallels are striking. So all of the female characters in the book are incarnations of the same goddess, refracted into distinct forms. There are 10 Mahaviryas in the Tantra pantheon. There are 10 Mahaviryas in the Tantra pantheon, and we have 5 main women in the novel. We have May, Kreta, Kumiko, Nutmeg, and Malta. And you may assume now that each woman in the novel will correspond to 2 goddesses, a clean 10:5 ratio. But that's not how it works. Murakami is too graceful for literal mapping, and also May Kasahara has to be a single point at the center. So how do we figure out this correlation? So first, May Kasahara, like I said, has to be a clean correlation. She has to be only herself, because she's the center of the mandala, and there cannot be 2 different points at the center, right? So she cannot be someone else. May Kasahara is one of the goddesses. So this leaves us 9 goddesses to distribute among 4 women. How can we map out 9 into 4 cleanly? We are left with 1 odd goddess out, right? But not so fast, because we have already established that Kumiko and Kreta are the same character. So the arrangement becomes 9 into 3. Here's how I map this out. We have May Kasahara, who is 1 goddess. We have Malta Kano, who is 3 goddesses. We have Kumiko and Kreta, who share 3 other goddesses. And Nutmeg has 3 goddesses of her own. In total, that's 10 goddesses. And we're going to go over them one by one. Chapter 9. The goddesses in every woman. Okay, we're going to start to map out the different goddesses of the Mahaviryas into the female characters of the book, one by one, and we're going to start with the easiest literal comparison, which is between Nutmeg Akasaka and three of the goddesses. So, who is Nutmeg Akasaka? She's the oldest female character. She's a widow. She had a pretty tragic life. Her husband was brutally murdered in a hotel room, and her son is mute. So she's had her fair share of tragedy in her life. As a result, from all of this, she says that she has a void inside of her. She is empty. And this is why she can help women get through difficult periods in their lives. She, being empty, can absorb their pain into herself. Nutmeg also has a knack for creating spaces for other people to heal in. For example, she creates a fashion storefront, but then it has a spiritual clinic in the back rooms. She buys the hanging house for Toru so that Toru can go down into the well without risk as many times as he wants. And finally, we know Nutmeg Akasaka also has a very special gift. Her stories are super vivid. She can build almost a labyrinth out of words with her stories. So let's see. So the fact that she's a widow and she has such a tragic life, it's a direct correspondence to one of the 10 Mahaviryas. Her name is Dhumavati. And the main thing about Dhumavati is that A, she is a widow. B, she is the goddess of the void, of the breakdown before renewal. She is often related to tragedy. So, it's kind of difficult, I know, to absorb all of these weird names and concepts quickly. So I'm going to try my best to make them as vivid as possible for you to relate to. So what does Dhumavati represent? She represents the moment between collapse and rebirth. Basically, when something terrible happens and all hope is gone and you're like only seeing despair, right? For a second, you can feel the weight of everything that has been lost. That's Dhumavati. If there's a fire and it consumes everything, there is a moment after the fire has been extinguished when there is smoke and ash and you start to tally everything that has been consumed by the fire, just the sheer magnitude of everything that has been lost. And you realize that even if help would arrive, it wouldn't really matter much because what has been lost is so big, right? Dhumavati is the moment when you, for example, learn that a family member has passed away. There's like a second when it dawns on you that you'll never see this person again, and there is nothing you can do to fix it. That is Dhumavati, okay? So she's not a nurturing figure, and her presence signals interruption, abandonment, endings. Nutmeg is Dhumavati in many ways. She's a widow. She's a woman who's been marked by tragedy. She arrives in people's lives when everything else fails, when they're desperate, like at the bottom. When the women she helps are already broken. They have gone through terrible episodes in their lives and they're losing all hope. And that's when Dhumavati shows up. She shows up for Toru as well when he has lost everything, when he has no job, no wife, no cat, no purpose, and no hope of ever reuniting with Kumiko again. That is when she finds him. And how does she heal people? She doesn't really offer them solutions. She doesn't offer them hope. She doesn't even talk to them much. The way she heals is simply by being there, by being present when everything else has failed. So as you can see, Nutmeg and Dhumavati are a very good fit, except for the fact that Dhumavati is physically grotesque, okay? She has tattered clothes, she has falling hair, falling teeth, she is emaciated. And Nutmeg, on the other hand, is none of these things. She looks very healthy, she's elegant, her clothes are chosen with deliberate care. Every detail of the way she looks is precise, right? Nothing about her seems to indicate decay. Because this is a trait that she gets from another goddess in the Mahavira pantheon, who's called Bhuvaneshwari. So this goddess, Bhuvaneshwari, is different from Dhumavati. If we saw the goddess like a spectrum, right, from abundance and fertility and nurture, represented by Kamala, all the way to Kali, who's destruction, if we see it as a continuum, Dhumavati is close to Kali, but Bhuvaneshwari is close to Kamala. She's a goddess of abundance, and she is basically the cosmic womb, okay? She's a goddess of containment. She creates the conditions for things to appear, for things to be born and develop and flower. She is beautifully dressed. She's bejeweled. She's dressed in golden robes, elegant, just like Nutmeg. But also they share something else. They are figures that offer a sacred allowance, a space where nothing is demanded and every possibility is offered. She is the present that says to you, you're allowed to be here and to unfold here, and you don't owe me anything in return. I'm not going to rush you. I'm not going to demand anything from you. I'm not going to ask you to do things. I'm just going to allow you to be here and to experience your own self fully, okay? No advice, no motivation, just space and warmth. We can see that Nutmeg is like Bhuvaneshwari because she fixes the abandoned house for Toru. She allows him to go down into the well as many times as he wants, as many times as he needs. And she does the same for her patients. She offers them a space in the backroom clinic for them to heal, to get over whatever it is that happened to them. And then we have the third goddess. And the third goddess explains Nutmeg's incredible power of articulation through words, okay? We see this power many times in the novel, and it's not just when she tells the zoo stories to Cinnamon with the labyrinth of stories. We hear about her ability way before. Even Toru describes her storytelling as being so vivid that it's like there's a projector, right? Projecting a movie on a screen. Here's how he describes it.
She narrated with the order and clarity of a documentary film projected on a stark white screen. She left nothing vague. Yet she herself had not actually witnessed the spectacle.
So even when the story didn't happen to her, she's capable of telling the story as vividly as a documentary. Here's the passage where Nutmeg tells Toru the story of how Cinnamon lost his voice. It's pretty similar.
I could see all the colors and shapes with perfect clarity as I told the story to Cinnamon, and I was able to put what I saw into words, the exact words I needed, and convey them all to him.
So as you can see, she can create an entire labyrinth of words with paths that fork without end. And it is in this labyrinth, she says, that Cinnamon lost his tongue. But she doesn't describe it as Cinnamon going mute, right? Becoming mute or losing his capacity to speak. She uses a very specific phrase.
I know now what happened. His words were lost in the labyrinth, swallowed up by the world of the stories. Something that came out of those stories snatched his tongue away.
According to Nutmeg, something within the stories had snatched Cinnamon's tongue away. And curiously, in the Tantra pantheon, there is a goddess who snatches people's tongues. Her name is Bagala, and she is often depicted holding the tongue of a demon or of a worshipper. She freezes their speech in the middle of a sentence, right? And that's a weird power to have. Like, if you're a goddess, like, I understand being the cosmic womb, being, despair, or being like dissolution, or being fertility, right? All of these are expected, but why would you have a goddess who has the power of like snatching people's tongues? Well, Bagala represents the power of reason, okay, the power of logos, of the word. She's not just articulate. She has the power of the divine word, of the words that give shape and form to existence. She has speech so great that it leaves other people silent and grasping for words. In fact, her mantra calls it the golden silence that follows. So she speaks, and then there is a golden silence that follows. Nutmeg caused Cinnamon's muteness because she's also Bagala. Speech encompasses all of expression, including the processes of thought. You can't think if you don't use words. So one would naturally expect a goddess who is fierce to be capable of silencing a demon. You don't want to have demons around, right? You would want a goddess who can silence the demons. That's okay. But why is she also depicted silencing her own worshippers? Well, the reason Bagala is depicted silencing her worshippers, it's not because she's worshipped as a weapon. It's because speech and thought are the very things that split reality into two, into duality, okay? There is, once we have speech, once we have thought, there is the perceiver and that which is perceived. You see, there's a split. There is I and there is the other. There is the observer and the observed. That is the moment that ego is created. That is the moment that you start perceiving the world as an unique entity separate from it. So the I, the ego, is made out of memory, imagination, word, and thought. And it has in its own, within itself, it holds all the shoulds and should nots, the judgments, the comparisons. The very nature of ego is insecurity and a sense of being incomplete, because obviously as an individual you cannot be everything else. So there's always something that's lacking, and there's always something that is looking to be completed, right? That is where our desires and fears stem from. So all of this is what creates an incessant chatter in our head. When a worshiper kind of calls for Bagala to come, what he wants is for her to stun and silence the nonstop chatter of the conflicts of the mind. She is the force that crushes duality and allows you to experience the world as one thing. So we can see how this works in the figure of Nutmeg. She represents three goddesses. She represents Dhumavati, okay, who forces you to face the darkness and the void within. She represents Bagala, who shows you that you must surrender to this darkness if you want to find unity, that everything there is and you are not separate. It's the merger of your thoughts and being. And Bhuvaneshwari is the space to do this in, okay? So here we see how by giving this configuration to nutmeg at the end of the novel, the last third of the novel, Murakami is creating, he's encapsulating the final steps of transformation in this character. Dhumavari as void, Bhuvaneshwari as containment, and Bagala as integration. That is what nutmeg offered Toru. She offers Toru the final path towards transcendence, towards being an integrated psyche through integration, basically, yeah. And Toru is not capable of accepting this gift, right? But we're going to see more about that later. Okay, now let's go and analyze the second trio of goddesses are correlated to a duo, to Kreta and Kumiko. So Kreta and Kumiko as a single character share three goddesses. And it's actually a trio, 3 for 3, because it's Kreta, Kumiko, and the phone woman are the same character, and they share three goddesses. Okay, so they also embody goddesses, and I am going to tell you about these goddesses through a dream that Toru had. So Toru has a dream in which he is having sex with Kreta, and throughout the dream, we see how the woman he's having sex with morphs and changes into different beings, basically. It flows in and out of different states, and these states describe each one of the three goddesses, okay? So we're gonna start there.
Soft piano whispers through the air, strings gliding light as they pair.
In my sleep, I was zipping up Kumiko's dress. I could see her smooth, white back, but by the time I had the zipper to the top, I realized it was not Kumiko, but Kreta Kano. She and I were the only ones in the room. It was the same room as in the last dream, a room in the same hotel suite. On the table was a bottle of whiskey and 2 glasses. There was also a stainless steel ice bucket full of ice. Kreta Kano was wearing a summer dress of Kumiko's, pale blue with an openwork pattern of birds. The skirt came to just above her knees. "How did you get that dress?" I asked. "Is it yours?" Instead of answering, Kreta Kano touched my forehead. "You don't have to think, Mr. Okada. We'll take care of all that. Leave everything to us." "To us?" I asked, but there was no reply.
So here we can see off the bat that she refers to herself in the plural. She says, leave everything to us. She doesn't say leave everything to me, because it's not just Kreta that's talking, right? It's not just Kreta. You could be tempted to assume she's talking in the plural because she's talking about herself and Kumiko. But look again, she's talking about herself and Kumiko and the phone woman and the 3 goddesses that I am about to show you. So in the dream imagery, she's first presented as Kamala, the bountiful, fertile goddess, the Venus of the Mahavirya system. She arrives wearing Kumiko's dress. She asks Toru for nothing and offers everything. She gives Toru initiation on a silver platter. Here's how she's described as Kamala.
As she moved, the edges of the pale blue dress caressed my stomach and thighs. With her eyes closed and her chin lifted slightly, Kreta Kano rocked quietly forward and back as if she were dreaming. I could see her chest rising and falling with each breath beneath the dress. I imagined myself closing my eyes and listened, expecting to hear the sound of little waves hitting my face. My body was bathed in lukewarm ocean water.
So basically, this imagery fits Kamala like a glove. Not only is she beautiful and tempting and offering herself without restraint, but the atmosphere of the scene sounds like a daytime scene. Toru feels like he's in the ocean and he's being bathed by lukewarm water. This is exactly how Kamala is depicted. She's often depicted floating in the ocean over a lotus flower. She's surrounded by elephants who shower her with this beautiful, clear, lukewarm water. But at that point, we have the first shift, and the image starts shifting. This is the exact same dream 2 paragraphs later.
With the skirts of the dress spread out around her, Credicano, riding atop me, looked like a soft, gigantic mushroom that had silently poked its face up to the dead leaves on the ground and opened under the sheltering wings of night.
Now, this doesn't sound like Kamala at all. We're talking a sensible shift, okay? Here, now she's a mushroom growing among dead leaves in the night. This is a very impure image. This is an image of decay, of plants that are dead, mushrooms that are growing. This is channeling an entirely different goddess. This is challenging a goddess called Matangi. Now, on the goddess spectrum that follows the cycle of life, you have Kamala when things are born and they're beautiful, plentiful, and they flower and everything. And that's the first part of any organism life. Things are born, they grow, they bloom, and after blooming, they start to decay. So they start losing their vitality. They start to rot. And this is the moment where we get Matangi. Matangi is a goddess with green skin, and she is the goddess of the margins, of everything that everybody else rejects. She's the goddess of transgression. She's the goddess of that which is taboo. She's the goddess of everything that is left over. In fact, she is often worshipped by being offered the meals leftovers with dirty hands, okay? This is who Matangi is. And Matangi, and I'm going to give you a little candy right now because I'm going to explain to you who the phone woman is. The identity of the phone woman that everybody wants to know who she is. Okay, she is Matangi. Why? Because Matangi rules speech. But it's not the same speech as Bagala. Bagala rules divine word. Something very beautiful, perfect, precise, right? Matangi doesn't. Matangi rules speech as a profusion of words. And often this profusion of words is taboo and transgressive and inappropriate, okay? Most of the goddesses are associated with animals, like Kamala with elephants, right? Matangi is associated with a parrot, okay? A parrot. What does a parrot do? Parrots can talk, but they don't say anything of substance. They're just parroting what other people say. And this is exactly what the phone woman does. What is the phone woman but a disembodied voice that calls Toru to tell him taboo things, transgressive things? She wants to talk to him about sex, but he's a married man. So this is like an embodiment of Matangi. So in this dream then, does Matangi say something to Toru? Does she talk in this dream? Of course she does. And just as Matangi does in this tantric tradition, where she's often depicted as a low-caste woman who is teaching the Brahmin through transgressive ideas, she does exactly the same, because this is what happens in the dream next.
Just forget, she said, but it was not Creta Cano's voice. Forget about everything. You're asleep. You're dreaming. You're lying in nice, warm mud. We all come out of the warm mud, and we all go back to it.
In the dream, Matangi explains to Toru the most essential thing about the goddess, but she uses words that are they're codified as Matangi. She's explaining it through the idea of mud. And the truth that she's transmitting is that everything that is born must die. Now, in the context of a sexual encounter, this is a jarring thing to say, right? But look at what happens right after. We have we have a shift again, a shift within the dream. Let's see what happens.
It was the voice of the woman on the telephone. The mysterious woman on the phone was now mounted atop me and joining her body with mine. She too wore Kumiko's dress. She and Kreda Kano had traded places without my being aware of it.
We get a bait and switch. Kreda switches places with the phone woman, who is Matangi, right? Who is Matangi as a disembodied voice who calls to say taboo things to Toru. So the swapping of voices, the confusion over who is speaking is also Matangi's power over sound and distortion. She distorts identity through language, and her presence often signals a break with the illusion of having a fixed selfhood. I don't know, this blurred, dreamlike identity switch is something that is very appropriate, I would say, for Matangi. It's like a signature, okay? And then we have the final transformation. Just when we thought that the dream was about to end, there is nothing more that they want to say to us, we have her take on yet another form. And this is her final form, so to speak.
All I could expel from my mouth was a hot blast of air. I opened my eyes wide and tried to see the face of the woman mounted on top of me, but the room was too dark. The woman said nothing more. Instead, she began to move her hips in an even more erotically stimulating way. From behind her, I heard, or thought I heard, the sound of a knob being turned. A white flash through the darkness. The ice bucket on the table might have shone momentarily in the light from the corridor, or the flash might have been the glint of a sharp blade, but I couldn't think anymore. There was only one thing I could do. I came.
So at the end, we see that in the dream, everything turns dark, and we see something that looks like a blade, and Toru can't speak. And all of this is a signal of another goddess. By the end of the dream, when he is surrendering, when he is finally giving in to what is happening, there's another bait and switch, right? He is handed over to Tara. And we get 5 signs of Tara in the dream, okay? Tara is a goddess that takes over when someone relinquishes control, when there is surrender. And that's the first one. Toru surrenders and she shows up. Second, the room was dark and he could hardly see anything because Tara operates in darkness. She operates in near-death spaces. The third one is Toru suddenly realizes that he can't speak, and instead the only thing he can do is blow out air. He exhales because Tara is the goddess of prana, of breathing. 4, we have the sharp blade. Tara wields a curved knife called kartri, and this is why her blade could be mistaken for an ice bucket. Ice buckets are round, right? If she was wielding a straight knife, then it wouldn't be Toru wouldn't have confused it for an ice bucket. But because it is a curved blade, then that makes sense, right? So why does Tara wield a blade? It's because she represents the concept of severance, the principle of severance. Then we have him describe her as almost an independent organism, and that's because in tantric accounts, Tara often embodies a full cosmic force. She's not even just a woman, but a force. It's power in form, okay? So who's Tara and why are we seeing Tara here? Tara belongs to the terrifying side of the goddess. She's not on the generous side, she's on the other side entirely. Tara shows up when things collapse. She is the step right before dissolution, at the edge of the void. She's the force that pushes you into the void, and then you're forced to either sink or swim. You either emerge or you dissolve, but there's no other option. She cuts identities, illusions, rationalizations. She's quite subtle too. She's not a brute force. You don't realize that she's arriving until she's already there. So she operates a little bit like a thief in the night. Everything about her arrival is subtle until it isn't. Your certainty crumbles because, for example, you had a devastating insight. That's Tara. Your marriage suddenly falls apart and you don't even know why. That's Tara. You have somebody destroy your public image. That's Tara, okay? She makes you realize that everything that you thought you could never live without can actually go away and you'll be fine. You can live without the things that you thought were unnegotiable. So when Tara enters the picture, everything that is false burns away, dies. Even speech sometimes, because explanations can be one of the things that Tara is cutting out of the picture. And so the gift that Tara gives you is not healing. She's not a goddess that's going to help you heal. What she offers you is clarity. She forces you to metabolize the truth and integrate it. So we see how this archetype of Tara is perfect for Kumiko. Kumiko severs the relationship with Toru without an explanation. She doesn't just leave Toru. She cuts off all communication, all contact with him, and forces him to deal on his own with the truth that he didn't want to see for such a long time. So like Tara's blade, Kumiko's disappearance cuts through the fantasy of domestic stability that Toru built his life upon. Tara's or Kumiko's severance is the thing that forces Toru to descend into the well, into his own subconscious world, right? If Kumiko had acted differently, if she had offered Toru explanations, if she had given him closure, then he wouldn't have had to go deep into his subconscious to look for the truth, right? It is precisely the silence that Tara or Kumiko leaves him with that opens the space for gnosis. It's forcing all of his false assumptions to collapse. So Toru's initiation is very Tara-like. He has no guidance. He has no explanation. Just the violence of absence. He's like pushed in and then forced to deal with it on his own. Now, okay, Kumiko is Tara. It's evident. But what about Creta? If they're the same character, Creta should also be Tara in a way. And she is. She is Tara in a literal way because Tara is Kali's sister. Not only is she Kali's sister, but she emerges from Kali in mythology, right? And I'm going to show you later how Multicano is Kali and how Multicano actually conjures Creta into existence in the 3rd chapter of the novel. So Creta is both Malta's sister and the place she emerged from, exactly like Tara and Kali. So we have seen now that they are both Tara. What about Matangi? How are they both Matangi? So they're both Matangi because they both have things that are transgressive or impure. In the case of Creta, that's very simple, right? Creta is a prostitute. She was defiled by Noboru Wataya. And Kumiko is also someone with a very complicated sexual past because she has a string of lovers, countless lovers, while she is married to Toru, which is very transgressive. It's very taboo, right? And she is also, we're not told directly, but we can assume from the novel that Kumiko probably was also defiled by Noboru Wataya in some way. So this is a significant connection that Kumiko and Kreda share, right? They were both promiscuous. They were both defiled by Noboru Wataya. So it makes sense that the connection they share, the link, would manifest itself as a disembodied voice, the voice of the phone woman. The phone woman represents Matangi because she represents the link between Kumiko and Kreda in regards of transgression. So what do we make of Kamala then? Well, Kamala is very easy. Kreda is beautiful. She's completely open to Toru. She's vulnerable. She's sexually forward. She offers herself fully to him. And all of that signals Kamala. But is Kumiko Kamala? Well, yes, Kumiko is also Kamala in a different way. You see, Kumiko is someone who comes from an affluent background. Her family is a family with a good position. And she herself, when Toru quits his job, becomes the sole breadwinner. And she provides everything for him, and she doesn't ask him for anything in return. In fact, she often tells Toru that it is okay, that he doesn't have to find another job, that they can do without for a while, that she's going to provide for him. So that is also very Kamala-like. Now, we can see how if we said that Nutmeg's triad of goddesses represented the final steps of integration, then what does the trio of goddesses that Kumiko and Kreda share represent? Well, Kamala is the stability that Toru comes from, the status quo at the beginning of the story. And Matangi represents the moment of rupture, the moment where he rejects society's script and goes into the margins. He's doing something transgressive. He's moving from a position of acceptance of society's pact and rules into a position of transgression, of the margins. And then Tara is the moment where Toru is finally pushed into his own initiation. So the three goddesses represent the first part of the process. They would be represented in the game of the Goose board with the bridge, right? It would be the bridge, the first part of the whole process. So this leaves us with the last character, with Malta Cano. And who is Malta Cano? Malta Cano is different from the other female characters. She was born with a gift. She was a clairvoyant since she was born, and actually her parents are pretty terrified of her powers. So she spends most of her childhood trying to contain and hide her power until she reaches adolescence, and then she leaves home and she travels the world in search for the perfect water. And she eventually finds this water in Malta. And she then spends 3 years on an ascetic retreat in Malta. Later, she goes back to Japan and then takes on Noboru Wataya as a client. This is how she meets Toru, by the way. It's through Noboru Wataya. She's working with Noboru Wataya, who recommends her services to Kumiko to find the cat, and Kumiko tells Toru to go meet with her. Now, through the novel, we see Malta very sparingly, but every once in a while, we are reminded that she is always there. She's always watching. There's scenes, sprinkled in where we see that she's actually following everything that's happening. So what does Malta look like? We are told she dresses well, but she wears a weird red vinyl hat that feels out of place. Like, her clothes are tailored, tasteful, beautiful, but then she tops it all off with this weird red vinyl hat. What is the red vinyl hat? Well, by the end of the book, Toru has a dream about Malta in which they are having tea in a huge room the size of a temple. In this room, there's beams, and from the beams hang bloody scalps. The bloody scalps are so fresh that they're dripping blood, so much blood that it feels like it's raining blood all around them. Toru is having tea. He has a cup of tea. And he is afraid that the blood is going to drip into his teacup. Malta represents the terrifying and destructive axis of the goddess. She embodies 3 terrifying Mahaviryas. The first one is called Bhairavi. Bhairavi is the goddess of purification. She's like the opposite of Matangi, right? She's asceticism, discipline, purification. And we can see that this maps out to Malta in her ascetic retreat. She goes to Malta and she spends 3 years doing asceticism. She's disciplined and she's sober, just like Bhairavi. But then we have 2 more images. The images of 2 goddesses who are quite shocking. The first one is called Chinnamasta. And the image of this goddess, I don't think you have seen anything similar to this. It's terrifying. This is a goddess of sacrifice. And her imagery is of a woman who is decapitated. It's a goddess without a head. And from her neck spring 3 streams of blood, like a fountain. She's pouring blood out of her neck, and her worshippers are around her with teacups. Well, not teacups, but cups, right? They're drinking blood from her neck. It's pretty horrifying, pretty morbid, but we can see how in the dream there is an echo of Chinnamasta. We can see Chinnamasta in the fact that Toru is having tea and he's afraid that the blood is going to fall into his teacup. And also the red vinyl hat symbolizes the decapitated neck of Chinnamasta. And then finally we have Kali, the destroyer. Kali is the fiercest goddess. She is dissolution itself, right? She is that which destroys. The final, most fierce, most terrifying aspect of the goddess. She is the one who destroys the ego. And because of that, in imagery, she wears a garland of severed heads. Her skin is black as the night, and she has a garland of severed heads, and she has her tongue sticking out, and she's looking straight at people, like with a very scary face. Her eyes are fixated on you. She has her tongue out. It's very scary stuff, okay? But we can also see Malta in the dream. Let's look at it in sections, okay? We're going to see the 3 goddesses in this dream, just like we did with the previous dream and Creta.
In my dream, though I didn't know it was a dream, I was seated across the table from Malta Kano, drinking tea. The rectangular room was too long and wide to see from end to end, and arranged in it in perfectly straight lines were tables. We sat at one of the tables in the middle, the only people there. Across the ceiling, as high as that of a Buddhist temple, stretched countless heavy beams.
Okay, this is how Toru describes the space the dream takes place in. He's describing what he sees through his own eyes, and he doesn't know Tantra, right? His description, he calls it a temple, but it's not really a temple. It's actually, he's describing a tantric cremation ground. In certain Hindu Tantra lineages, the goddesses, especially the terrifying ones, are worshipped at cremation grounds. And I know that sounds pretty morbid, and it is. But don't think that what they're worshiping is death itself, because that's not what they worship. They go to worship to the cremation grounds because that is the threshold between life and death. It's kind of like a liminal zone where all of the boundaries dissolve. So those who worship Kali see themselves in the burning bodies. They force to confront the practitioner with the ultimate truth, which is that all identities are impermanent and all forms eventually dissolve and everything merges back into the formless. So what is worshipped is not death. It's what remains after all of the illusions have been cast away, right? It's the terrifying clarity behind the mask. Now, Kali is often worshipped there in her most terrifying form. And let's see what happens next in the dream.
From all points of which there hung, like potted plants, objects that appeared to be toupees. A closer look showed me that they were actual human scalps. I could tell from the black blood on their undersides. They were newly taken scalps that had been hung from the beams to dry. I was afraid that the still fresh blood might drip into our tea. Blood was dripping all around us like raindrops, the sound reverberating in the cavernous room. Only the scalps hanging above our table seemed to have dried enough so that there was no sign of blood dripping down from them.
So here's where we get the wink that ties us back to May Kasahara. May Kasahara is working at a wig factory, and at the beginning of the novel, she's actually working for a toupee manufacturer. And now Toru tells us that the scalps look like toupees, but they weren't. They were actual human scalps that were dripping blood. You see, the wigs and the factory represent human parts. It's new identities being churned out, ready to play. May writes from the factory where people are being made before they become people. Lalita issues the wigs, you see, and Kali, as the destroyer, is the one who takes the wigs back. May Kasahara sets up the game, and Malta is the cleaning crew. So actually, when I read this passage, when I read this dream, that's when it clicked for me, because I saw Kali's garland in the scalps, and I saw the cremation ground description, and everything clicked into place. The cremation ground, the bloody scalps, everything is just too precise. But then we hear more. Just like in Creta's dream, when the images of the goddesses were overlapping, here too, we start to see another goddess peek in. That's Chinamasta, because Toru is worried that the blood is going to fall into or drip into his tea. And then we see the final goddess in this dream. And this is how Toru narrates it.
The tea was boiling hot. Placed beside the teaspoons in each of our saucers were 3 lurid green lumps of sugar. Malta Kano dropped 2 of the lumps into her tea and stirred, but they would not melt. A dog appeared from nowhere and sat down beside our table. Its face was that of Ushikawa.
So in the dream, they are drinking tea, which is boiling hot, and there's 3 lumps of sugar in the tea. But the lumps of sugar are green and lurid and refuse to melt. So the sugar, which is a substance that is meant to dissolve and to sweeten the tea, remains intact, even though the water is boiling. So the sugar here is resisting transformation. The lumps resist to integrate with the tea. And Malta is steering. She's doing her best, but nothing happens, right? The ritual is failing. And this signals impurity. The offering is not clean, it's not pure. This is why the lumps are lurid and green. And this impurity opened the gate for a demonic face to enter the scene, that of Ushikawa as a dog.
It was a big dog with a chunky black body, but from the neck up it was Ushikawa. Only the shaggy black fur that covered the body also grew on the face and head. Well, if it isn't Mr. Okada, said the dog-shaped Ushikawa, and will you look at this, a full head of hair. It grew there the second I turned into a dog. Amazing. I've got much bigger balls now than I used to have, and my stomach doesn't hurt anymore. And look, no glasses, no clothes. I'm so happy. I can't believe I didn't think of this before.
So what is this dog doing in this scene? Well, Ushikawa represents the anti-initiate. He is instinctual, sub-rational, and he is embodied joy, but it is joy so pure that is kind of grotesque, right? In tantric language, this is not liberation. This is the opposite of liberation. This is devolution. You're devolving into the animal plane. The animal plane in Tantra is called the Bhuta Loka. It's the realm where spirits, like demonic entities, and subhuman consciousness, like that of animals, mingle. And this is what happens when someone refuses to take the path upward and instead collapses back into a more primitive form. So what does Malta do to this grotesque dog?
Malta Kana picked up her one remaining green sugar lump and hurled it at the dog. The lump thudded into Ushikawa's forehead and drew ink-black blood that ran down Ushikawa's face. This seemed to cause Ushikawa no pain. Still smiling, without a word, he raised his tail and strode away. It was true. His testicles were grotesquely huge.
So here we see that Malta rejects the dog. She throws a lump of sugar at him and hits him in the forehead, and this draws black blood. This black blood obviously signals corruption. Who bleeds black? Right? Demons. Demons bleed black. But the fact that the whole scene doesn't seem to hurt Ushikawa is also symbolic of having no ego left to hurt. There's nothing left there to receive the consequence. He has devolved so completely into an animal that Malta can't even hurt the dog. Malta, however, is enacting sacred violence. She is acting like Bhairavi. Bhairavi is the goddess that protects and guards the purity of and the sanctity of spaces, right, of ritual sites. So Malta, as Bhairavi, is showing that the impure is not welcome in the cremation grounds. Bhairavi is the one who rejects the dog and forces it to exit. So here we see how we have the three goddesses. So now let's see how Malta, as Kali, creates Kreta Kano. Now we have seen throughout the novel that Kreta wears Kumiko's dress. Why does she wear Kumiko's dress? Well, if you're wearing the Jungian lens, right, she is wearing the dress because Toru projects things into Kreta. He projects Kumiko into Kreta. So he gives her Kreta's dress, right? But that's not the story over here in the speakeasy of Tantra. If we look at Toru's bridge, that is the moment he crossed the bridge into the psychic initiation, when he talks to Malta for the first time, why did Murakami identify that specific scene with Toru's bridge? Wouldn't it be more appropriate to say that Toru crossed the bridge when he quit his job, or when the cat went missing? Why was it when meeting Malta, and specifically when Malta asked him for his hand to do the little psychic woo-woo thing to him? Well, it's because that's the moment that Kreta is created.
A sad procession of people and umbrellas climbed up and down the footbridge outside. "Give me your hand," she said. I placed my right hand on the table, palm up, assuming she was planning to read my palm. Instead, she stretched her hand out and put her palm against mine. Then she closed her eyes, remaining utterly still, as if silently rebuking a faithless lover. The waitress came and refilled my cup, pretending not to notice what Malta Kano and I were doing. People at nearby tables stole glances in our direction. I kept hoping all the while that there were no acquaintances of mine in the vicinity. "I want you to picture to yourself one thing you saw before you came here today," said Malta Kano. "One thing?" I asked. "Just one thing." I thought of the flowered mini dress that I had seen in Kumiko's clothes storage box. Why that of all things happened to pop into my mind, I have no idea. It just did.
So while Malta has joined palms with Toru and she's asking him to close his eyes and to picture something in his head, what does Toru picture? He pictures the image of Kumiko's dress. Then Kreta shows up in his dreams wearing said dress. But not just that, okay? There is another hint here. We find winks constantly that show us that although the map of the three women and three goddesses is accurate, there are also moments when we see that they are all one and the same, that the separation is just another illusion, right? For example, in the same first encounter, Malta already foreshadowed both Creta and Nutmeg and the hanging house, because the feeling Toru gets when she's doing this whole hand thing to him is that he is being emptied. It's the same exact thing that he describes when Nutmeg is working on him. So here's how he says that he feels.
It had the same effect her eyes had, turning me into a vacant house. I felt empty. No furniture, no curtains, no rugs, just an empty container. Eventually, Maltakano withdrew her hand from mine and took several deep breaths. Then she nodded several times.
So this is a wink of Dhumavati peeking in the corner and telling us, wait, I mean, the division is there, right? But ultimately, this is an illusion, right? You know, they're all the same. There are these type of little winks everywhere because in Shakta, in Tantra, all of the goddesses are ultimately the same being. So they overlap. There's not a clean cut between them, and they merge, they transform into one another, right? These are all games that the Tantric Mahaviryas play constantly. Creta also has Dhumavati peek in. Her entire life before the car crash was a Dhumavati initiation. She had pain all over her body to the point where she would rather die than continue to suffer, right? So then she takes her brother's car and she drives it into a wall. All of this is very Dhumavati, like the pain, the despair, and all of that. And after she crashes the car, she feels void inside. She's left numb and hollow. If she was able to do any psychic work at all after that, was precisely because of Dhumavati. It was an initiation through trauma and disaster. And Kumiko also shows us that she is all of the Mahaviryas because it was Kumiko's cat that goes missing. It's Kumiko the one who tells Toru to go find it in the weird back alley, right? In that alley is where Toru finds May Kasahara and ultimately the well. And Kumiko even makes it a point to tell Toru that he has a well inside of him, that he shouts into the well that he has within. She tells him this when they're fighting over bell peppers and toilet paper at the beginning of the book. And this is exactly what she says.
You don't take it out on anybody when you're tired. I do. Why is that?
I never noticed. Funny.
Maybe you've got this deep well inside, and you shout into it, "The king's got donkey's ears!" And then everything's okay.
I thought about that for a while.
And only then, only after having set everything in motion, does Kumiko disappear. She introduced all of the participants. Toru's descent was planned by the goddess herself through her 10 manifestations, through Kumiko. Chapter 10, the failed initiation. Toru fails initiation. Poor Toru. All right, so through this book, we have witnessed how Toru goes through 3 very different initiations from 3 different traditions. He goes through an alchemical journey through Jung, a tantric initiation, and a shamanic journey, right? And in the novel, the symbolic layer is the one that's doing all the heavy lifting by compressing all of this meaning into a few very well-chosen symbols. Take the well, for example. From the Game of the Goose perspective, the well is just square 31. Now, from the alchemical perspective, the well is the vas hermeticum. From the shamanic lens, the well is the axis mundi. And from the tantric point of view, the well is the yoni. If we were using, for example, a mystical Christian lens, we would say that the well is Toru's cross. The same thing happens with the bird. From the board perspective, the bird is a goose. From the Jungian perspective, the bird is a kingfisher. From the shamanic perspective, the calls from the wind-up bird are a call to journey. It's what's signaling to Toru that he is to be initiated. And from the tantric perspective, the bird is Hamsa, the sacred goose, the one that can separate milk from water and transverse the worlds. The problem here is Toru fails each initiation methodically, which is really, really sad. I mean, we want nothing but to see him succeed. And instead, he fails terribly. The only thing that he seems to be consistently good at is failing these tests. He fails them with precision, with gusto, like he knows what he's doing. He fails them one by one. He's a virtuoso of losing. Now, if you don't pay attention, if you don't read carefully, you would miss this because it's subtle. But it's not just subtle, it's also very meaningful. He fails the tests in a very meaningful way because he goes through every single step. He reaches the end of the initiation process, but he has missed the entire point. And this is why he fails over and over again. So, for example, he goes into the maze. He goes willingly. He finds the shadow. He fights the shadow. He wins. But then, instead of facing it, instead of looking at it, he walks away. He walks away. He can't integrate the shadow if he doesn't look at it, so everything becomes a pointless act. This is how he fails the Jungian integration, the individuation. All of this for absolutely nothing. He has nothing to show for it. How does he lose? How does he fail the shamanic initiation? Well, the shamanic initiation felt complete, right? The guy goes down into the well. He transforms into the bird. He gains the mark on his cheek. He emerges with healing powers. And he starts using the healing powers to heal people, right? Everything seems to go according to plan, except for the fact that the well is still there and the well calls him. It draws him with its darkness and he can't help but going down over and over to figure out his Kumiko situation. And the problem is, by doing this, by going down, descending into the well over and over again, he starts neglecting other areas of his life. He starts shirking his duties. So he neglects Nutmeg's patients. And in shamanic terms, if you have a gift for healing and you're not using it to help heal your tribe, then the spirits will withdraw their favor. The tribe would kick you out. You get exiled. And this is exactly what happens to Toru, because eventually he loses his mark. Nutmeg tells him he can no longer work for her, and it's all because Toru fails to empty himself. He's so attached to Kumiko that he can't let it go and just become the shaman that he has to be. So he fails the shamanic initiation. And how does he fail the tantric one? Well, each female on the novel is trying for their life to initiate this man, and he fails each and every single one of them. The first time he's initiated is in the Kreta dream that we analyzed before. In the dream, she mounts him, very tantric, and Toru starts to feel like something is penetrating him, like something is entering him through his organ. This is reverse penetration. This is Shakti that's entering Toru. Kreta wants to initiate him, but how does Toru respond to this? Does he respond like a man? Of course not. He leaks. He ejaculates without volition. He doesn't want to, but he does. And in tantric terms, he fails because what a man has to prove is that he possesses the male principle. The male principle is will. He can either choose to willfully ignore the sacred prostitute and not engage. He can just reject her because he's showing mastery over desire. His will is strong. He's a master of his own body, of his own desire. Or he can take her and then become a willing participant in the act. And that way he would demonstrate that he has integrated desire and sacredness. So both of those choices would have been fine. He would have passed the test. The problem is Toru doesn't do either. He doesn't want to be there, but he doesn't go away either. He stays. He becomes an unwilling participant. So Creta tempts him and he fails because he doesn't want to, but he comes anyway. If he had willfully joined her or rejected her, then he would have passed. But instead we get this lukewarm and disappointed scene. Now, in Tantra, failing has actual real consequences in the real world. And that's exactly what happens to Toru. What do you think happens the very next day after he has this dream with Creta and fails? He is served the divorce papers, not by Creta, but by Malta. Kali, the dissolver of ego, is telling him, "You're failing, man. You're failing us. You're not going to get Kumiko back. Here's the divorce papers. Sign them." Now, later, Malta gives him a second chance of initiation through her gate, the terrifying gate. She's playing like the good cop, bad cop with Creta. It's obvious that Toru failed the sweet temptation of Kamala through Creta. Let's try the terrifying one instead. Let's see if he passes the test with Kali. And this initiatory dream is not like the first. Kali shows up in the cremation hall, full-on horror, right? Bloody scalps, blood raining from the ceiling, terrifying, potent. And then Toru tells Malta in the dream that his missing cat has come back. Malta asks if he's completely sure it is the same cat. Toru says that he's sure because the tail is bent like it's always been.
I see,
said Maltakano.
To tell you the truth, though, I am sorry, but I have the cat's real tail right here.
Maltakano stood and stripped off her coat. As I had suspected, she was wearing nothing underneath. She did not remove her red vinyl hat. She turned and showed her back to me. There, to be sure, attached above her buttocks, was a cat's tail. Proportioned to her body, it was much larger than the original, but its shape was the same as Mackerel's tail. It had the same sharp bend at the tip, but this one was far more convincingly real than Mackerel's.
This time, Kali doesn't come to dissolve the marriage. She doesn't come to give him divorce papers. She's coming for his ego, his false sense of reality. You see, when Toru is working with Nutmeg and the cat comes back to him, for a brief moment there, we believe everything is going to be all right. We think, finally, this man has snapped out of it. He has a job now. He has a sense of purpose. He's gonna get the girl, right? Because he got the cat back. Everything is fine, right? Kumiko is surely gonna see his efforts now. Well, even though we really like the guy, he's not perfect, but he's our guy. He's not gonna make it. Kali the Destroyer shows up to dissolve this falsehood. She shatters Toru's illusion, his ego, everything, and our own, really, because we were rooting for the guy. What she tells is, your cat is not real. Your cat is a simulation. And here's the thing, here's the gist. The cat in the novel represents Toru's marriage. They get the cat shortly after getting married. This is why when the cat goes missing, it's a foreshadowing of Kumiko leaving. When Malta says the cat isn't real, what she's really saying is, even if everything gets better, even if you get your things together, even if you're no longer lost, your marriage to Kumiko was a lie, an illusion, a counterfeit of the real thing.
Please take a close look,
said Maltakano.
This is the actual tail of the cat that disappeared. The one the cat has now is an imitation. It may look the same, but if you examine it closely, you will find that it is different.
For Toru to pass this second initiation, he would have had to take this truth that Kali, as Malta, is offering him and hold it, right, and see it. The cat is a lie. The marriage is not rooted in reality. He would have lost his marriage. Kali would have taken the marriage away, but he would have saved himself. He would have passed the test. Instead, what does Toru do? Toru wakes up, picks up the cat, and checks the cat's tail, as if he's looking for proof that the cat was in fact real. And this act of double checking the truth that Kali is offering him is what closes her door permanently to him. And once more, in the world of Tantra, you don't fail a test without a consequence. So, what happens next after Toru checks the tail of the cat? Toru's bat goes missing. The one that he won after his first successful confrontation with the shadow in the alleys of Yoyogi, where he showed that he actually does have a little bit of will when he wants to. The bat, the phallic symbol, the little progress he has managed to make in his journey, gone. The slate was wiped clean. He doesn't understand, though, where the bat went. Did Cinnamon take it? Where is it? Did somebody rob it? We know where it went. So, at this point, Toru has failed Tara as Kumiko, and she retreated. He couldn't pass Kreta as Kamala, so she left. He fails Malta as Kali. And he fails Nutmeg's tests too, There's no angle in this novel where Toru didn't completely fail the initiation. Even May. May also offers him a chance and he fails her. Because in a surprising display of will, when Toru fights his shadow and wins, it shows will, which is why it unlocks the pathway for Shakti to flow again. This is why the well, which represents the yoni, starts getting wet, because he unlocked the flow of Shakti, of the feminine energy, by fighting his shadow. And what happens is, as the well is filling up and Toru is going to die, May shows up. Lalita, as May, shows up and offers him the last chance. She says, "Are you afraid of death?" And Toru says, yes. He has learned nothing. He fails. And what happens after? What happens after he fails May? He wakes up in Nutmeg's residence and finds Kumiko's letter in Cinnamon's computer telling him that she was locking herself up in prison indefinitely, farther away than ever before, unreachable, behind bars, okay? Completely out of reach for the long term. So he was offered tantric knowledge. He was offered initiation on 4 separate occasions by Kreta, by Malta, by Nutmeg, by May, and he failed all of them from passivity, from hesitation, from lack of control, and from selfishness. So they all vanish. They all vanish. So, failing every single initiation, Toru has gone through the entire game of the Goose board. He has reached the end, but he doesn't get access to the garden. Instead, he lands on the death square, square 58. He dies and is sent back to the beginning of the board. No hope for you, son. Go have some pasta with your fake cat. But he can't. He can't even have pasta with his fake cat because he cannot enter the board again until the other half of the dyad, that is Kumiko, the other half of the dyad that controls the peas, gets out of prison. Until she gets out of prison, he remains outside of the board. That is how he gets to visit May Kasahara in the garden at the center of the board. Neither is in the game. May Kasahara is the axis, and Toru is now dead, right? So the garden here, when Toru goes to visit May Kasahara at the end of the novel, is not functioning as the victory square. This is why the dogs are not in it, right? He is at the center, but he doesn't get to have a party. The failure is not arbitrary, and this is the most important point that I want to make in this chapter is Michiko Kakutani was wrong about the ending too. This ending is not a lack of closure. The closure is there, right? It's just a lack of a satisfying conclusion. The novel doesn't let your mind rest. It doesn't let your mind just close the novel and forget about it. So we're not offered anything that would allow us closure. We're not offered the image of Toru in the garden. We're not offered the image of Toru renunciating the garden either, right? He doesn't sign the divorce papers. He lacks the will. He cannot reject and he cannot commit. He has no will. We just saw it. He is left in a state of longing, just like he started. The failure to transform is the whole point of the entire novel. But why? Why? What happens in the Bible? What happens to Moses? Well, Moses abandons his life. He does everything that God asks of them. But once he gets to the promised land, after 40 years circling the desert, he gets to the promised land and he's not allowed to enter. He fails. Jesus Christ fails too by every metric imaginable. And precisely that is Jesus Christ's sacrifice. He fails, and we spent 2,000 years thinking about it. Samson is betrayed and he's captured. Jonah saves Nineveh. He gets Nineveh to repent, and yet God still rebukes him. Job fails to understand God's logic. They all fail. Why? Well, if Toru had succeeded, then what would have happened? Our subconscious would have found a nice place to rest, right? We would have closed the novel, file it neatly in the box with the label, "Great myths that I once read," right? But by leaving it open-ended, the novel becomes a pebble in your shoe. It becomes a pebble in your mind. It continues to haunt you like a breakup with a partner that gives you no reasons, right? You can't get over it because it isn't settled. You're not at peace. You don't know what happened, right? That is the magnetic power of this novel. That is what compels the reader to follow the path of initiation themselves, not consciously necessarily, right? And the years will go by, and you may forget the plot of the book. You may forget the name of the protagonist. And 20 years later, at a vintage shop, on a trip, the symbols will still be there haunting you, whispering ideas into your head. You will find yourself, for example, revisiting Yamamoto's skinning, or Mamiya's encounter with divinity at the bottom of the well. That is one of the most powerful scenes I have ever read, by the way. You will have Malta, right, with her bloody scalps dripping blood on your teacup, show up in a nightmare. You will never forget the well. You won't forget the bird. You're not going to forget Honda's advice that when there is no flow, you better just sit still, right? This is why literature itself is the most powerful vessel for initiation. And in many cultures, it is the shamans who tell these stories by the fire. The transmission method is the stories themselves, because literature forces you to go into the same netherland that room 208 is in. The space of imagination. It is the space, the blank space in your mind behind your closed lids, right? Words are capable of conjuring images in your mind, but it is your own imagination that has to work for you to see the images. In that way, by imagining what you're reading, you're activating this layer of consciousness behind your normal awareness. When you read in silence, when you read quietly, you're doing a guided meditation across your own subconscious. And I say that literature is the perfect vessel for initiation because other art forms don't produce this. Music, for example, doesn't have the same effect. It's too abstract. Music can give you a feeling. It can stir an emotion in you. It can produce a sensation. It can make you want to dance, right? But it doesn't activate the imagination in the same way. Cinema, movies, right, are another powerful storytelling technique. But movies don't activate the imagination in the same way because they present you with a fully crafted, shiny, immersive world. You don't have to complete this world. All you have to do is sit back, absorb it visually, and your imagination is at rest. So these cannot compare with the written word in terms of initiatic power. This is the domain of books. It's exclusively of books. The Wind-Up Bird Chronicle triggers the initiation process within us because when we open the novel, we are rupturing with our ordinary life and we are descending into the netherworld alongside Toru. And this is where Murakami brilliantly provides the images that force us down the path of initiation. What is the skinning of Yamamoto, if not an initiatory experience? It's a scene that is described in excruciatingly vivid detail, right? Murakami doesn't spare a single detail. We go over it inch by inch. It's horrifying. It's seared into our minds. And that is the purpose of the scene, right? We can't help but conjure this in our minds. And because we're reading it, we're projecting it in the blank canvas of our mind's eye, right? The effect this has on us is similar to the one that initiates have during a shamanic initiation. They're forced to watch the dismemberment of an animal or of another person, which is a confrontation with death itself. It's similar to the effect that meditating on a cremation ground has for a left-hand Tantra practitioner, right? They do it there so they can see in the corpses burning their own death, right? So by showing us Yamamoto's skinning in such vivid detail, Murakami is forcing this type of experience onto us. And what happens right after Yamamoto's skinning? He offers us one of the most beautiful, cinematic almost scenes in all of the book, which is Mamiya's encounter with divinity at the bottom of the well. He prepped your mind to accept this knowledge by showing you the dismemberment first. So you can't shake these scenes off, right? You descend with Toru, you become the bird, you face his disappointment with him, and when he ultimately fails, you feel pushed to finish the initiation in your own life, even if you're not aware of it. So here is how we see that there are actually two kinds of books. There's two kinds of successful books, okay? There's a million kinds of books, but there's two kinds of successful books. We have books that act like a myth, okay? They close neatly. Everything is tucked in. No loose ends, no questions left for, to answer. We have in this category books as celebrated and beloved as Harry Potter, The Lord of the Rings, right? We love these books. We go back to them over and over because we can read meaning in them. We read this meaning with our conscious mind. These are books that talk to you about good and evil, about the nature of reality, and they are very explicit. You go to them because you enjoy the certainty. And then we have other books that are not myth. They don't close. They are more like a ritual. They are an initiation device. They force the meaning out of you, and they are all open-ended. We have the Bible. We have Damien by Hermann Hesse. We have The Little Prince. We have Hopscotch, The Wind-Up Bird. The hero fails in these stories so that you can continue the journey yourself. Chapter 11, the male characters. The male characters. Okay, we went through the female characters. We realized that they are all the same. They're all the goddess, and they encode different goddesses from the Mahaviriya pantheon. What about the male characters? What are they doing in the story? Okay, Murakami is not a sadist. He's not going to push us down the path of initiation and then leave, right? Like Tara, like Kumiko. No, he's too good for that. Murakami has carefully encoded, along with the path, a user-friendly troubleshooting manual with every possible contingency in the shape of the male characters. Every single male character in this story, one way or another, is a failed initiate. So, let's start with Honda and Mamiya. Honda and Mamiya. Okay, so Honda fails because he lacked courage. He was really the man who was supposed to land on the well square back in Manchuria, okay? The well test was not intended for Mamiya because he didn't have the capacity. He didn't have the mental capacity for it. He couldn't handle it. He wasn't prepared. Honda was. Honda had psychic ability. He could have handled the well test. It would have served him very well. But Honda, because he was a psychic, foresaw what was coming and left the tent with some documents that he was supposed to protect. He didn't wake his mates. He sneaked out of the tent and hid, and he watched everything that happened from the sidelines. This is how he knew that Lieutenant Mamiya was in the well, and that's how he managed to rescue him, okay? Now, I'm telling you this because this movement is supported by the Game of the Goose rules. If a piece lands in another piece's square, they swap places. And that is exactly what Honda did. He swapped places with Mamiya. It was Mamiya who was forced to go down the well and encounter the divine without preparation. So you see how Honda's cowardice obliterated Mamiya, altered the course of Mamiya's life forever. This is why Mr. Honda goes out of his way to fix this before he dies. He needs to find a way to take Mamiya out of the well. He doesn't just throw any innocent man in, right? That would have been just more karma to deal with. He actually finds the right person who can withstand the ordeal, and he sends Toru. Toru is the one that takes Mamiya out of the well. And obviously, Mr. Honda has 30 years of outstanding debt, right? Compounding interest on his soul from his decision to resist the ordeal and send another man in his place. So, of course, he doesn't reach the garden. Now, strictly speaking, Mamiya and Honda were a dyad. They were two aspects of the same game piece, right? Like other couples in the novel. And we know at this point that they are a dyad because one of them sees what's going to happen and flees. The other one is blind and gets stuck. So technically they are the same piece. So they wouldn't be able to swap places, right? But understand that Murakami is not building a mechanical system here. He's creating an organic one. And just as he allows the goddesses to do cameos in the 3+3+1 system that we went through, right? He is capable of bending his own rules when the story demands it. So the Honda Mamiya swap works because it serves a deeper narrative purpose, which is to show you how spiritual cowardice can displace karmic debt into other people. Sometimes the most important truths require breaking out of your own established patterns. So the flexibility in this systematic framework is actually one more evidence of how sophisticated Murakami's encoding was. Real mythological systems, by the way, work this way. There are clear and strict principles, and the principles are strict, but the way they are displayed or narrated is not, right? This allows for variations on the story if the meaning or the principle demands it. Lieutenant Mamiya is another story about failure. The vet and the husband. Okay, so Nutmeg's father was a veterinarian and he worked at a zoo. He was also a shaman. He was initiated and marked in the exact same way that Toru was on the cheek, right? He worked with animals at the zoo, taking care of them for years. But he doesn't fight the army when the soldiers come into the zoo to kill the animals. The very animals that he was supposed to protect and care for, he doesn't even raise one word to defend them. And later, after they're all gone, he says he doesn't even feel much for them either after they are killed. Maybe he's numbed by the entire experience, but we see very little remorse or suffering inside of him. Then, the day after this happens, he is forced to witness an even more horrific scene because the soldiers that had killed the animals the day before go back into the zoo, this time to kill a group of deserters, to kill a group of men. The lieutenant forces the veterinarian to watch as they dig a hole in the ground and shoot each one of the deserters one by one in silence. The last deserter, the one who had orchestrated the whole thing, gets an even worse punishment. He gets to die by being beaten to death with a bat. The veterinarian watches the entire thing unfold and doesn't say a single word. So then, at the end, the lieutenant asks the veterinarian to take the pulse of the last man, the one who was murdered by bat, and see if he was dead for real. So the veterinarian reaches down to take the man's pulse, and the dead man somehow has one last jerky movement left in him. So he grabs the veterinarian's wrist and pulls him down into the hole with him. In there, the veterinarian is surrounded by all of the corpses of these men that he failed to even say a word for, right? And the clenched fist of the cadaver wouldn't give. So after struggling to try and free himself, right, the lieutenant has to shoot the body twice in the head, right next to the veterinarian, all the blood spattering him, right next to him, okay? So this horrific scene seems to indicate that the veterinarian, too, was given multiple chances to pass the test, and he didn't move a finger. He didn't move a finger to save the animals. He didn't move a finger to save the man. So nobody knows what happened to him after, right? He failed. But the veterinarian's failure is different from Honda's. Honda's failure is out of lack of courage. The veterinarian, though, fails out of detachment. It is a failure of moral abdication. He doesn't even want to engage with what is going on around him. Now, Nutmeg's husband, the fashion designer, is brutally murdered in a hotel room. His body is found by a hotel maid, right, the following day on the 12th floor of the building. This is where the book covertly becomes a detective story intended for the reader. The murder is consistent with Masonic ritual punishment for revealing secrets. And we're going to learn about it in a little bit after we go through Ushikawa and Noboru Wataya. Okay, so let's go through them first. Ushikawa. So, moral abdication is pretty bad, right? That's when you see horrible things happening around you and you do nothing about it. But there's things in this world that are even worse than that, right? There is a stage beyond moral abdication, which is moral abjectness, right? An embrace of everything that is immoral and terrible. Ushikawa is what happens when, in the struggle with your shadow, you go to the other extreme, right? Instead of looking away, you end up merging with your shadow, right? You identify with it so intently that you become it. Now, reading Toru's first encounter with Ushikawa, I was surprised to see that this grotesque man seemed to be at peace with himself.
I must say, Mr. Okada, for a man without a wife, you do keep the house clean. I'm very impressed. I myself am absolutely hopeless. I'm embarrassed to say. My place is a mess, a garbage heap, a pigsty. I haven't washed the bathtub for a year or more.
For a moment, I wondered, could this man be integrated? Because he seemed to have a reflective quality, like he could see himself and his shortcomings more clearly than almost anybody else in the novel. He was capable of admitting his own flaws, his own faults.
It was only natural for my wife to leave me. I was the worst husband in the world. Far from complaining, I have to admire her for having put up with me as long as she did.
But suddenly, what seemed like integration started to look darker. As he talked about his failed marriage, we start to realize gradually, right, that the details he's given us exceed in brutality and horror anything we could have imagined. And he drops it casually too, in front of a random stranger, just to make conversation. By the end of it, he even says, "I'm sorry if I'm boring you with these details. How can you be bored by this? This is a literal horror story."
I used to beat her, no one else. She was the only one I could beat up on. You can tell what a weakling I am. Got the heart of a flea. I would do nothing but kiss ass outside the house. People would call me Ushi and order me around, and I would just suck up to them, all the more. So when I got home, I would take it out on my wife. Heh heh heh. Pretty bad, eh? And I knew just how bad I was, but I couldn't stop. It was like a sickness. I'd beat her face out of shape until you couldn't recognize her. And not just beat her. I'd slam her against the wall and kick her, pour hot tea on her, throw things at her, you name it. The kids would try to stop me, and I'd end up hitting them. Little kids, 7, 8 years old, and not just push them around. I'd wallop them with everything I had. I was an absolute devil. I'd try to stop myself, but I couldn't. I couldn't control myself. After a certain point, I would tell myself that I had done enough damage, that I had to stop. But I didn't know how to stop. Do you see what a horror I was? So then 5 years ago, when my daughter was 5, I broke her arm. Just snapped it. That's when my wife finally got fed up with me and left with both kids. I haven't seen any of them since. Haven't even heard from them. But what can I do? It's my own fault.
And actually, on a second look, it's even worse than casual conversation. He seems to be proud of it. It's almost like a point of pride. Look at what I'm capable of doing. If I could snap my 5-year-old daughter's arm, what couldn't I do to you? You better keep in line, right? An intimidatory tactic against Toru. So no, Ushikawa is not integrated. His shadow overtook his ego and put it in the back seat. Ushikawa is all shadow, and this is what allows him to be Noboru's Wataya's pet. He handles all the dirty work, things that nobody with a moral compass could ever agree to do for money. Ushikawa is not a failed initiate, he is the anti-initiate. He's a person who is broken, so broken that they are identified with the shadow themselves, right? You can't initiate someone like this. Because he has seen the shadow and he was devoured. There is nothing there to rescue.
So what I do for the doctor are the unseen jobs, the shadow jobs, so to speak, the ones that aren't out in the open. I'm the fiddler under the porch. Jobs like that are my specialty.
How did Ushikawa get to be this way? Well, some people are just handed terrible hands in life, off the bat. You know, that is what duality demands. Some people are born into the light. They get beautiful childhoods, full of love, shelter, opportunity, and resources. But that requires somebody else goes through the opposite side of the coin, right? Some people have to grow in darkness. Sheltered childhoods produce weak and naive men. But hopeless childhoods get you Ushikawas.
My father was a tatami maker in Funabashi, an alcoholic, a real bastard. I used to wish he'd die and leave me alone. I was such a miserable kid, and I ended up getting my wish, for better or worse. Then I went through storybook poverty. I don't have a single pleasant memory from childhood. Never had a kind word from either parent. No wonder I went bad. I managed to squeak through high school, but after that it was the school of hard knocks for me. Lived on my wits, what little I had.
And what about his boss? What about Noboru Wataya? What kind of initiate is Noboru? So we have already gone over Noboru Wataya as Toru's shadow, right? And that is true. But he also operates on a different layer because as a politician, he fits a very specific type. He is a man who can enchant the masses. He can speak eloquently. He seems efficient. He is a man the people trust. But that is just the image he projects, because we know that in reality there is no substance and no depth to Noboru Wataya's views. He changes his views when it suits him. So Noboru Wataya's lack of moral center could simply be interpreted as a man's shortcomings, right? But it goes beyond that because Noboru Wataya is seeking political power and he has no clear agenda beyond the fulfillment of his own selfish wishes. In a way, he represents the spirit of the rapacious political class. The one that took Japan to World War II, but also the one that arose after World War II, the one who turned Japan into a consumerist, empty society. Murakami is making subtle political commentary through Noboru Wataya, and also he is addressing the dangers of the undifferentiated crowd. The people who still follow the script, right? Because through the novel, we see there are three different expressions of horrible violence, right? We see Yamamoto's skinning, which is horrific, right? And while the Mongolian skinners were in their element, like they were really enjoying themselves, the episode was only made possible because another man, Boris, gave the order. If Boris hadn't given the order, the Mongolians couldn't have skinned anybody. We then see the massacre at the zoo, right? Where 8 soldiers shot and killed caged animals. Tigers, leopards, wolves, and bears. The stakes were quite low because the war was nearly over and it wouldn't really have made any difference if they had left the animals alone. They could have simply left, right? And yet, they don't leave. They carry out the mission and they carry it out of fear, right? They don't like killing the animals. Some of the soldiers even vomit while doing it. And yet they carry it out anyway, telling themselves that they have to do this because they are carrying orders. The same men then go and kill the deserters. Why? Because they were carrying orders. And we hear from Nutmeg the reverse scenario. We hear how the American submarine that emerged from the water and intercepted the ship that she was in with her mother was preparing to shoot the civilian passengers. A full boat filled with women and children and babies. They were going to shoot the boat just because. They go as far as pointing their weapons at the ship. They were going to do a countdown. They were ready to fire, but at the last minute, they receive a phone call. And so, just as efficiently, they pack everything, they go back into the submarine, and they don't attack the ship. They disappear back into the depths of the ocean. They got orders not to attack them. So the entire initiation process is a necessary rupture from society's expectations. It is the rejection of society's script. because there are things on the script that do not align with you and your interior, right? Most people don't ever manage to do this. They continue to live their lives following scripts forever. They are terrified of breaking with society. And in this way, they can become automatons, right? Pawns, enforcers of conformity. They are what we know as the masses. And they are often weaponized against the people who stray, against the people on the margins, those who choose to leave and live by their own moral compass. So the masses are dangerous. They have a script running their own mind. And because they follow the script blindly, the most horrific acts of violence are committed by them. They just have to receive the right order. Orders absolve these people from their responsibility over their actions. And because what they seek is acceptance, right? And not following orders risks alienation from the system, from the society. They just blindly follow. They will follow to the brink of the precipice. They will follow to death. They will follow to violence and annihilation and through jumping from a cliff. All they know how to do is follow. So from this perspective, initiation is the one thing that allows a person to disobey, because it teaches the person to listen to their own interior over the voice of the communal expectations. So transmission, that is, triggering initiation in other people, is not just a matter of taste. It's actually a fail-safe. The more people wake up, the more people are initiated at a scale, the less likely humanity is to fall into these destructive patterns. Triggering initiation, then, it's almost a moral obligation. So Murakami wrote this book for Japan. He said in many interviews, at the time that he wrote the novel, he was living abroad, and suddenly he had the realization that he wasn't just a novelist, but he was a Japanese novelist. He was a Japanese author. And this book, this initiation device, is not just trying to initiate the reader as an individual. It is attempting something much more ambitious. He's trying to initiate at a large scale. He's trying to initiate Japan. This is why the book forces Japan to struggle with its own shadow. All the scenes of the war, all the brutality of Japan's inherited shadow, the truths about its own past as a nation, all the things that the Japanese society is all too happy to ignore is depicted on the novel. Because nations, just like individuals, have a narrative. They have a story they tell themselves about themselves. Japan sees itself as a victim of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the recipients of violence and horror, and Murakami is showing them that there is more to the story. And he knows this novel is going to become a bestseller, like his previous work was. This was going to spark conversation at a national level. So Noboru Wataya collapses from a stroke precisely in Nagasaki, the place whose collapse from an atomic bomb brought a halt to the war. But we're also told that Lieutenant Mamiya and Creta are living together, growing vegetables and raising their baby in Hiroshima. So Noboru Wataya has a stroke in Nagasaki, and Mamiya and Creta are living together in Hiroshima. Once more, Murakami shows us that the collapse of the collective shadow and the bliss of the collective integration have to go through the same process. Chapter 12, The Curious Case of M33. All right, so just when we thought this book was going to be serious from cover to cover all the way till the end, Murakami loses his tie and has a little fun with us. He gives us a delightful detective story, as if encoding a 16th century board game into the pages of the novel and psychological labyrinths and metaphysical maps wasn't enough. Here's a little gem that he slides into the book near the end just to delight you, just to amuse you, right? So what do we make of Nutmeg's husband and his brutal murder? We are told he was murdered at a hotel, and the last person that he was seen with was a woman dressed in red. We're also given a very detailed description of the crime scene, right? We're told the maid was the person who found him at 11 a.m. on the 12th floor of the hotel. And this is how the crime scene is described.
His body was found in an Akasaka hotel room slashed to bits. The maid found him when she used her pass key to enter the room for cleaning at 11 in the morning. The lavatory looked as if it had been the site of a bloodbath. The body itself had been virtually drained dry, and it was missing its heart and stomach and liver and both kidneys and pancreas, as if whoever had killed him had cut those organs out and taken them somewhere in plastic bags or some such containers. The head had been severed from the torso and set on the lid of the toilet, facing outward, the face chopped to mincemeat.
Now, if we read this closely, but without taking many interpretive leaps, we come to the conclusion that there are two possible theories here. One is that this was a crime of passion. The lady in red had something to do with it. Either she killed him, or maybe his wife found him and killed him. So that's her first theory. And the second theory comes from the article author, right? He says, it seems like somebody removed his organs, put them into a plastic bag, and took them somewhere else. So we started thinking, well, maybe this was an organ removal operation. But if we look into this more deeply, we come to realize those two hypotheses are garbage because, first of all, this is not a crime of passion. We don't know if the lady in red was his lover, a prostitute. We don't know. But if she was going to murder the guy or his wife, Nutmeg, was going to murder him, they would have chosen a place where they had more control over the evidence. They would have killed him at his house. They would have killed them at their own place. They wouldn't have done this publicly at a hotel, right? And the second thing is, if this was just an organ removal operation, then it wouldn't look like this. This doesn't look procedural. This looks ceremonial. Plus, you wouldn't just if all you want is kidneys to sell in the black market, you're not going to pick the visible head of a famous fashion brand. You want somebody who is not notorious. You want the opposite of notoriety. You want somebody who is anonymous, who nobody cares about, and nobody's going to notice they're gone. So this makes no sense to me. These two theories that are garbage. So what do I think is happening here? Well, like I said, I think this is ceremonial. Why? Well, because of what was done to the body. Let's pay attention to what was done, what was actually done, okay? First, the body was disemboweled. They removed the stomach, the kidneys, the liver, the pancreas. Basically, they were like a sock from here down. Second, there was humiliation, right? It was decapitated, the head was severed from the torso, and then it was put on the lid of the toilet. This isn't just somebody who was very mad at him. This is a hit to his honor and his reputation. And then there was a erasure of his identity. Somebody took, turned his face to mincemeat. So, if you're familiar with hidden fraternity imagery, you already know who did this. But if you're not, don't worry, because I'm gonna hold your hand through this, okay? All right, so from the chapter's description, there are two details that feel pretty superfluous in the description. First of all, the fact that the body was found on the 12th floor. Why are they telling us it was the 12th floor? Because the body wasn't just found on the 12th floor. We didn't find, the maid didn't find the body just in the hallway or next to the elevators, right? No, she had to use her key card to enter a room. The head was on the toilet of a room. So if you want to be super specific, you would tell us the number of this room. And if you don't want to be specific and you don't want to mar the hotel's reputation, then you wouldn't tell us the name of the hotel or the floor it was found in. So what gives? And that's when I noticed that this number, 12, is not just any random number. This is a special number in this novel, right? Because we already saw through this video that chapter 12 on the first book is when Toru gets stuck at the bottom of the well, and chapter 12 on the second book is when Kreta Kano replaces him. So why are they repeating the number 12 here on the third book? Maybe they are telling us to go look for something that we may have missed in chapter 12 of the third book. This is chapter 12 of the third book.
These occult cures, which have become a kind of craze among members of the entertainment world, are spread primarily by word of mouth, but in some cases, they bear the mark of certain secret organizations. Take, for example, M33 debuted 10 years ago as supporting actress in a television dramatic series, well received, leading roles ever since in TV.
So the 12th chapter in the third book is an article in some sort of tabloid magazine telling us a story about an actress named M33. This actress had her marriage collapse, and after that she was devastated. So she had to find a cure for her problem, and she went to Nutmeg and later on to Toru. But the article claims that the cure bears the mark of a certain secret organization. So the article seems to imply that Nutmeg works for a secret organization. And then we're left to wonder, is this just speculation on the part of the magazine? Are they just using this to sell more numbers? Or is this a clue? Is this Murakami telling us, look at this? So if we continue to read the article all the way through, the actress went to Nutmeg for a full year, and then she was back to her former self until a big event, and she had another collapse. So she calls Nutmeg to help her. And Nutmeg says she can't help her because she lost her powers, but she can take her to Toru on one condition.
There is someone I could introduce you to, but you'll have to swear absolute secrecy. If you say one word about it to anyone, you'll be sorry. Is that clear?
Ooh, you will be sorry. That sounds very much like a threat. And that's not a very nice thing to do, is it now, Nutmeg? The character of Nutmeg seems to have more shadows than we originally accounted for. So why the secrecy? Why the threat? Is she protecting Toru? Is she protecting herself? Or is she protecting maybe a certain secret organization? What is going on? And more importantly, what is the name of this organization? Well, Murakami doesn't make us work too hard for this information because he gave the actress the name of M33. Now, we're supposed to think that M is the initial of her name and 33 is her age, but that's not what's happening here. Because whenever those two things show up together, it's a clear signal of Freemasonry. You see, M stands for Mason, and 33 stands for the 33 degrees of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. So it seems like nutmeg could be a part of Freemasonry or adjacent to it. Her threat for silence seems to give us a nod in that direction. So now that we have this theory that it may be Freemasonic, we should check the murder again and see if there's any correlations. Can we find anything consistent with what we know about Freemasonry in the murder scene? Well, for one, 11 a.m., the time the maid found the body, doesn't seem so arbitrary anymore. Because 11 is a number that is very important for Freemasons, since it represents the two pillars, Hatchin and Boaz, right? 11. But beyond that, we know what happens on Freemasonic initiation rites. You see, Freemasons are a secret organization. They are a hidden fraternity. And you don't just go and join the Masons. This is not like a tennis club. You have to be initiated. They have to initiate you into the lodge. And they do this by following a very symbolic representation of a real initiation. So, first of all, and as an aside, I was very happy to find this in the novel, by the way, because it's the final thread we were missing to cover the entire theme of initiation from every possible angle. You see, Murakami showed us shamanic initiation, tantric initiation, Jungian individuation, which is basically the same thing. And we were missing a symbolic ceremony from one of these fraternities. There's tons of fraternities, but they all operate in the same way. So when I found this near the end of the novel, I thought, masterful. Now we have covered the whole thing. We have the whole picture. But why do I say this is a clear-cut Freemasonic case? Well, the secrets of the order are no longer secret, really, because it's old enough that many of its high-ranking members have died while keeping secret tomes of Freemasonry in their own home libraries. So when their family members get rid of the books, they sell them, they donate them, somebody else get their grubby little hands on Freemasonry's secret books. And they always end up on the internet, its pages scanned and, submitted, put under scrutiny by internet folk. So they're very easy to find. Just a Google search will do if you want to know more about them. So because of this, we know what happens during their initiation rites. And one of the things that they do is they make the participants say something called grim oaths aloud. These are phrases that they have to repeat after the master mason who's initiating them, and they recite them with their eyes, with blindfolds. So everything is pitch black, and they're reciting these grim oaths. And they are called grim because they are horrific. They're horrible. They are supposed punishments that they say they will receive if they ever betray the secrecy and tell the secrets of their order. And I'm not even going to describe them for you. I'm just going to let you hear them yourself. So here are some of the grim oaths from both the Scottish and the York Rite of Freemasonry.
The following is the grim oath for revealing the secrets of the first degree of Freemasonry. The man joining a lodge is blindfolded and asked to swear secrecy and recite this with a rope tied around his neck. Binding myself under no less a penalty than that of having my throat cut across, my tongue torn out by the roots, and my body buried in the rough sands of the sea at low water mark, where the tide ebbs and flows twice in 24 hours, should I ever knowingly violate this, my entered apprentice obligation. So help me God and keep me steadfast in the due performance of the same. This is the penalty for revealing secrets in the second degree. Binding myself under no less a penalty than that of having my left breast torn open, my heart and vitals taken from thence, and thrown over my left shoulder, and carried into the valley of Jehoshaphat, there to be burned to ashes, and the ashes scattered before the four winds of heaven, should I ever knowingly violate this obligation. This is the penalty for breaking secrecy in the 3rd degree. All this I most solemnly and sincerely promise and swear, binding myself under no less a penalty than that of having my body severed in two, my bowels taken thence and burned to ashes, and the ashes scattered to the four winds of heaven, should I ever knowingly violate this my master mason obligation.
Okay, so these oaths, like I said, they are recited with blindfolds on, and they have two main functions within the ceremony. One is this is their own symbolic confrontation with death. You see, Freemasons are urban. They have their lodges in main cities, right? They're not going to dismember an antelope in their hole for you to be initiated into it. They're not going to kill someone else, right? They don't have prisoners of war. This is not Mesoamerica before the conquista, okay? So what they do instead is they make you imagine it very vividly in your mind. That's one of the purposes of these oaths. It's like the skinning of Yamamoto does to us. They recite these things, they imagine them, and that puts fear of death into their bodies. So it primes them to continue on the ceremony towards enlightenment, right? And the second function is, I guess it's like a psycho-deterrent, because if you're saying this is what's going to happen to you if you cheat and if you tell on the lodge, then, well, you probably are less likely to spill the beans. These are not supposed to be real physical punishments, but in the novel, we see them being enacted in a literal way on Nutmeg's husband, right? So according to this, it seems like Nutmeg's husband maybe was a Freemason and he didn't know how to keep his mouth shut, so now he's sleeping with the fishes. Is there any evidence in the novel that the involvement is still going beyond this scene? Is there evidence that Nutmeg is also involved with the order? Well, Nutmeg doesn't give Toru her real name. Instead, when Toru asks her for her name, she comes up with a nickname on the spot. Nutmeg Akasaka is not her real name, and Cinnamon is not her son's name. And no matter how much time they spend together and how many things they do together, she never discloses her real name to Toru, or Cinnamon's name for that matter. Now, this would make it seem, this is kind of suspicious to me. Like, it is impossible for Toru to find her if she ever wanted to cut contact with him and vanish, which is exactly what she does, right? Toru, if he doesn't know their name, he can go to the authorities if he finds something. So it seems like it was a sort of protection for herself. But it doesn't stop there. Her office building, when Toru is looking for her office, is described in a very particular way.
I walked from the Akasaka subway station down a lively street lined with restaurants and bars to the place where the office building stood, a short way up a gentle slope. It was an unremarkable building, neither new nor old, big nor small, elegant nor dilapidated. The more I looked at this building, the more I realized how ordinary it was, as if it had been built to match the pencil sketch a small child might do if told to draw a building, or as if it had been consciously designed to be inconspicuous in its surroundings.
Now, Nutmeg's organization, it seems, is the kind that would be hiding in plain sight. And the secrecy continues because Toru is then taken into a room and made to put on some goggles that have been painted over so that he can't see anything at all. Then a woman enters the room and inspects Toru and licks his cheek mark, right? So after this encounter, Toru believes that he has become something like Kreta, the prostitute of the mind, that he provided somebody with a service with his body that day. But that is not really what happened. What happened is he was being assessed by a higher up in the organization to see if he was fit. And he was. Right after the M33 article is published, the following chapter has Ushikawa, Noboru Wataya's private eye, waiting for Toru inside the hanging house. So what happens with Ushikawa? Up until this chapter, the relationship between Toru and Noboru Wataya has been really very flat. And in fact, Toru's relationship to the entirety of Kumiko's family has been pretty much the same, and it's at an impasse. They are asking and demanding Toru to sign the divorce papers. Toru refuses to sign and asks to see Kumiko alone. He wants to hear it from her, but they say no, right? And this has been going on for 2 books. Suddenly, though, Ushikawa shows up, extending an offering with a side of intimidation. He says to Toru,
I'm sure this was quite a shock to you, your house waiting for you in the dark. I'm sorry, really. But if I had turned the light on, you might not have come in. I'm not here to do you any harm, believe me. So you don't have to look at me that way. I just need to have a little talk with you. First of all, Dr. Wataya is not opposed to the idea of reconsidering a relationship between you and Ms. Kumiko. In other words, he would not object if both of you decided that you wanted to go back to your previous relationship. He will no longer insist upon a divorce, as he has in the past.
So all this while, Noboru Wataya has been hell-bent in getting Toru to sign the divorce paper. And all of a sudden, unexpectedly, out of the blue, he no longer opposes him reconciling with Kumiko. Right? Suddenly, Noboru Wataya changes his mind. Why? Well, if you're a critic of Murakami, you are thinking one more loose end. Cuckoo author makes weird choices. Unreliable characters, right? But no, do you know why? Here it goes.
There's only been 1 article so far, with no follow-up, but who knows? I mean, that's a pretty fascinating story. So Dr. Wataya is more than a little nervous. What if his brother-in-law's name were to come out in some unpleasant connection? Think of the scandal that could erupt. Dr. Wataya is the man of the moment, after all. The media would have a field day.
So Ushikawa justifies this to Toru, saying that it's because Noboru Wataya, being a politician, doesn't want to be involved in a scandal. He doesn't want articles and papers talking about his brother-in-law, risking his reputation, taking a hit. But is that the real reason, though?
So what he has in mind for you is a little deal of sorts he's cooked up. If you will cut all connection with this hanging house, Mr. Okada, he will give some serious thought to bringing you and Miss Kumiko back together again. That's all there is to it. How does that strike you, Mr. Okada? Have I said it out clearly enough?
What Wataya really wants is for Toru to cut all contact, all connection with the hanging house, with Nutmeg and her organization. So if Toru promises to sever ties with them, Noboru Wataya will bring Kumiko back to him. He went so far as to send his private eye to his house with this offer. So it sounds to me, I may be reading too much into this, but it sounds to me like Noboru Wataya shat his pants. He is scared. He realized that Toru is getting closer and closer to an organization with real political power. And he can't have that. He can't have that because he could be politically destroyed.
And just between you and me, there may be some vicious players involved in this affair. Players you know nothing about, Mr. Okada. We could be talking about a whole new ball game. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm not trying to threaten you, but it seems to me, to old Ushikawa here, that you are slowly being dragged into dangerous territory without even realizing it.
You mean I should pull out before I get hurt?
This is like playing catch in the middle of the expressway, Mr. Okada. It's a very dangerous game.
And there it is. Ushikawa is telling Toru that he's dealing with an organization which is dangerous, that they play in a league that's completely above and beyond theirs. It's an entirely different level. And he realizes that Toru is none the wiser. Toru doesn't know who he's dealing with here. And Toru, of course, shows no sign of surprise and, true to his essence, does absolutely nothing with this information. Absolutely nothing. So days later, Ushikawa visits him again. This time, he visits to tell him that he has unearthed a connection, a network of dummy companies and opaque deals related to the hanging house, to the ownership and the renting of the house. He takes the time to explain this to Toru, to convey the surface level liability, and to offer Toru something concrete. During his visit, Ushikawa does something more. There seems to be like a brief moment, a brief glimpse of the truth slipping out of him. He can't contain himself because he's like a cat playing with a mouse that he is just trapped. He plays with the prey with such delight and abandon that he fails to see his own owner coming behind him. Which is to say, basically, that Ushikawa spills the beans, right? What he truly, really, really wants is compromise on everyone. That is Ushikawa's endgame here. He is trying to get Toru to sever ties for Noboru Wataya, but Ushikawa has a plan of his own. He wants compromise. He wants compromising information on all of the players. And here's how he lets this slip.
Everybody burns out in this world. Amateur, pro, it doesn't matter. They all burn out. They all get hurt, the okay guys and the not okay guys both. That's why everybody takes out a little insurance. I've got some too, here at the bottom of the heap. That way, you can manage to survive if you burn out. If you're all by yourself and don't belong anywhere, you go down once and you are out. Finished.
But Toru, poor Toru, fails again. He doesn't understand anything that is going on. His mind is elsewhere. His eyes are closed. He hasn't seen his own shadow, so he can't see the shadow in anybody else, right? When Ushikawa puts the deal on the table and tells him that Noboru Wataya is offering to pay for the hanging house so long as Toru cuts ties with the organization, Toru's reply is, like every other test in this novel, a soft, classic failure.
If money's a problem, we've got it to give you. If you need 80 million yen, I can bring you 80 million yen in a nice, neat bundle. That's 8,000, 10,000 yen bills. Hey, what do you say?
So then the land and building belong to Noboru Wataya? Is that the idea?
Yes, I guess it is the way things work.
You know, Ishikawa, I really don't get it. I don't see why Noboru Wataya is so eager to get me away from that property. What does he plan to do with it once he owns it?
And here we see Toru failing yet another layer, the layer of backdoor deals with shady men. This is the moment when the light bulb goes off in Ushikawa's brain, because he understands now that Toru is an idiot. Only an idiot could interpret this conversation as Noboru Wataya having any any kind of interest in the house itself, right? So Ushikawa understands that he is better off trying to trick Toru than to explain to him how things work.
Ushikawa sighed and looked at his watch.
Oh my, I've got to be going. Overstayed my welcome again, I'm afraid. Enjoyed another beer.
So Ushikawa retires to devise a plan that will secure him full access to what happens inside the hanging house and possibly the organization itself, right? It's gonna serve him all of the compromise that he has dreamed of all his life, all the compromise that he could possibly want, he's gonna get thanks to Toru. It's a long shot, but Toru is a big idiot, so it's worth a try. On their next conversation, this is what happens.
There's a computer in that house, isn't there, Mr. Okada? I don't know who's using it, though. To make a long story short, the idea kind of hit me that it might be good if I could contact you through the computer. So I looked into it, but damn, it's a hell of a lot more complicated than I imagined. Just calling up on an ordinary phone line wouldn't make the connection. Plus, you need a special password for access. Now don't get me wrong, Mr. Okada. I'm not trying to crawl inside your computer and fool around in there. I don't have anything like that in mind. With all the security you've got in place, I couldn't pull data out, even if I wanted to. No, that was never an issue. All I have in mind is trying to set up a conversation between you and Ms. Kumiko. I promised you I'd do that, remember? That I'd do what I could to help you and her talk to each other directly.
You gotta love Murakami here because this scene is almost written in a cartoonish kind of way. This is kind of like Roger Rabbit, a cartoon character crossing their fingers behind their back, lying to another character in such an obvious way that it would be impossible to miss. Basically, he's promising Toru he's going to set up an online chat with Kumiko. And to do so, he's going to need Cinnamon's computer passwords. And he even says, my intention is not to go lurking in the computer. I super duper promise. Anyone with a brain would see right through this. But Toru, at this point, he's so desperate, right? He can only think of one thing, and that is to talk to Kumiko. So he agrees. Toru hacks into Cinnamon's computer out of sheer stupidity and gives Ushikawa the passwords. And this is how Toru destroyed the hand that fed him.
Finally, the computer beeps and a message appears on the screen, informing me that the connection has been made and the computer is ready for two-way communication. I specify that this is to be a collect call. If I am careful to prevent a record of this transaction from being made, I should be able to keep Cinnamon from finding out that I used the computer.
Now, not only does Toru share Cinnamon's password with Noboru Wataya's henchman, he knows what he has done. Because after the conversation with Kumiko, he says the following.
That computer conversation had been monitored by Noboru Wataya. I was sure. He was trying to learn something from it. He certainly hadn't arranged for us to make contact that way out of the goodness of his heart. He and his men were almost certainly trying to use the access they had gained to Cinnamon's computer, do the communications link in order to learn the secrets of this place. But I was not worried about that. The depths of this computer were the very depths of Cinnamon himself, and they had no way of knowing how incalculably deep that was.
So he knew what he had done, but his risk assessment is poor, and he convinces himself that it doesn't matter. Somehow, Cinnamon's interior is inscrutable. Big mistake, because Nutmeg saw Toru as her successor. She was priming him to take her place, and instead, the next thing that happens is Nutmeg goes to the residence to fire Toru.
We have clients coming to us from politics and business. Powerful people and famous people. Their privacy has to be protected. Cinnamon has gone to a lot of time and trouble to put together the precise and complicated system we have for maintaining our secrecy. A labyrinth of dummy companies. Until now, the system has worked almost perfectly in accordance with his calculations.
What you're saying is that security is being undermined.
Yes, unfortunately.
So, what is Cinnamon's analysis of the situation?
He's not saying anything. Like a big oyster on the bottom of the sea, he has burrowed inside himself and locked the door. And he's doing some serious thinking.
So this is Toru failing yet another initiation. This is how Toru fails the Freemasons. The one thing required from Toru was silence. Silence, and he couldn't provide silence. He spilled the beans. He gave access to the most important thing in the entire operation to the worst person he could possibly imagine, Noboru Wataya, right? And this story is not just a way to introduce hidden orders into the novel or something fun for us to ponder, but it's also a great way to explain a key element of initiation, silence, right? Once you have done the work, you're supposed to remain silent. And this is what Nutmeg's husband, and later Nutmeg herself, failed to do. Her husband was murdered because he couldn't keep quiet. He kept talking. That is why the grim oaths happen, right? And Nutmeg herself had a very uncertain future for the same reason, right? Toru didn't have to hack Cinnamon's computer. He used all of the information that Nutmeg gave him when she told him all the stories about Cinnamon on the long talks at the restaurant. He used this information to crack the password. He simply used everything he knew about him, and it worked. If Nutmeg had kept her mouth shut, if she hadn't shared information that she didn't have to share with Toru, none of that would have happened. So Nutmeg herself knows this, because right after explaining to Toru that they were canceling all the clients because they had a security breach, she adds the following.
I still think about it a lot. About my husband and the way he was killed. Why did they have to murder him? Why did they have to smear the hotel room with blood and tear out his insides and take them away?
She thought about her husband's murder right away. She thinks about her system being compromised, and she thinks about why her husband was killed, because they're linked, right? And then at last, Nutmeg announced her conclusion. They have decided not to bring any clients of hers to see Toru for a while. It was Cinnamon's decision, because the magazine articles and Toru's brother-in-law, the signal had changed from yellow to red. So they canceled all of the clients, all of the appointments, and they basically fired Toru. So characters in this novel happen to have an issue with silence. Ushikawa, right, is like a demon. He also suffers from excess, and he can't refrain from spelling out exactly what he plans on doing. And it's the fact that his victims are so blind, so slow, so stupid, that is his one saving grace. If his victims were any smarter, he would be doomed. Then we have Kreta, who tells Toru her entire life story and then gets rejected by him. Perhaps a little bit more mystery would have served her well. Kumiko cannot stay with Toru because she can't carry the guilt in silence. It burdens her. She has been cheating on him nonstop, and instead of just being quiet, she has to leave because she can't take the silence. And eventually, she too spills the beans and tells him everything in letters, which I believe did more harm than good. Toru himself is transparent about his motivations, which brings us back to Cinnamon. Cinnamon is the only person in the entire novel who's comfortable keeping quiet. He's the only one who doesn't talk. Of course, we could also see this murder in the light of the more eerie parts of the novel, because of course it works on both layers, right? If we look at it from another angle, from another perspective, then Nutmeg's husband was murdered by his own anima, the woman in red, in room 208. And he then possibly became the hollow-faced man. He got his face completely erased. He becomes the hollow-faced man who haunts the hotel in the netherworld. He haunts the corridors. He helps Toru. His bowels, right? His bowels were extracted like the tiger's bowels at the zoo. His heart was still beating, put with care into a small square box and buried somewhere. Chapter 13, The Summer Triangle. Okay, I think it's time for me to come clean. I have a confession to make. I lied. I haven't been honest. I have been lying since the beginning of this video because I know, and I have known from the start, the name of the bird that makes the wind-up noise, and it's not a goose. Now, before you get mad, please don't judge me. I had to trick you. Like, it was morally obligated to trick you, because if I had told you the name of the bird at the beginning of the video, then you would have taken this as an open and shut case, and maybe you wouldn't have been willing to come along with me and explore the deeper layers. But now that you have seen the depths, now I can show you the surface. I can give you the name of the bird, but I'm not gonna give it to you so easily. I'm gonna make you wait just a little bit longer. I mean, you have been following me for 3 hours, right? What's 2 more minutes? Let's do this reveal justice, okay? Let's do this as a game. So I'm gonna give you a scent or a clue, and you're gonna follow me through the city of Tokyo, through the streets of Tokyo, to figure out what myth Murakami used to give shape to the story. Along the way, you're going to see just how precise and detailed Murakami is when encoding things into the novel, okay? So here's the hint. We are told at the beginning of the novel that Toru Okada lives in a central neighborhood in Tokyo. And we are told which neighborhood. Take a listen.
We had moved into our present house in the autumn of the 2nd year we were married. We looked for a cheap, convenient apartment to move into, but finding such place was not easy with our budget. When he heard this, my uncle suggested that we move into a house he owned in Setagaya.
So Toru and Kumiko live in Setagaya. Do you want to know what the most popular spot in Setagaya is among tourists? Gotokuji Temple, the cat shrine. Now, you may have seen pictures or videos of this temple online because it's so popular. This is a temple dedicated to cats with thousands of maneki-neko figurines and statues in it. It's very probable that Kumiko and Toru lived very close to this temple because people go to this temple to pray for their missing cats. They pray for their missing cats in this temple. Isn't that perfect? It's perfect. It's beautiful. Now, that's not the only thing about Setagaya that is important to the novel. You see, in Tokyo, each ward has a special official bird. The official bird of Setagaya is the azure magpie. Now, the azure magpie is a very pretty bird. It's not very big. The body is white, the head is black, and it has blue wings. The magpie makes the following sound. It's perfect. This sound of winding a spring. It's a delicate, gentle sound of winding a spring. Now, this is not the sound the wind-up bird itself makes, because we are told he makes the sound of both winding a spring and a creaking mechanical sound. Now, the magpie doesn't make creaky mechanical sounds. The magpie does the sound I just showed you and he chirps, okay? But the goose makes a creaky mechanical sound, and the goose doesn't make a sound like winding a spring. So in my opinion, Murakami merged both sounds and gave them to the wind-up bird. That way he could make the bird represent both birds at the same time. Now, beyond the sound and the look of this bird and all of that, it's a very tricky bird. He's a very crafty fella. Magpies are all like this. They're very smart. They love shiny objects and they tend to steal it to take it to their nest. So they have a reputation as thieves, you know? If you read carefully, you already caught this. But if not, see, the Wind-Up Bird Chronicle was written in 3 volumes, and each volume has its own title. The title of the first volume is The Thieving Magpie. And all the while, I mean, we are tricked into thinking that the title of this first volume comes from the opera that Toru is listening to on the first scene of the novel. You see, the first scene of the novel, Toru is cooking pasta and he's listening to The Thieving Magpie by Rossini, the opera, the overture. When the phone rings, he goes pick up the phone and it's the strange woman. It's the first time they talk. This is how the book starts. So when you see that the title of the first volume is The Thieving Magpie, you assume that's the link. You don't go any further. But guess what? Both The Thieving Magpie as a song and the title of the first volume pointed at something else entirely, at azure magpies as the official bird of Setagaya. Now, are all 3 pointing to something else? If you were the author of this novel, why would you choose to feature the magpie in the book at all? Is it just a geographical coincidence that you went ahead and, picked the ward that Gotokushi Temple was in because you like that game with Gotokushi Temple, so you picked it. And if the official bird was a crane, you would have chosen a crane? We would have had the Wind-Up Crane Chronicle? I don't think so. That's not how he operates. So why the magpie then? I'm glad you asked. The magpie wasn't an accidental choice. Murakami didn't throw a dart into a bird chart and took his pick that way. Of course not. It was deliberate, with intention, like everything else he has done so far. Why would the magpie be different, So the magpie is a beautiful figure within Japanese lore. It has a key role within the Tanabata Myth. Now, what is the Tanabata Myth? Every year in Japan, in July 7th, there's a huge festival called Tanabata. This festival is about celebrating both the midsummer and love, of course. And the festival has its roots in the Tanabata Myth, which is about lovers being separated by circumstance and being reunited each year. The magpie is a crucial part of this myth. And I want to tell it to you for several reasons. First, because it's a beautiful myth. Second, because the Wind-Up Bird Chronicle is a reimagination of the Tanabata Myth through an urban and modern lens. And third, because it explains the magpie. So I can explain to you the myth, and then we can trace it back in the novel and figure out why the magpie, right? Okay. So Tanabata Myth is about a princess called Orihime, and she's the daughter of the king of the gods, whose name is Tente. and they live together by the bank of the Celestial River. The Celestial River is the Milky Way, because it, kind of looks like a river, right? So they live together, and Orihime, the princess, is a weaver. She weaves beautiful magical fabric that she uses to craft different garments for the gods. This makes her father very, very proud. The problem is, Orihime is a little bit of a workaholic. She doesn't know when to stop, and she's weaving fabric day in and day out, all day, all night, has no social life, and she's kind of withering away. She's lonely, sad, and Tentei can see it. So he figures that one way, to make his daughter happy was to find her a husband. She needs to be married off. So Tentei crosses the Celestial River to the other side of the Milky Way, and finds a suitor for Orihime. He finds this guy called Hikoboshi, who is a cattle herder. He has cattle. And he brings the two together. They meet at, the Milky Way, and they fall head over heels about each other. It was like fireworks, love at first sight. So everybody's happy, they get married, and they are very, very, very much in love. They were so in love, the love was so intense that they started to neglect their duties. So Orihime stopped weaving, and Hikoboshi stopped taking care of his cattle, and they ran off. So all of a sudden, Tentei realizes that the cosmos is a complete mess, because there's like cattle running around with no owner taking care of them, and all the gods are like wearing tattles because Orihime is not mending anybody's clothes. So what is going on, right? So he regrets his decision and decides that it's better to keep them separate. So he sends Hikoboshi back to the other side of the Milky Way and brings Orihime home and sends her to her room. No love for you, Orihime. So anyway, so Orihime is very sad, obviously, because she has been, her love, her husband, and so she cries and pleads with the king, please, let me see my husband, father. And, Tentei loved his daughter, so obviously he caved. And he decided that if Orihime and Hikoboshi can keep their duties and be responsible, then once a year, he's going to let them see each other. And that day is the 7th day of the 7th month, so the 7th of July. So Orihime and Hikoboshi work very, very hard, at herding the cattle and weaving the fabric all year, just so they can see each other in July. And they managed to get permission. But when they got to the Milky Way and they had to cross to the other side, they realized that the current was way too harsh. It was too heavy, too fast, and they were afraid because it was dangerous. And so they were not going to be able to meet. Even though they did everything they could, they were not going to be able to meet. They got very, very sad, and Orihime started crying. And when she started crying, the magpies heard her cries, and they decided to save her from this horrible fate of being away from her husband. So they all came together and built a bridge with their wings so that Orihime could cross the Milky Way and be reunited with her true love. So every year on July 7th is the day where the lovers meet. And it is said in Japan that if it rains on the night of July 7th, it represents the tears of Orihime. It's because the current is way too violent and she cannot cross, and the magpies failed at making the bridge, so they have to wait one more year to be reunited. Now, this is obviously a very beautiful myth. I really like it. In Japan, it's a very popular myth, which is why I believe this was the first layer that Murakami set when he wrote the novel. Like, obviously, I have no proof. I can't tell you which layer came first. But I don't know, call it a hunch. I feel like he set out to reimagine Tanabata because he's Japanese and he was probably familiar with this myth since he was a kid, right? And so he wanted to use the Tanabata myth in a romantic novel. And everything else was layered on top of the Tanabata myth. So I believe that that's what he was doing, even if I have no proof for that. So how can we see the Tanabata myth in the Wind-Up Bird Chronicle? Well, there's so many places. Like, where do we start? Right? Okay, so first of all, the bridge, right? It's a magpie bridge. And this is a thread that kind of brings together the Game of the Goose and the Tanabata myth, because they both depict bridges. The Tanabata myth has the magpies, and the Game of the Goose has square 6 and square 12. And when we were mapping out the symbols to the novel, we found the bridge on square 12. I was very excited to find this bridge. This is the Manchurian bridge that Mamiya goes through right in the war. So when I found it, I was like, okay, so we have a bridge in chapter 12. Like, I have to find the bridge in chapter 6. But when I went back to look, chapter 6, it was just Toru talking at length about the backstory of his marriage to Kumiko. So I didn't see the bridge then, because I hadn't figured out the Tanabata angle yet. But now I see it, Now I see it is a bridge. Why? Because obviously the marriage between Kumiko and Toru is the bridge. It's the Tanabata story. It is the bridge. So when he tells us the backstory, he's telling us the myth of Tanabata. What does he say in chapter 6? He says, well, first, he tells us Kumiko's father is actually an important man. They are a family with an elite type of position within society. They're wealthy, and their father is very conscious of status. They have ties to political and bureaucratic power. In fact, Noboru Wataya manages to join, the politics scene because his uncle gave him his spot as inheritance, right? So we can say that Kumiko's father is a kind of king, right? Kind of king. And he gives them his blessing for their marriage if they commit to visiting Mr. Honda once a week for their spiritual assessment sessions, right? They also, Kumiko and Toru have their first date in an aquarium. The aquarium had a jellyfish exposition. And to me, it feels a lot like the Milky Way because the tanks of the aquarium are a deep blue color, and I imagine the jellyfish with a subtle semi-transparent coloration like purples and pinks and greens, swimming against the blue of the tanks. It kind of reminds me of the Milky Way, just like Orihime and Hikoboshi, right? And then we have, obviously, the fact that in the myth, the problem is they stop working. They neglect their duties, right? What does Toru do? He quits his job. He has no job. And he's not looking for another. He's just happy to be, jobless. And in the case of Hikoboshi, his animals fled because he wasn't taking care of them. His cattle fled, right? And what does Toru's animal do? His cat? It flees, right? It's missing. It leaves because Toru stopped working. Now, when it comes to Kumiko, Orihime, we see it's not just Kumiko who's Orihime, but all of the female characters in the novel are too, because they're the same character. We already established that, right? So we can see how clothing and fabric and dressing has a super high importance for these characters in the novel. In fact, we can track how the skill of weaving through dressing and even designing emerges and is refined through the stages of the life of Kumiko, because each character is a stage in the life of a woman. You see, May is a teenager, Kreda is in her early 20s, Kumiko is in her early 30s. Malta, we aren't told her age exactly, but we know she's older but still beautiful, so I assume she's in her 40s. And then Nutmeg is in her 50s. So we see how we are seeing the lifespan of a woman, and each one of these characters, we are told how they dress, and it becomes more and more refined as we go from one to the other. So May Kasahara, for example, is described as wearing a sleeveless blue t-shirt with shorts and sunglasses, right? It's very functional. There's like nothing there other than pure function. Then we have Creta, and we're told she wears very basic clothing, but she has a 60s style. She's successful at recreating a 60s style. This feels like a clumsy attempt at style, you know, somebody who doesn't really know very well how to do things in a new way. They just kind of copy something verbatim. Then we have Kumiko, and we're told that Kumiko has a knack for dressing spectacularly with very simple clothes. So Kumiko has a classic style, but through, you know, the cuffing of, you know, rolling up a cuff, or you know, the way she matches clothing makes even the simplest outfit look spectacular. And then we have Malta, and what we're told is Malta knows how to dress very well. She has a lot of taste when dressing, and her clothes are not simple, they're tailored, right? And then we get to Nutmeg, which is just like the culmination of weaving as a skill, because Nutmeg was a fashion designer. Nutmeg knew how to craft clothing since she was a child. And Nutmeg we're told she dresses in a way that is incredible, like beautiful and perfect. And it's not just the individual garments that are tailored and in good taste, but the way she puts the outfits together is also magnificent. And she's dressing everybody around her. It's not just herself, she's dressing other people, just like Orihime, right? So we see here how Toru doesn't just see Kumiko through her clothes because he only sees her surface, because that would be a Jungian read, and it's valid. But it's also true that Orihime is the Princess Weaver. Kumiko is Orihime. So obviously, clothing has a very important role to play when it comes to her character. Now, I want to talk a little bit more about the bridge, because, like I said, the fact that Toru tells us the backstory of his marriage, essentially telling us the Tanabata Myth, right? In chapter 6 is the other bridge, right? And here we see another mirror play in this sense, because we have two bridges in the novel. One is luminous, one is good. It's Toru and Kumiko's relationship, and it hits in square 6 in chapter 6, right? So and it has a mirror, because there's a square 12 too, right? And that is the dark, ominous bridge of Manchuria, of the war, in square 12. Now, on the Game of the Goose, when you land on square 6, there's a bridge, and it boosts your movement. You go from square 6 to square 12, because the current takes you, right? So it's good for you. But if you land on square 12, then the current takes you back to square 6, so it hinders you, it's bad, right? And so we see how this is a game of mirrors between the bridge of Tanabata and the bridge of the second bridge of the Game of the Goose, right? One is the shadow image of the other. It's very interesting. And the Tanabata myth is not just a story. It's a sky drama, okay? It's reflected in the sky, because it's the story of the Summer Triangle, which is a constellation that forms in summer. That's why it's celebrated in July 7th, right? Okay, so what is the constellation? The constellation is the star Vega on one side of the Milky Way and the star Altair on the other side. Vega is Orihime and Altair is Hikoboshi. And they have, the Milky Way is splitting them in half. They're separated by the Milky Way. The Milky Way also has a brilliant star called Deneb, which kind of represents the Milky Way, and that's the triangle is Altair, Vega, and Deneb. But here's the catch, right? So we have Vega, we have Altair, and we have Deneb in the river. But the constellation that Deneb belongs to is the Swan. The constellation is the Swan. And as we have seen, swans and geese were, interchangeable in primitive myth and lore. So basically, it's like saying that Deneb belongs to the Goose constellation, which is perfect because it means that the thing standing in between Toru and Kumiko has been the Game of the Goose all along. Okay, consider this. The first volume of the Wind Up Bird Chronicle spans June and July 1984, meaning the book begins in June and ends in July. And the second book goes from July to October. So both the first book ends and the second book begins in July. What happens at the end of the first book? Toru gets stuck in the well. And what happens at the beginning of the second book? Kumiko leaves, right? These two events happen in July. And the Tanabata festival is also in July, you see? And here's the gut-wrenching moment is when you realize that when Toru goes down into the well, the wind-up bird stops calling. He doesn't hear the wind-up bird call again in the rest of the novel, right? So we established that this happened because he was stuck in square 31, and so he didn't hear the wind-up bird again, because he didn't have any more moves. And that's true for the Game of the Goose layer. But we're in another layer right now, and the wind-up bird is not a goose. It's a magpie here. So what happens in the Tanabata myth if we can't hear the magpies? Simple. What happens is they don't come. They don't build a bridge. So Orihime cannot cross the Milky Way. She cannot be reunited with her love, right? So Orihime cries and it rains on July 7th. And that's what happens in The Wind-Up Bird. This foreshadows the ending of the novel. Toru and Kumiko do not reunite because the bridge didn't form and they missed their opportunity to see each other. So we know from the ending of the first book that it's not going to happen. You know, Toru is doomed to fail. Now, one should ask ourselves, like, why would Murakami choose to encode this myth and not any other myth in the novel? Why this one precisely? Well, I think this is like everything else. This is a deliberate choice. This isn't just an accident. He didn't just go with whatever, his heart, he just really likes the myth. No, I think there's something he's trying here. I think he has a very ambitious, project here. He's trying to create a moment of collective initiation. And we have seen him confront Japan with its shadow. And by using this myth, because you have to understand the Tanabata myth is not an obscure myth. It's not something that academics, scholars with beards talk about. This is a popular myth. It's everywhere. Children learn about the Tanabata myth since they're in kindergarten. They draw Orihime and Hikoboshi, right? They dress up as Orihime. They go to the festival. Like it's on TV, commercials, specials on TV. It's everywhere. So by choosing this, I think Murakami was hoping to reopen the gates of sacred time. He was hoping to reconnect the reader with a primordial, archetypal figure in his, in the collective unconscious. He was trying to revive this sacred myth. He's not telling you this is Tanabata. It's not apparent from a first read. You don't realize that you're reading this story, right? It's modern, it's urban, it appeals to the sensibilities of the common person. By doing that, he is making the story have cosmic resonance in the head of the Japanese reader. There's not a single Japanese reader who didn't notice this unconsciously, right? He would read the story and he would feel something when this happened in July, right? He would feel like this is the moment where love, the reunification of love, is decided. He would feel things. It would move things inside of him that any other story wouldn't, And I believe that Murakami also chose to do the same thing with other cultures. This is why he's trying to synchronize so many encoding systems into the novel, right? He's using shamanism for the Americas, Renaissance game boards for Europe, Tantra for the Near East, and Jung for the modern mind, He's trying to synchronize the readership so that it resonates with everybody because it moves something primordial inside of you. even though this is the most beautiful layer in the book, in my opinion, I couldn't just lead with this, right? I couldn't open the video with this. Leading with this was a risk because you, as someone who's watching the video, would have gotten a satisfying aha moment and you would have felt like the analysis was complete. It would have been like, she has a clever literary analysis. A Japanese myth explains a Japanese novel. It makes sense. Case closed. We close the novel. We go do something else, right? I was risking that. Even the most interested people would have dismissed the rest of the key. So I had to leave it for the end. And I want to use this to explain to you the risks of the Aristotelian thought, Aristotelian logic. We are all trained to think in Aristotelian terms, right? One thing is just one thing and it's nothing else, right? One thing cannot be two things at the same time. A pear is not a bicycle. If it was a bicycle, then it wouldn't be a pear, right? And this is sound and obvious when you're talking about material reality. The Aristotelian style of thinking, with sharp categories for each thing, it's useful to deal with things, concrete things, right? But it doesn't apply to other layers of reality. It doesn't apply to subtle layers, right? For example, to feelings. You can feel two different things about the same object. You can have mixed feelings about something. You can be both happy and sad. You can be scared and excited. You can be scared and sad, or, there are other layers where this logic doesn't really apply. One of them is symbols, When you approach a symbol coming from 20 years of rationalist training, like the training we do in school, then you want to do the same thing to the symbol. You want to demand of the symbol to be just one thing, If the bird is a magpie, then it cannot be a goose. If it's a goose, then it cannot be a magpie. But ideas and feelings are not objects. Imagination is a different plane. It's like room 208. Things can merge and overlap and multiply. And symbols are powerful precisely because they can do this, right? They can compress complexity into a single point. That's the value of symbols. They can hold ambiguity. They can even hold opposition within themselves. So, understanding symbols, reading symbolically, means that you have to drop the pretense that things are just one thing. In this novel, the wind-up bird is not just a magpie or just a goose. The bird is a magpie and is a goose and is a swan and it's a kingfisher all at the same time. And you know what? They aren't even real birds either, you see? You have to wind them up to animate them like toys or automatons. It's a profound and beautiful metaphor for the human soul because these wind-up birds are toys. They move because something else is moving through them, just like us. That's the point, Just like Lalita, just like us. The purpose of initiation in any of its variants is to show this to you, to lift the veil so that you realize and you can feel and you can finally cut the marionette strings and you can become real. Chapter 14, the open ending. Well. Not only are we going to analyze the ending of the novel, but this video is approaching its own ending too. And if you're still here watching, I must salute you. You are such a trooper. It's been such a long video. I hope that by following my video, you were able to switch your perspective a little and understand the world in fresh and new terms. We learn that the universe can be seen as a big fractal and our minds as tiny little squiggles inside of it. We learned about the labyrinth and the journey into oneself, about the opposing forces that configure reality, and the one still fixed point at its center. All of these are tools that you can use to further your path along the way of initiation, And the Wind-Up Bird Chronicle, as a novel, is one such a journey. Because when you read the novel and you follow Toru's footsteps, you are being initiated along the way. So, to see Toru fail is hard, but we were also allowed to see that the path doesn't end with Toru's failure. May Kasahara is sitting at the center of the mandala in the Goose Garden, and it shows us that the center is still there. There is a destiny that Toru never managed to reach, but that is there nonetheless. So Toru was sent back to the beginning, like in a labyrinth. He went out the same way he came in. And the question that lingers is, was Toru's path circular? Is he at the exact same spot he was when he first started? Or did he gain a new perspective? Did he gain more of an elevation on the way out? Is it a circle or is it a spiral? And unfortunately, it seems to me like Toru's path was a circle. He's exactly on the same spot he was when he began. But what was Murakami's path for us, for the readers? Well, I believe Murakami did want us to succeed, and he did embed into the novel the space and the opportunity for us to take the leap. See, in one of the last chapters of the novel, there is a scene of crucial importance because it allows us to have a moment of hierarchy collapse ourselves, at least if we know where to look. So while Toru initiation failed, ours could succeed. You see? When Toru dies inside the well, he's taken back to the residence to be nourished back to life, I suppose, by Nutmeg. And when he wakes up, he stumbles upon something in Cinnamon's computer. What he finds changes the nature of the novel and forces us to reinterpret it again.
During the night of the 5th day, I heard the faint sound of sleigh bells again. It was a little after 2 a.m. I got up from the sofa, slipped a cardigan over my pajamas, and left the room. Passing through the kitchen, I went to Cinnamon's small office and peeked inside. Cinnamon was calling to me again from inside the computer. I sat down at the desk and read the message on the screen. You have now gained access to the program, The Wind-Up Bird Chronicle. Choose a document 1 through 17. I clicked on number 17, and a document opened up before me.
We could read this and dismiss it as just a postmodern wink, a meta trick, a little thing to tickle us. Ooh, Cinnamon is writing a book whose title is just the same as this novel that I'm holding in my hands. But you know, that's not what's happening here. Because the very next chapter after Toru finds this is titled The Wind-Up Bird Chronicle number 17, Kumiko's Letter. So, we are presented this letter as the truth, not just in Cinnamon's computer, but in the world of the novel itself. Because this means that the novel that we have been reading all along is the novel that Cinnamon is writing. He is writing the novel as we read it, and Toru happens to stumble upon the last chapter, the one that is presented to us right after. You see, when Toru finds Kumiko's letter in Cinnamon's computer among the files of the Wind-Up Bird Chronicle, he's forced to ask himself if Cinnamon is writing Kumiko's words. Not because Cinnamon wants to trick him or he's doing an exercise in fiction, but because he's the author of the novel itself. And by reading the chapter, by elevating the letter to the quality of a chapter, of the structure of the novel itself that we're reading, we are adopting Toru's position in front of the computer. So you see how, through this mechanism, we're collapsing the hierarchy because the author becomes one more character within the novel, and us as readers also enter the novel as well. Cinnamon, a character, is writing the novel that all the characters are living in, but that we're also reading and taking as truth. This is the moment the novel replicates itself like an Escher painting or a Bach fugue. It replicates itself inside of us, like a moment of illumination, because it forces you to reevaluate and shift perspective when it comes to the novel as a whole. Suddenly you see the novel from a new perspective. It's a fundamental shift in perception. And so Toru fails and he's back at the beginning, but we're not back there with him. Because Murakami has offered us the best possible ending, the one that you can only get if you have gone through this initiation yourself. If you have read this book lightly, if you have not processed the book, then this will feel like a postmodern wink, and you're back at the beginning with Toru. But if you have read this book carefully, if you have played along the game of the Goose, then this is the moment that your spirit jumps in recognition and surrenders. And the question is, who is Cinnamon, the silent boy that holds the book of reality in his lap? Well, I suppose that depends. From a hermetic perspective, Cinnamon would be Daedalus, the architect of the labyrinth, the master of intricate forms. In Jungian terms, Cinnamon is the divine child. He's a symbol of the developing personality, the process of individuation. And from the point of view of us, the readers who have joined Toru along the way, this man is both Toru and Murakami himself. Toru says about Cinnamon the following.
One day I realized that we were able to convey our feelings perfectly well without resorting to any indirect methods. In a sense, it was this very inconvenience that purified the quality of the communication between us.
Toru is the helpless child. He is the fragmented psyche. He is the one who reaches and wants to become more than he already is. Toru is clumsy and sometimes even downright stupid. But he's noble and he's brave in spite of it all. Cinnamon, on the other hand, is a master of space and time. He can see and he can work in the netherworlds as the hollowed-faced man. And in fact, he gives Toru a hand in the dark and tells him, "I am on your side." That's because Cinnamon is Toru too. Toru is the helpless child and Cinnamon is the divine child. They are the Alpha and the Omega. And we can see this hinted at several times in the novel. They both love music, Rossini in particular. They enjoy housework, they have a thing for cleaning, and they both hold inside more than they can or want to express. In short, the entire novel is the path that goes from A to Z, from Toru to Cinnamon. Now, there is a lesser known, but equally beautiful episode in the myth of Daedalus, when King Minos of Crete gives him an impossible task. The king wanted him to fail, but he was brave and he took on the challenge. The task was to thread a string through the spiraling interior of a conch shell. Now, the conch shell doesn't have a straight path from one end to the other. The chamber is tightly coiled, curved, and winding inside, so it's an impossible geometry. Instead of forcing the thread in manually, Daedalus came up with a workaround, a very brilliant solution. He tied the string to the body of an ant and placed a drop of honey on the other side of the conch shell. So, Following the scent of the drop of honey, the ant slowly made its way through the interior of the conch shell until he emerged at the other side with the end of the string attached. The thread was managed to run cleanly from one end to the other of the shell. And we ourselves are like these ants, walking slowly through the pages of the novel, transversing the spiral of the story, one little footstep at a time, following the scent of meaning through its pages until we reach the end, or should I say the center of it. But Cinnamon isn't just the destination, he's the author of the book itself. And here we see Murakami, not unlike Lalita herself, entering the novel wearing a cloak through the back door. He came to the party dressed as a shadow, and we never knew until we reached the end. But unlike Lalita as May, there is not a drop of morbidness or cruelty in Murakami as Cinnamon. He's not detached. He's playing alongside Toru all along, rooting for him and watching him try his best. So this is Murakami signing his masterpiece. It's a gesture of authorship from the margins. Like Velázquez, like Dalí, the author writes himself into the book as he writes it. There is just one last mystery in this novel to solve, and that is the meaning of Cinnamon's dream. It is the most beautiful and haunting thing in the entire novel, the heart of it, in fact. But I will not solve it. I'll leave it open, in the dark, alive and breathing, just for you. And we arrived at the epilogue, the moment when we have to put to the test all the 7 hours of content we just went through. And we have to put it to the test with 3 questions. The first one is, was this all in my head? Did I just projected all of this into the novel? Second question, was this maybe there, but a product of Murakami's unconscious? Was this done with actual intention behind, or was this just, I don't know, was this just the imagination running amok? The third one is, what about Michiko Kakutani? We need to go back and reevaluate her opinion on the New York Times and that of most of the critics. Does it hold up? So let's tackle this. So the first question is, was this all in my head? Was this apophenia? Did I just imagine everything and projected it into the novel? Well, I don't think so. I don't think so. This is way too precise. You don't arrive at this level of symmetry and perfect matching spontaneously, unless you are a Darwin fanatic and you believe Darwinism applies to literature and perfect structures can arise spontaneously without even trying. I don't know. But I don't think so. I also don't think Murakami is ever going to admit to any of this, because he has stated many times that he doesn't like people analyzing his stories too much. He wants to be the type of shaman that tells stories by the fire, that entertain, delight, and engage with people's subconscious. And if he talks too much about how he makes his stories happen, then he risks destroying the very magic that lies within them. And I feel that that is a fair assessment. It's better if he just keeps quiet like Cinnamon. But I do think it was intentional. And I want to give you an example of why I believe this encoding wasn't just spontaneous. So nobody knows this, or few people know this, but in 1993, 1 year before publishing the Wind Up Bird Chronicle, Murakami published a short story called Crede Kano. The story was published in Japanese and it was never translated to English. I think because the story is very graphic and violent, and maybe he couldn't find anybody who would publish it. So the story only exists in Japanese. In the story, we have 2 characters called Malta and Crede Kano. And they are strikingly similar in outline to the characters that we have in the novel. They're both sisters. The older sister, Malta, is a clairvoyant. The younger sister is cursed, and they live together in a sort of enmeshed dyad. So it's pretty much the same duo, only the differences are striking too. The similarities stop there, and the differences are quite striking, because Creticano is not the charming ex-prostitute turned mystic that we all know and love. No, she's an architect, and she specializes on building thermodynamic electrical plants, something like that, which as an occupation kind of shows that the character had a rational, logical mind. Malta, on the other hand, was completely different. She wasn't an elegant woman with tailored clothing, talking in a very Sphinx-like manner about mysticism. No. She is described as robust and imposing. She was a very big, imposing, and robust woman. And at some point in the novel, I mean, they share the fact, Malta in the novel and Malta in the story, they both work with water. They were both trained in Malta to listen to the sound of water in the body. But the Malta of the short stories, when a police officer tries to defile Creta, she kills the man, removes all of the blood from the body, and then buries him while singing to Mick Jagger. So you see, the differences are pretty shocking. We have the Malta in the novel is a beautiful, refined woman that speaks in cryptic sentences. And then we have the Malta of the short story, who is a mountain of a woman who has no scruples, who kills a man, bleeds him out, and buries him while singing popular music. So something must have happened between 1993 and 1994 that completely changed the shape of these characters. I believe that, I don't know what it was. Like, I don't know how Murakami found the Mahaviryas, but I believe he just stumbled upon or found the perfect framing for his novel that would allow him to embed one more layer of initiatic knowledge into it through Tantra. And then he took these characters and kept the outline, but he retrofitted them into the Mahavirya shape. You know, he turned them into Mahavirya goddesses. This cannot be done spontaneously by your subconscious mind. You see, he had the characters that his subconscious came up with, and he then gave them a makeover to fit them into the Mahavirya structure. So that is one reason why I believe that this was absolutely and obviously done with intention. I mean, I think the whole thing, you can't really, the subconscious and the unconscious mind, they don't really come up with such a precise set of things. Like, your subconscious would never embed the game of the Goose board into the novel in such a specific and brilliant way. That is something that you do with your conscious mind, with your rationality. So let's tackle the second question. Oh no, this was the second question. Let's tackle the third question. And were the critics right? Several things happen here. So first is, we see some real life examples of novels like this that are layered with metaphysical and theological meaning, and they were completely missed by the critics. One example would be James Joyce's Ulysses. The novel is scaffolded on the Odyssey, and nobody noticed. It flew right past critics and scholars and students and everybody, to the point where Joyce had to create a schema, like a riddle key, and provide it to his readers so people could get a clue and finally figure out what he was trying to do, because everybody was so clueless. Thomas Pynchon with Gravity's Rainbow. He never provided a key, but years after the novel was published and through careful study, somebody realized that it was actually scaffolded on the tarot keys. So this is not the first time somebody does this. Somebody does something like this. There's precedent in literature. And there's even one more fitting precedent to the Windhoek Chronicle in Latin American culture, in Latin American literature. Because I believe that the Windhoek Chronicle is in direct dialogue with Julio Cortázar's Hopscotch, La Rayuela, which is strikingly similar in many ways to the Windhoek Chronicle. They're both 600-page novels divided into 3 books. They're both scaffolded on children's games that have a metaphysical origin. In the case of the Windhoek, it's the game of the Goose. But in the case of Hopscotch, it is scaffolded on the Hopscotch, which was a Templar game where you were supposed to arrive into heaven, just like in the game of the Goose, you're supposed to arrive into the garden. In both books, we're following a male protagonist who's looking for his beloved through the streets of a big city. In the case of Hopscotch, we're talking about Horacio, who's looking for La Maga, his girlfriend, through the streets of Paris. And in the case of the Windhoek Chronicle, we're talking about Toru looking for Kumiko through the streets of Tokyo. Both Kumiko and La Maga are actually embodiments of the male protagonist's feminine principle, like a Jungian tale of finding the anima. And they both fail. So we see a lot of parallels between the two. In the case of Horacio from La Rayuela, he loves jazz. He has a crew of people that he meets with called the Serpent Club, and they talk about the meaning of life and things like that. And in the case of Murakami, he does it in a much more subtle way. He doesn't, like, La Rayuela is explicit. He tells you, this is the Hopscotch. He even gives you maps for reading the novel in different order, following the Hopscotch logic. But in the case of Murakami, he decided to make this implicit. He hid the scaffolding within the novel. He doesn't tell you this is scaffolded on the game of the Goose, but there it is. So the parallels between the two are pretty evident. Murakami is considered a magical realism author, and nobody had made any connection between the two until now. I think Murakami is and has always been misunderstood at a fundamental level. Here is a man who writes books that appear to be easy or simple on the surface because his style is very legible. So he gets filed into pop literature. But as we have seen in this video, his work is deeper and more complex than almost any other living author. He's dismissed as a simpleton for being too transparent. And I believe that we see a little bit of Murakami's own feelings about this bleed into the pages of the Windhoek Chronicle. I may be wrong, but part of me reads the following passage and thinks of Murakami's own place within the Japanese literary landscape.
About 2 years after I married Kumiko, Noboru Wataya published a big, thick book. It was an economic study full of technical jargon, and I couldn't understand a thing he was trying to say in it. Not one page made sense to me. I tried, but I couldn't make any headway because I found the writing indecipherable. I couldn't even tell whether this was because the contents were so difficult or the writing itself was bad. People in the field thought it was great, though. Newspapers and magazines carried feature sections on him as one of the intellectuals of the New Age. I couldn't believe that anyone who wrote these articles understood what Noboru Wataya was saying in his book. I had my doubts they had even opened it, but such things were of no concern to them. Noboru Wataya was young and single and smart enough to write a book that nobody could understand.
It's a clear inversion of Murakami's own position. Murakami has a transparent style that is accessible and easy to read and gets misread as shallow. Noboru Wataya's style is intricate, super complex, almost impossible to follow, and because it is so unreadable, people mistakenly assign a depth that it does not have. So Toru's inability to understand Noboru Wataya's book does not stem from stupidity. Toru is very smart. Rather, the book is doing obfuscation deliberately. And this is what Murakami must feel about the literary elitism in Japan. Murakami has been often derided by the Japanese literary establishment for not being serious enough, especially early in his career. He has spoken about this in interviews often, how critics often misjudge his philosophical and emotional depth because his prose is so plain and so easy and so Western. So Noboru Wataya being described this way mirrors Toru's disbelief that anybody praising Noboru Wataya actually read or understood his book. The line, young and single and smart enough to write a book that nobody could understand, is damning. It suggests that incomprehensibility is treated as a marker of intelligence. And that's how academia often works in real life. Academia is often trying to gatekeep and penalize clarity in favor of mystification. And that's the polar opposite to Murakami's work. So let's talk about Michiko Kakutani then. Do you remember her from the first part of the video? We said we were going to go back to it. This is the moment we go back to Michiko Kakutani, the critic who called this masterpiece a jerry-built mess. She said the ending was lazy. She won the Pulitzer Award for criticism just 4 years after destroying this novel, a monument to missing the point. Jonathan Franzen called Kakutani the stupidest person in New York City, and honestly, he had a point. So let me tell you something about literary history that should make you very, very suspicious of critical consensus. Take, for example, Herman Melville. He published Moby Dick in 1851, and the contemporary critics called the book tedious, rambling, and absurd. He thought he had failed as a writer, probably. It took 70 years for the Melville revival to recognize what we now call the great American novel. And the same thing happened to William Blake, an unfortunate lunatic, according to his contemporaries. He died in poverty in 1827. Nobody bought his work, and it wasn't until like a century later that modernists realized that they had been looking at one of the most revolutionary artists in history. Emily Dickinson published only 7 poems while she was alive. 7 poems out of 1,800. She died and she was a nobody. You know, Franz Kafka asked his best friend to burn all of his manuscripts because he considered himself to be a failure. And the pattern is always the same. Revolutionary work often gets dismissed by critics as lazy or chaotic or random because they can't see past their own expectations. When something is innovative, they mistake it for incompetence. The person is not following the blueprint of what they expect, so they get thrown into the trash. They mistake complexity for chaos or depth for shallowness. So here we are, 30 years after the Wind-Up Chronicle was published, and critics are still calling it pop literature. They're still saying that it's messy, when to me, this novel plays in the same league as Ulysses or Gravity's Rainbow. So anyway, history doesn't repeat, but it sure as hell rhymes, right? And I don't know, this has been a 7-hour long video. I hope that we managed to cover most of the most important parts of the video, of the novel along the way, and that you found the information interesting, that it sparked something within you. I couldn't, unfortunately, add anything more to the video because it's already 7 hours and I didn't want to make the sequel to the 10 Commandments, the movie. I am not Charlton Heston, and this is YouTube. So I had to cut some stuff out. Because of duration, but especially because YouTube has constraints, so I can't include anything that is graphic or explicit or that might hurt the sensibilities of people watching in any way. But if you're interested in what I said, if you like the novel, if you like this analysis, then there's more. So I wanted you to know that there's a full version of the video with no cuts, and there's also the book with much more detailed information, and you can get both in Patreon. So the link is in the description box if you want it. And that's it. You're free to go. Your life belongs to you once more. Well, see you soon.
僕のドラえもんが街を歩けばみんなが振り返るよはあドラドラはあドラドラ化石るおつむはつんずるてんだよドタドタンよはへんぺいそくだよだけどドラえもんいい男困った時のドラ頼み頼んだよ任せたよあやっしょ任せほいきたさっさのドラ